When they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Don't let this pretty scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness. Hello, Auntie. This all you brought? Yes. Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
准备好，凡人们，很快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. Attaboy! I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
准备好，凡人们，很快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. Attaboy! I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
凡人们，很快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
you brat!
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
准备好，凡人们，很快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。 Fresh mate!
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Top Clans 2021 Dota 2 Summer Invitational hosted by NetEase Games. I'm your host today, Evangeline. Before we start, we'd like to express our gratitude towards our partners. We would like to say special thanks to creator TikTok Gaming Russia from TikTok Russia, exclusive technical supporter UU Game Booster, and our music partner NetEase Fever for all the love and support. Also, our grassroots tournaments are hosted by our wonderful partners Moon Studio, Epods, Stream Gaming, and TNC. Thank you for all the love and support. Our matches today is broadcasted in 3 languages, English, Thai, and Tagalog. English will be played on Facebook, Twitch, TikTok, Likey, Video, and our TV partner Egg Network with our grassroots partner Epods. You can join with our Thai casters at our Thai channels on Facebook, Twitch, and TikTok. If you would like to watch this in Tagalog, our YouTube channel will be your best option. Alright guys, now the time is right and the game is on. Let's welcome our wonderful casters.
Hello, and
Hello,
thank you for that
guys.
wonderful. Hello, and thank you for that wonderful introduction. My name's Ava Plus, and joining me here is Seek and Strike.
Hi everyone, good morning. How's it going?
Yeah, well, nice to meet you guys here. Are you feeling excited about joining our top clans right now?
Of course, we love these grassroots tournaments. That's why we're with Epols anyway, and we love watching some of the new up-and-coming SCA teams showcase their skills.
Yeah, absolutely. Particularly excited for this one as well. We've got a nice representation of all the regions here as well. Japanese team, Pakistan team, and of course the Filipino team always coming in strong. But we get to see a little bit of a showcase as well in the 1v1 solo mid contest coming up a little bit later on today. But overall, just exciting to top off the tournaments, right? We've had a lot of local leagues, lots of local championships overall, and it's really cool to see who's going to take it all.
Yeah, me too. I can't wait to see our matches right now. But firstly, let's take a look at our tournament introduction.
So here we're going to see the introduction of the tournament, the rule set essentially. For the next 2 days, or rather for today and tomorrow, we're going to have the first round, which is going to be mainly it's a double elimination playoff. So it's going to be mainly the upper bracket of this playoffs. Then the 2 days after that's going to be the knockout stage. That means we're going to go into the lower brackets and start seeing some teams unfortunately lose. And of course, those knockoff are also best of ones, if I believe.
Yep, very true. I mean, we're going to see some teams lose today, of course, as well, due to the nature of the double elimination bracket.
Yeah, that's how it works.
But no one quite yet eliminated today in round 1. 2 best of 3s on the docket for today as well. Particularly excited for those, in addition to a couple of those 1v1 solo mid matchups as well. So we've got a full day of Dota ahead of you guys. But yeah, it's going to be very, very exciting as we've got ourselves here. What is now the finals of Top Clans for the summer event. So very, very exciting. Of course, all these teams vying for the lion's share of that $10,000 prize pool. I don't know. Do you've got a favorite team?
Army Geniuses.
Army Geniuses?
Yep.
Daya?
Yeah, I'm a very big fan. I mean, I like the team in general, but I think the team is looking very strong. I think I would expect them within top 3 for sure, if not honestly champion. But I am like 90% certain they're going to be top 3.
Okay.
That's a lot of faith in them.
No, I mean, I completely agree with you as well. I think this is always a squad that has been kind of a big name, I believe, of the Thai scene, right?
No, Singaporean.
Okay, thank you for that correction. And, well, they've always been lovely to see. And we'll see them even later today because they're on the docket for our second match. We're going to be kicking it off, though, with Team MY versus Team Mystery.
Yes. MY, a bit of one of the secondary Thai teams. As you guys know, you always have good Thai teams, but currently Motivate Trust being the strongest one as it stands. And Team MY kind of try to make a name themselves. Some of the remnants from MC Cerberus, actually. Some of their players. Actually, good veterans. Mystery, we've already seen him in the BTS Pro Series a bit, and we also got to see him in DPC. An okay team that had a lot of roster shuffles recently. And then we'll follow up with Army Genius versus Udvesawan. Army Genius is the team that we're praising, and Udvesawan, a brand new iteration of this roster that used to be a Thai roster, now completely Filipino.
Yep. Ought to be a very exciting day as well. Those two matches on the docket tomorrow, of course. Team Meow Meow versus our Japanese representatives. Very exciting in Crocodile versus Uri.
That's Meow Meow versus Karo Pro, yeah?
Yes, I know.
Yeah. Karo Pro actually one of my favorite teams in this tournament because the team just has a player called Karu, and it's just about him being a pro.
Huh.
That's really it. It
Lovely.
reminds me of old Stacks back in the day. As I said, Crocodile Toy Story, that being our only Chinese representative, and the only team that will not be from the SCA region. Assuming you consider Japan SCA as well. Some people might.
Some people might, of course. But we're starting today with our first matchup, of course, between Team MY and Team Mystery.
Yes.
And following that will be the 1v1 solo mid competition. And then starting at 5 p.m. local time, SGT, we'll be having our second best of 3 as well. So definitely a full day of doing it. I thank you guys for tuning in. And, well, I'm really excited to get underway, personally.
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch. I think this first match is probably the most exciting out of the first round. These teams are somewhat evenly matched. They're both among the upper echelons of the lower tiers, if we can call it that. These teams that are kind of showing up at certain tournaments. I feel like Mystery has much more to prove right now after their downfall after the DPC. MY is kind of on the up and up after their situation in the Pro Series where they did really well for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a different roster, right? Like you've said, no longer with Ohio, but I do believe that they still have themselves.
That's Mystery, yes.
Yes, but they still have themselves a very similar, captain role, that offlaner. So I do kind of give the edge to them overall here in this match because I think that they're gonna have a bit of an edge here. I think they're a little bit more established, and yes, even after going through some roster changes. I think I would give them the edge.
I would. I mean, I'm a fan of the Thai teams. I don't know. I've always been a fan of Thai Dota in general. I feel like I grew up in SCA. I started watching, like, the first teams that I used to started watching and actually became a fan was actually Jabs when he was playing mid back in the day because he's a Tinker Spammer. And I'm just looking at nothingness here. And Lackles as well. I was a big fan of Lackles. He was known as the Thai Miracle, not Miracle, for a long time because he was a prolific Nagasiren player himself. And I find, particularly Lion X is someone that I've been watching for quite a while in the Thai scene. I kind of want to succeed. I think many of these teams sometimes are limited by by language barriers. That's why they don't get out of their home country. And for that kind of limitation, they produce some pretty stellar players.
Yeah, I always think that's one of the most interesting things to really look at in the ICA scene, right? I think there are a couple of standout countries, Malaysia in particular, right? You've got Malaysian born and raised, like nothing to say, of course, fully able to participate in the Chinese scene, right?
Yeah, they're the most international.
To a smaller extent as well, I think you have Singapore, right? Currently, I think we have like Holosun or someone who's doing a bunch of tryouts with like IG and some other Chinese orgs and RNG. What's this?
You also have Isis Ice, of course.
Isis Ice, right? Of course, who's going over to NA. Of course, he is NA now. He's American. We've claimed him. But I think that's always like really interesting thing to look at, right? Especially for some of these Thai teams, and it's always really cool to have these kinds of tournaments as well, right? Because you've got like your 496 Gamings, right? The Vietnamese long-time stacks.
I'm gonna miss it here.
Team Detroit, right? And old Filipinos. Like you always have these very local orgs, which makes these tournaments just a little bit more exciting to watch, in my opinion.
Yeah, me too. I especially like when you have the stacks from certain countries. I mean, in the Thai situation, it's very unique because as opposed to other countries where there might be a bit of a language barrier, like for example some of the Indonesian teams, which don't always speak English comfortably to the point that they might want to play in an English-speaking team. Malaysians and Singapores don't care. They go whatever calls them. But in the case of Thai teams, they were always set back because their country was still playing Han for some strange reason for the past like 6 years. And once it finally died, Thai teams were like, guys, we gotta move on to the next big game. And a lot of Han pros moved on to Dota as well. That kind of revitalized the Thai scene. You start seeing teams like Motivate Trust, which is actually a pretty solid team, and rocking it with a full team of Thai people as well.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at Team MY right now, right? Why don't we?
I love the drawings.
We're talking about.
So Tigger and Lionax are the most well-known players, I'll probably say, out of this team. Supports that have been playing in Thai teams for quite a while, and then being in the variations of the Chonburi, MSC, Motivate Trust, these kind of variations that goes through 30,000 iterations before they find the right roster.
Oh yeah, MSC. Good a long time, another long time name, right? In the region, again, playing with a couple of different iterations, but it's good to see them here. And now both together on a team and participating versus Team Mystery, of course, but they're going to be lining up alongside BB, Sari, and KNP.
Well, I've heard a bit about BB, if I'm honest. I watched, I think he's a Pub Stomper. I've seen streams or clips of him for sure. I am not as knowledgeable of KMP and Siri, but I'm excited to watch him play. A lot of these teams play like amateurish tournaments, but not to the degree of top clans, where we're already getting a step above. You have this level of production. Many of them don't even have an English production, so you kind of just have to watch the replays and see what they've done. Right?
No, I get what you're saying. I think I've seen BB on like a couple of Facebook, posts
Yeah,
or something like
exactly,
a couple of clips. Yeah, so we'll see maybe if we'll have any clippable moments here today, because he's going up against pretty strong mid laner himself. Mercury out in the mid lane here. 14 Mysteries. We take a look at their lineup now. Any standout players for you here, Oliver, on this lineup?
I mean, it's the two players that were previously on the team with when they were in the DPC, where the results were lackluster, but not awful. In a very competitive Division 2 for SCA, which I think was actually one of the strongest Division 2s in general.
One of the stronger divisions in general, I think,
Yeah,
in terms of
agree.
competition,
But
to be honest.
But Division 2 particularly, I was very surprised compared to all the other Division 2s. It actually had some really strong competition, probably up there with SA perhaps, in terms of like the equal level. And QWE and Mercury were the two players that stood from then, right? Also, MV has been in a couple of other stacks before. He's been in a Detroit stack, I believe.
Yes,
back in the day.
100%.
Yeah, okay. He's been in a Detroit stack back in the day as well. So we do have a couple of players that are like...
A lot of people have, though, to be honest.
That is true. Detroit has been through a lot of players. So I think these three players that want to stand out to me the most. I wasn't very, very happy with Mystery's run in the closed qualifiers for TI though, which was pretty much this stack. So that's why I'm waiting for them to prove themselves. I think MY at least has done it pretty decently in the Pro Series for a team of their caliber. Mystery went a bit down after the shuffle.
Bit hard to keep up. I mean, everyone was talking about TI-10 qualifiers for the SEA region. Always talking about, your top two teams, and you don't get to hear a lot of these names. So it's always really cool to put a little bit of a spotlight on them now in these kinds of tournaments here for top clans. But we'll see how they can get underway here as our first band pick stage just around the corner.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get to the draft relatively soon. That's going to determine these games. I think a lot of the, honestly, most of the tier 2 teams I see in SCA tend to lack that discipline that comes in the draft very often. And for the teams that stand out in the draft with really solid or unique drafts, are eventually become tier 1, like it quite easily. Galaxy Racer was a good example of this, where like recently they were like, one of the better teams in SCA now. Another team that made it a long time ago, if you guys remember the Boston Major, was Warrior Games Unity, Warriors Gaming Unity, sorry, which was quite an old team. A lot of their players like Ahu and Ajit are currently playing in China because they're mostly Malaysians. And these are the kind of teams that you just watch them once, maybe even when they're in amateur scene, not even in tier 3, like just completely local. And you see how they draft, you see how they play, and they go, these guys are going to make it big. Maybe not now, but they will eventually. Army Geniuses to me is that kind of team, for sure. Like it's a team you watch, you go, these guys have skills.
Yeah, there's so much there's so many of these teams, so much promise in the teams. It reminds me a little bit of like the Eastern Europe kind of setup where you have like an old name like Art Style, coaching for PuckChamp. Right now, you mentioned GXR, Galaxy Racers, who of course not in this tournament, but they've got an old name as well, right? They 343 Adam Dota used to be their support position 5. Now he's taking a more managerial role. I think that's great. But even, to quote another one, like, IO Esports for some time, right? That was Mushi, right? I believe.
Yes, IO Esports, and then before that was QO as well.
Yep. So I mean, I think it's always really great to see that stuff. What a throwback as well to the Boston Major It's hard to think of Boston and not immediately go Ad Finum OG because of how kind of epic that run was for Ad Finum especially. No, but you're completely right. I mean, there's standout players from everywhere.
But WGU was a team that everyone's like, nah, I don't think they're gonna make it far. And now all of a sudden, top 4. Like they were a really impressive performance.
No, I mean, you're right. I mean, it's hard to say that. I mean, there can almost only be one underdog of the tournament.
And we chose it was Ad Finum.
Yeah, I mean, because they made it to the grand final against OG right there. But transitioning that, if you were to pick one underdog for this tournament, who do you think it would be?
That's a tough question. Maybe I'd be between MY. I think MY has been showing some decent performances lately. I think they also fit the mix. Obviously, Tigger and Lionax are not the degree that you'd expect, like, say, 3-3. They haven't had his competitive experience, but they are older veterans with newer players. So I'd be probably saying MY. Yeah, I think they might be the underdog of the tournament.
Okay.
I would love for the Japanese team to be the underdog, though.
I got the Japanese team as my dark horse.
I would love for them.
I got them as a dark horse because it's I don't know a whole lot about Japanese Dota, but Maru. Right?
Yeah.
Maru Dota 2. I know that they've got a lot of heart there, but I don't think
the whole Japan league.
Yes,
that's just out of passion.
It went. It actually ended. I want to say like last month or something. That I know that they were in their playoffs. So, I'd assume a couple players from that tournament's here playing today. But it's going to be a little bit of an issue, right? Ping. I mean, it's that's why.
It's not too bad. It's like 100 ping from Japan to here.
Dota though. I mean,
Peruvians don't care, so why Japanese people? Right? I think it's fine. The other underdog that potentially could happen, because I actually have very little information on them except for WSG, IESEF kind of tournaments, is Meow Meow, the Pakistani team. Pakistan has a pretty good history of Dota. They just haven't really had tournaments this level. They really haven't had much support for the local scene, unfortunately. I mean, in esports, they pretty much are only known for Tekken, particularly. But I do think they can produce some good results if given the chances, and this might be the chance for them. So I'd love to see Meow Meow go pretty close.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. We'll see here how they can get going a little bit later on today, of course, because Team MY, Team Mystery first draft just around the corner. So just waiting a little bit to get started with that one. But thank you guys so much for tuning in to the Top Clans Invitational.
Yep,
2021.
Can't wait for it to start. Any second now, guys. You guys are anxious about it starting. We are more so.
Well, I mean, how do you see this one playing out? It's a best of 3 series, of course, here for the upper bracket for every single game except the grand finals. What do you think? Are we going to 3, or is this going to be a 2 and out for one side?
I think it's 2-1 for MY.
Okay. I actually have 2-1 Mystery. No, I've got 2-1 Mystery. I just think that experience for them is a little bit pressure.
I think MY was doing it in the Pro Series. Mystery. What was the? Oh yeah, they failed the qualifiers.
Some communication issues. Communication issues.
Yeah. Can I call my landline and I just my phone call? Can I call John X Fire and just like have him tell you why you're wrong?
Your phone a friend.
Phone a friend. Yes.
I'm sorry. You had to use your phone. You had to use your phone a friend. Sorry, you use your landline to connect to the phone a friend. And now you don't have one anymore. So
I forget landline just means those boomer phones.
Boomer
that people used to put on their like mantelpiece and everything.
Yes, of course.
And they used to be like to hold papers together, right? Like they would be used like as a pressing thing for papers don't fly off. And occasionally people would talk into them.
You mean a paperweight?
That's it. The paper thing. Yeah.
A boomer paper holder, as you would call them.
Nowadays I just call those computers.
Well, we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. Do you think we're gonna see? Speaking of boom, do you think we're gonna see any techies?
I think without the line, it doesn't make any sense. So you know what's cooking.
Boom.
Yeah. Like I feel like that line made techies viable for a while, and I don't think it's worth anymore because you can't spam that as you blast off in.
Well, you know what you can spam now is
actually my question should be: is Winter coaching any of these teams? Because if that's the case, then yes, maybe you might see.
I don't think Winter is coaching any of these teams. Maybe we should give him a ring real quick and see what he's up to. But no. I think he was last with MSC, right?
Yeah. So some of the MY guys, maybe. So I've never seen Tigger or Lionax play Techies.
Yeah, that would be something though. I don't think Winter is touching any of these guys. That'd be great, though, wouldn't it?
That would be great. 'Cause then we could call him up when his team loses.
Don't get me wrong. I'm sure if he is coaching, he'll send us a message right now.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Don't blame my team.
Also, take a fish. It should be fun though.
Yep.
For this first match. I mean,
I'm very excited. The excitement is
palpable.
palpable because I just want to be able to see this draft. You know, that's as a kid, that's all I asked my parents for, drafts. You know,
That was his first word. Parents were like, "Qué mala onda! ¿Qué está diciendo?"
Yeah, because our parents from Spain were Mexican as well. Because Richie, whenever he imitates a Spanish accent, even though he's heard me for 2 years, 2 years now, he still only thinks about his parents. Like he thinks nobody else in the world speaks that language.
No one else can.
No
speak
one
Spanish.
else can speak it, but his Mexican, very Mexican parents.
It's true. It's very true. It's very true. Oh, we'll see though.
Accent blindness, that's what I call it.
What?
Accent blindness.
Accent blindness.
Yeah, you're blind to other accents.
Speaking of blindness,
Yeah.
how much Tinker you're going to see this tournament?
I hope a fair amount. I think for the longest time, Thai people just had all the good Tinker players.
Elaborate.
I mean, there was like Jabs, which was the top. Like Jabs was the best Tinker player back in the day.
Okay.
An SCA, mind you.
Oh, with a draft.
With a draft. I'm not gonna have to elaborate on this whatsoever. Let's go right into the game. Anyway, yeah, I would love to see some Tinkers. I think SCA is the best Tinkers in the world, particularly because you have a lot of Tinker spammers in general. So I would love to do it.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, we've got the chance to see him here. We've got that Omni Lycan
5
ban out from
seconds
Mystery.
remaining.
And just Mystery Pangolier being banned out over for MY. So nothing too crazy, nothing too surprising here in our first phases. Just got to make sure you get rid of that Omni. I think he's going to be
Yeah, he's top 2.
in his current state, at least. Yeah,
It's just-
rebusted.
It's too
Heavenly
easy to
Grace.
play. It's just too easy to play.
Heavenly Grace, so good.
I feel like if you play Lycan, for example, there's strategies that you can make Lycan weaker. There's heroes that make him seem weaker. I don't think you make the Omnight seem weaker, right? You Heavenly Grace to carry, that's it. There's no thwarting that. It's just I accept it now.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's things you can do into it. You know, like pick a Life Stealer, pick a Timber Saw. But
like
those,
a Yol's carrier. in general.
yeah, I mean, but those condition your drafts, right? And it's not just that buff that
And it's
you
not a
get.
counter that you deal with.
No,
like,
no, of course.
just-
It's not just the buff that you get. It's also the fact that this guy carries a Dispel on top of all that and
Yeah.
status resist. It's too difficult.
But getting rid of him though, which I like
10
this drafted by MY by the
seconds
way, it's you get rid of him, you go for the Bane immediately, because obviously now you know you got the
5 seconds
top tier
remaining.
defensive dispel, and so Bane is I don't want to say a freebie, but it's a pretty good pick now. I don't
Yeah.
love the Bane Tide Hunter start, but I mean I think these both heroes are solid on their own.
Yeah, Bane has always been a bit of a monster laner, and he's no exception, especially with the small but noticeable buffs that he's been had. Notably, I think it's the mana cost on Brain Staff and the cast time on
Fiend's
Nightmare. Fiend's Grip, that's right, and then
Nightmare
pure damage
guts
to Nightmare.
Yeah, the Nightmare pure damage is probably the biggest thing, to be honest, because now you actually deal 210 damage at max level, which is honestly, because it's pure, it's pretty good. But maybe the feed script cast point as well.
Yeah.
And now it's harder to cancel his feed script.
Pretty
And
big deal.
And you got rid of his biggest counters, which is Night Stalker. Sorry, the Night Stalker particularly being his biggest counter.
Angler as well. It's super annoying because he can just roll through the fight, right? And
Yeah, but you just fiend script Pango. So
Radiant
unless
team
Pango,
ban.
if Pango's a 4/5, somewhat annoying. If Pango's a 3/2, he kind of sucks against me. You just grab him.
And the Coddle as well, not great against the Bane. You can try and blow him up, but usually Bane's a little bit further out from the fights. Coddle, of course, made of paper mache even, so he can't really afford to get too close
10
in.
seconds
Will be
remaining.
able to bully. So that's the one issue I have for Team MY, regardless of what
Dire
role
team
this
ban.
is going to be. If it's going to be a mid or a support or an off lane,
Radiant team ban.
Tide will struggle to push waves and do Tide Hunter things. Coddle does a great job of that, and that's something that MY should address here. Because other than Tide right now, Bane, not famous for his wave clear. In fact, he's probably one of the worst supports out
He's probably the worst, a hero in general. I can't imagine a hero that's worse than him. Obviously, Shard helps him, but still, like,
Oh,
he's
I
up
mean-
there with Silencer in terms of like how useless are you at pushing waves.
Oh, I mean, at least Silencer's
It has
got
an
that.
arcane curse,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's
No,
like-
but you're right. You're right.
I would say as well, I would agree with you that they need first of all some synergy and they need some wave clear. I wouldn't mind actually seeing a Mirana because she brings wave clear with Starstorm and it's just good synergy with Bane and with Tide. The lane's very strong, so maybe they consider that. For now, I like to start more by Mystery. I feel like the heroes
10
themselves are
seconds
stronger by
remaining.
MY, Bane and Tide alone, but Mystery has synergy already. I think
5
Luna's a good way to
seconds
deal with
remaining.
Bane because Lucian being with Shard has incredible range.
Yep. And plus, Valve, you try and nerf my my laning stage by nerfing my cooldowns. Nope, chakra magic back to normal. Yeah, so if this is going to be a 5 coddle, right, this is going to be an absolutely brutal lane already for Tidehunter. So it's going to be up to Team MY to try and mitigate that, because already his Tide's early game is looking really, really difficult. And we've seen a lot of Tide struggle. Like, yes, the Hooded Defiance is going to help a lot, but Coddle Luna will tear right to do that.
That's why I think the two picks here that are stand out to me are Shadow Demon, because he has good wave clear and can stack for Tide really easily, one of the best stackers in the game, and Mirana for very similar reasons. Good wave clear, combination with Bane, can stack for Tide with Leap. So she can actually be in the lane, go back to stack the Ancients, go gank mid, right? Because I'm assuming this lane is lost. I'm already assuming this lane is probably
lost. Yeah. I like the Shadow Demon idea. I mean, you know...
He's banned, that's one.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Good
so
call.
no, basically it's not the same thing.
Yeah. I think that might have been for the best, because I was going to say the problem is then you've got Bane Shadow Demon, and then yes, you have a wonderful color scheme of supports, right? They're both like purple and dark and look really cool, right?
You got the goth girl to really
No, definitely. The two heroes that if they wore choker cosmetics would definitely have immortals first, right? But that being said, it is kind of a strange support duo. Bane Shadow Demon kind of full in or not. Right? Yep. They don't give you a whole lot else. They both kind of do similar things. Disruption, Nightmare, and then Fiend's Grip, Demonic Purge. Like,
no, I agree.
You're in or you're not. And that's not, I think, what you want when you have Tide under. And Tide especially struggle in some fights, do I pop Ravage? What does it mean to pop a Ravage? Am I a fish? I'm very hungry. What am I going to eat next, right? Not like you.
What level? Well, that's what I think all the time.
Yeah.
I agree. That's why I think Mirana's better. I would even say Earth Spirit might be better, but he does lack a bit of lane. The reason I like Earth Spirit, though, is for some more reasons. I feel like if you lose your lane as an off laner, and you're already accepting that, you either want someone that's really good at stacking. The only two heroes I can think of, honestly, is Coddle and Shadow Demon that really stand out. Or alternatively, something like a gank. Because that way you win your mid lane, and you ignore the whole off lane. It doesn't matter. Tide will recover.
I like the Earth Spirit idea. But they'll go with the Mirana.
I think Mirana's the best pick by far. I think Earth Spirit's okay, for some more reasons, but I think Mirana's the superior. Because the combo with Bane is better.
No, yeah, I agree. It's a fairly reliable stun. It's another hero that as well is going to be able to pretty easily hunt and kill the Coddle fights. So yeah, I do think that is going to be looking fairly good here. For Team MY doesn't really reveal anything about your draft either. This is a lane that can also fight decently versus Luna Coddle. We'll see here, of course. Could Team Mystery still have the option of flexing this Coddle on over to the mid or the off lane should they choose.
I like the Coddle support. Maybe I like the matchup against Tide a lot. I think Mirana fixes you a bit, not enough. I would still try to force him as a 5. I also like the combination with Luna. Okay, Venge. I'm wondering what the player has though. Venge 5 is fine these days as well. Venge 3 is what she's been very popularized these days. I haven't seen some mid Venge. That might be a bit excessive.
Like the pick a lot as well versus a Bane. Wave of Terror to give you vision on wherever Bane is. You swap them, and of course that is an interrupt. But famously, right, one of the better counters to Black Hole, or to Enigma, and that's going to do well to cancel him. Whether or not you've got the Ags, that's why I think position 5, she's still going to be all right. Pretty solid stun, more magic damage for the Tidehunter, and minus armor can be especially punishing to him with the Luna. Doesn't reveal a whole lot. Let's see here what Team Mystery want to do. Probably going to pick an off laner here, I would assume. Well, I don't know, because right now we're both flexing Venge and the Coddle. Okay, cool. So it's the 4 Tusks then on the 5. Well, okay, flexing Coddle.
Flexing Coddle and Venge.
Yeah.
Because you don't know which one's going to be like off lane mid, kind of. Alright, I think the Tusk pick is
good save versus Bane.
Yeah, it's good save versus Bane and Tide too as well. I feel like you're also committing a lot for the Bane. It's good against the Arrow, I suppose, as well.
Yep.
He's alright. He's alright. I like Mystery synergy perhaps, but I think once again MY's heroes are solid. You just need to pick a very standard.
Mystery needs team fight real bad. Yeah, I think this is a good pick as well.
You lack reliable stuns though, so now you're in the.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a very, even for Tide, this is a 1 stun and I'm dead kind of game right now for Team MY. But Ember Spirit, any of the spirits really are definitely going to be the that you're looking for in order to try and make it work the best and exacerbate these issues, the catch issues that Mystery do kind of have. Venge, unless you play the Mr. Stomps strategy of walking with a helm creep behind you, it's actually quite hard to catch an Ember even if you do swap them into something.
10 seconds remaining.
And then with the stomp strategy, it's hard because you can always just slide a fist at the right time.
Oh, yeah.
Like it's not an
remaining.
easy strat. Yeah, I don't think your last pick can be any reliable. Like the only option you have is you run auto mid or
Dire
bench mid. Doesn't
team
really matter
back.
because they both play similarly. And you pick up an offlaner here with some good stuns.
We could also do like a Coddle 5, Venge Tusk 3-4, I don't care. And
Radiant
Silencer
team
mid
pick.
also.
Points are made against Ember Spirit is kind of justified. Matchup is so good.
Yeah,
Dire
that's
team
that's the only reason I'm saying it, right? Global for Bane,
That
global
is-
for Tide.
That is not. That was not. That's not as expecting. It lacks catch for being a mid laner.
Yeah.
Your lane against Ember is just okay. Like good Embers can deal with the Shadow Fiend matchup relatively easily. You got nerfed in the last
10
patch for some reason. Like
seconds
his chart is
Yeah,
worse.
yeah. Ember got buffed for his
Ember got
Flame
buffed.
Guard as
Yeah,
well.
5
This is
seconds
not. This is not
remaining.
much at all.
Well, what if he goes for like, you know, the old Arcane Blink, Yule Scepter, BKB kind of build, just to blow up Ember Spirit? Is that any better to you? Does that?
It's okay, but there's just better picks. Like
Ah,
it's a fine pick within all things considered. It's not gonna make you lose the game. It's not gonna help you win. I feel like you just need a buff to carry. I was thinking Terror before this. Obviously with Shadow Fiend not so much. Sven was ideal. Sven's not available.
No Sven, decent PL, no Life Stealer.
I mean, you just run out of carry options. To be honest, are really that good.
Jug is not good here, right? Because versus Tusk, you lose
I
that
just hate
advantage.
Jug in
No,
general.
I agree, but that's always the one people go to.
Slark is okay. Obviously, Shadow Fiend's still scary, but you're a very good matchup against Luna, and you can always just buy BKB.
Yeah, we've got a couple of Yule Scepter builders, otherwise I'd say something like a Troll strikes me as decent.
Yeah, I feel like Trollers are both very weak here. So CK's not bad. But or Blink's actually.
Maybe a Naga?
Choose your
Skyrim.
hero.
Now that I thought about it, by the way, Klinks was definitely the best option. Klinks was by far. I can't believe he was still in the pool. Top tier carry right now, super tanky, does a Shadow Fiend nicely. Vengeful Spirit can never swap him. Very good matchup against him.
Yeah, really tanky. You just kind of want to tank up versus all his magic damage as well, and that's what death packs can allow you to do.
So he was the best option, but all things considered, I think Gyro's fine. He's gonna have a bit better early game. Your combo with Bane is pretty strong because you can set up easily for the whole missile. He is okay at tanking, and he's not gonna be the be all end all, but he's not a paper pick carry. Agility, lots of agility carries.
Yeah, it's someone who should be able to at least keep pace with Luna. I think he's going to end up falling off just a little bit in terms of his farm, but he should at least be able to go tit for tat in terms of farm, especially if he wants to go for like the stats and max flak cannon build that we've been seeing kind of been popularized. That's one way of really closing that gap. Allowing your Ember then to take a little bit more dangerous farm because again with a Shadow Fiend mid, they don't really catch him too well. A decent plan from Team MY.
I like the draft better. I think the Shadow Fiend mid was a big blunder by Mystery. I mean, maybe they're a Shadow Fiend spammer and there's just no surprises with that, but I still feel like the draft overall, if you don't consider the players' skills themselves, I think the draft is better for them.
Yeah, I'd agree. Team fight as well is looking fairly easy for MY. I think Mystery, they've got great pickoff, and yes, we blow up the supports really easily, very quickly. But then we've got like a Tide and Ember running around these fights, you know. A Gyrocopter just doing damage to everyone in the fight simultaneously. I think this is going to be rather difficult here for Team MY. Sorry, make that for Team Mystery to get the right kind of fights here.
Prepare for battle.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, the option for Team Mystery, which I always say when you have no stuns, is just run at them, right? Just wait. Don't lose the game.
Just don't lose.
Just don't lose, honestly. It's that simple. I mean, if you're always in control, you have a map control, you do have some decent ways to get that map control. I feel like you have strong lanes in general, so you shouldn't lose most of your lanes. You have a chance of just winning the game from the get-go and never losing, and then the Ember Spirit, you just catch him with the nature of you running at them. Like he'll make a mistake trying to defend a tower or something like that. That's how you punish them.
Yep.
So that option exists. That's why I don't think Mystery is like completely outdrafted.
I think they're also super strong once Tusk gets Blink. Like that does solve a lot of the team fight issues. It relies a lot on execution, but I think this is the type of game, you know, you dare pick Axe into the Tusk King. You know, it's like it's that type of game for you here,
30 seconds
where
to
this is a
battle.
game where you're daring them to try and set up, you know, their combos once you get that Blink Dagger up. So we'll be seeing what they're gonna be able to put together here for Mystery. But yeah, I think hey, if you gotta you know win your early game and just kind of run at them, Toddle, you know, is kind of the support that you want to do that with.
Yep. Chose Shadowfiend very good. Avenge is very good. Like, you have a good team for that. That's why I'm saying, like, they kind of, maybe they realized their mistake and they just went all into it. Oh, this Nightmare Arrow, this is really bad for Mercury, especially if the kill goes for KF. Sorry, for BB.
In flames.
Yeah, there's a huge blunder. That shouldn't happen. That shouldn't happen, Richard.
Shouldn't have happened.
Shouldn't happen.
Yeah, no, I mean it's one of those things, right? At the 0 minute mark, or at the horn, a Bane, especially with a Mirana, he's never alone.
Oh, what is this dance we just witnessed? You got to deny. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that feels awful for the Shadowfiend. I feel like if the Shadowfiend doesn't have a good start, the pick is so unjustified. Like, it really is good start at plus, in my opinion. I mean, good thing is a flash farmer, so I guess he can always recover even if he's
Yeah, I'd agree with you, generally speaking. It's not as bad as it used to be, right? Because now, you know, only 20 max souls, blah, blah, blah. But, like, yes, you're absolutely correct on that. Because the problem of this matchup is that it's already not that good for Shadowfiend, but as soon as Ember gets items, it's just like, what do I do?
Oh, he's not going for the Flame Guard build. This is the APM and Ember build. This is the, he's not going to hit me with Raise Up, it's no void. Which is not, like, it's interesting because as you, there's a middle ground between Tier 2 and Tier 1 where all Embers think they can get away with this, and then in Tier 1, they all believe, no, I'm going to go for the safe build. And then in Tier 3, they all go for the safe build too. So I don't know where that ego meets intelligence. I'm not sure where it meets exactly, but it's very fascinating to watch. I hope he avoids all these races, though.
We'll see. Of course, our drummer SF very keen to try and juke him out with cast animations. It's down bottom. Ooh, okay, the arrow is going to swing wide here. But Tusk continuing to just kind of run down our time. They're going back to the lane even for a little bit of CS. Not bad. I like the move.
You gotta give him kudos. Okay, the tag team is gonna die now.
Yeah, there he goes.
Anchor Smash is not gonna help you against tag team. That is pretty funny though. I mean, I gotta give him credit. He has some courage there. We already expected the lane to go badly for them anyway, so I don't think it's that big a deal.
Yep, there's that bottle already online. Thanks, First Blood. BB. Bottle as well online for SF, but I assume, yeah, he's got mostly consumables, right? Just the stick.
Yep.
Right, so there's that First Blood advantage. Already starting to play out, but it's pretty close in terms of CS. 9-2, 8-2. So we'll keep our eye just always on the mid lane. This is a fun one to watch, though, isn't it?
The technique for Shadowfiend that Embers have developed over many years of page matchups is the hug Shadowfiend. And the moment you stop hugging him, you can actually deal the raises. Yeah. But if you just hug him, he has a really tough time.
It's like the Hades fight. You gotta hug him.
Yeah, that's why what you want to do is max the Flame Guard and the safer build, because you just stand next to him, and even if you mess up slightly, you have so much help, so much damage anyway.
Yeah, it's one of those weird ones, right? Where it's like, if I run away, I'm in trouble. He hits me with his auto attacks, he hits me with triple raise, and I die. And there is that transition period when SF actually gets stats when his right clicks do hurt.
Yeah.
Right now, we're not there yet.
Exactly. Yeah, Ember has a decent base armor. I think also Orbital Corrosion is great for that. That's a really good arrow. Tusk, of course, having 6 cents there.
Yeah, he's not too concerned with that one.
Maybe he's struggling. Yeah, like this build is just such a skill-based build. I feel like you're putting yourself in a pickle here. I hope he comes back with infused raindrops.
Reckon he might. That also costs just about all the regen that SF had. He's got 1 more mango, but he had 4 stacks of Shadow Rays on him, so really took a beating there. And he did push the wave in at least, so he shouldn't miss out on too much CS. So, no, you're right. We'll see how it goes here. And speaking of being pushed in, nice kill top lane there onto the gyrocopter. Plenty of magic damage, and not much a Bane can be expected to do about this.
Mr. is just playing the lanes as we expected them to, honestly. Strong lanes, get a solid start from the get-go. Make sure that you don't have a decent early game from MY. It's not even about the fact that they get more gold, it's just about the fact that if you reduce MY's options in the early game, once your explosive mid-game comes online, you'll just be better. Like, you have a much stronger mid-game team.
Yep.
Even though you don't have catch, doesn't matter. You just force 5-on-5 engagements near towers, and all they have is Ravage.
I think we need to be a little bit more active with December. I see that points in Searing Chains, and I don't think it's bad by any means, but obviously it's Searing Chains into Arrow. We need to be, I think, applying a little bit more pressure in this lane. I think so. Yeah, that's going to be a nightmare. Sorry, a brain sap to make it a bit easier. There's the nightmare coming through. Oh, toggled on over to the gyro, and that's going to be a Vengeful Spirit making it out alive.
Oh, so well played. Use the Nightmare to mitigate some of the damage, letting the Coddle, of course, take the final hit. Who cared? It was all about the die. I like getting the kill, sorry. What was very impressive, though, well, mistake there was, I guess Bane wasn't expecting that, so Lionax just didn't turn off the Nightmare when it was already on the bench, even though he was already dead.
We'll get that kill mid lane, though. That'll be the Syrian Chains into Arrow I was talking about. As we now probably have, what, level 3, level 4 for Tidehunter, so he can afford to just kind of sap XP, sit back a little bit and relax. So that is going to be at least a little bit more momentum here for MY. That's kind of the only lane that's going well for them in mid lane.
Top lane is massive. Any of them supporting be dead. Rocket Barrage, of course, wakes him up. Coddle's still fighting back. We have the Illuminate level 2. He's going to charge him back up. And KMP took a fair beating, but he had the magic stick to save him.
So much damage in this lane.
That
My
magic
goodness.
missile plus Illuminate. Well, as long as he can land as well.
Magic missile, Chakra as well. I mean, that's the problem Venge has. Right? Venge absolutely not the smartest hero in the book. On air?
I think he's dead. They have Snowball. Yeah, he's dead. Just a matter of who gets the kill. And it's going to be the Luna. Perfect. I mean, they're taking advantage of this early game well. Obviously, the mid lane is the only question mark here. The good thing that MY is doing, though, Mystery is imitating, which is they were doing a really good stacks for Tide, obviously for him to recover. But here you're making good stacks for... Good stacks for the Luna, and she doesn't need to recover. She already has a really good lane. So ideally, your Luna just gets off to an incredibly fast, strong start, and Jaracopter takes a while for him to come back. Because those stacks, if you don't give him the Tide, he's going to fall behind so hard. And Jara will take too long to take these stacks.
No, exactly, yeah. Yeah, like I said during the draft, even before we had this Venge SF, this is not a game just basically Coddle alone that he can sit and farm lanes like you normally would. He does need those stacks. But then Gyro falls behind. There's problems. There's problems. Gyro, though, going for a bit of a fighting build. He's not going for the stats into Flat Cannon. He does have 2 points here in that Rock Barrage. Okay. And my concern is now, I think he's realized, oh no, I can't really fight in this lane. There's just too much damage for me.
Yeah, that's true. And now you've wasted a bunch of points and think that won't help you farm, right? Yep. Like, Rocket Barrage is okay at farm, to be honest. It's not the worst skill at farm.
No Dark Packs, though.
It's no Dark Packs. And it certainly is not stats with Flat Cannon. Nope. What you would ideally want to go. I think what hurts him more than not taking the points and stats, is the fact that you're maxing the Rocket Barrage as opposed to the Flat Cannon. That's going to hurt you a lot when it comes to clearing anything. And also the fact that you definitely need time to recover. So you're just kind of in a catch-22 situation.
Best catch of them all.
Ah, yeah, I know it's your favorite phrase.
Yes. It is. Thank you.
All mystery. How did you get through Dark Soul Songs?
Good luck there. Tumbler's Toy, a little bit of mana. There's the Power Treads. Full wand. He still doesn't queue anything up here on this SF. Oh, there's a kill top lane, though. Gyrocopter did, I think, avoid the Illuminate Blast, so they're going to make him work for it. And in fact, it looks like he might just be able to turn and get a kill here onto the Tusk rotations. Out from BB into the mid lane. There's going to be the Flat Cannon. Tower is going to get the kill here onto our Vengeful Spirit. Tusk still alive. I think he only has the win lace, managing to at least outrun for now the Ember Spirit, but not for long.
So there we saw what Greed looks like, because Tusk was actually not hitting the Gyrocopter, thinking, oh, I'm going to let the Venge take it, or someone to core. And that's why he didn't slow him down with the tag team. That's why the Gyrocopter didn't win. Otherwise, it was a guaranteed kill. So, I wouldn't say a mistake, I just think it was very greedy. No need, just the support get the kill, honestly. It's not that big a deal.
We can take it if we take the kills. Arrow beautifully connecting there onto the middle lane. Ember Spirit as well with the Remnant Bombs. And with a kill here to the Shadow Queen. Is death number 2 for SF. 3, actually. Death number 3, but death number 2 in the laning stage. He was first dead.
Oh, the Ember goes up top. And then also chains, there's Sleight of Fist, Coddle dies. And it might be a double kill.
Body blocks.
These body blocks are right. Oh my god. We talked about the comfort pick of SF, but I feel like BB's Ember is a bit of a comfort pick. Talk about this, by the way. Did you see that play in the SF? Before the arrow hit, he steering chained it. Like, hey, no, I helped you. It was me. You would have gotten this arrow alone because the arrow was perfect.
I was there. I slowed him with Orb of Corrosion. And now
exactly.
This is likely enough to kill on the Tusk on top of the big old Ancient Stack being scouted to pull him into the river with a leap charge. And I do believe, even though those are good ice shards, he is going to drop SF from the high ground, at least returning fire with a nice salvo of Shadow Raises, but not going to be able to get anything in return.
What points in Flame Run? He's surviving. Does he have infused raindrops on the Ember?
Yeah, he must at this stage.
Figure it out.
Shadow Blade for SF.
Well, I mean, the item got heavily buffed, right? I'm not too surprised, actually.
I'm not too surprised either. I thought maybe we'd still be seeing like Dragon Lance into a second item, but I just don't think there's time, to be honest with that. I think
My concern with the Shadow Blade is, what do I tell my mid laners in the top side? Like,
it's at least it's not Yule's.
yeah, I guess so. But when they start building Shadow Blade first item, what do I can't say pro players don't do this, because now they have officially done it. I guess I can say we lose this game when pro players do this, we lose.
Oh, mid. Oh, Arrow is only going to find the SF Illusion, but Under Spirit's going to be a little bit too elusive. Another swap, but did not get out the magic missile in time. It will finally connect. There's going to be no follow-up here. It's now going to be swap on cooldown for another minute.
I can't wait to see Wrecking happen more. Okay.
I think it's pretty cool, actually. I mean, it's 4 staff is too much, I think, to be able to use, you know, effectively for Shadow Raises. But like Tumbler's Toy is perfect for Shadow Raise. Maybe. What was I going to go on about?
Oh yeah, I like the Shadow Blade with Dragonlance. I do like your idea that you were suggesting. I think Dragonlance is a necessity as well. I feel like the Shadow Blade, the desperate attempt of having, like you know this game, you have to keep on winning. There's not a moment where you can let the team take over the map. So Shadow Blade helps you do that. Also, Shadow Blade might be, or sorry, I know for sure, it's the best ganking item when you don't have vision. When you lack map control, the best ganking item is Shadow Blade, not Blink Dagger. Because Blink Dagger depends much more so, or Force Step, it depends much more so on having vision with wards or whatever. While Shadow Blade, you can just actually go invisible and hunt, right? Obviously, you can cut out with sentries. This is not like 1k MR pubs. It's gonna happen, but it's better to have this than Blink Dagger. So, I don't mind.
And even Yule, I would argue.
Yeah, and Yule, because Yule suffers from more than all these.
Because I think what we need is that surprise nuking effect as well. Much like how Alina's used to build Shadow Blades, but not really attack out of them, just line up the spell combo.
Yeah, it's true.
It's the same thing here, because you have a save with Bane, right? Bane groups even you got BKB, like you're just not getting that Yule's combo off. Yeah. So I think, yeah, I agree with you. Shadow Blade is the item here.
Oh, that's a very good point, actually. That's because that way you can't, like, say Blink BKB, for example.
Yeah,
ever, right?
Yeah, exactly. And if they have like sentries, so be it. That's kind of the risk you take.
Oof. The arrows are really good. That was very close.
I will say, I'm a little bit surprised that our tide has recovered as well as he has.
I mean, there's the ancient. Oh, no, I lied. It's just tide. I'm assuming he's a couple of normal attacks. That's impressive, because since he's recovered this well, Jaronut's going to have this massive ancient stack for himself, which means he's allowed to, or he's not allowed to, close to magic.
Was like shadow aggressive moves out from Team MYs that will cross through these 2 towers, and well, might even just find themselves a Lord. Not a Lord of the Rings, a Lord of the Souls. They're going to be looking to set up an Fiend's Grip here. Nightmare onto the tusk to prevent the save. Requiem, though, comes out in time, and there's going to be the kill. Illuminate Blast on top. There's going to be plenty of magic damage here. Team MY, unfortunately, they get in nicely, but they crumble at the last second. Nice job there with the vision.
Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, look, I want to commend that Shadow Fiend play, but you just don't look for Shadow Fiend for Shadow. You just don't. I mean, there's a name for these called Shadow. The Requiem is going to get you every single time. There was no need for you to hunt it like that. I think that was an overextension by MY. They have a lineup that allows them to have these overextensions. Like, it's fine. They're not going to lose the game off this. But you're also giving Mystery the chance to play their extremely difficult game. I wouldn't give them any extra chances.
Was the Mushi SF play, was that simply just with Fog of War, or was that Shadow Blade as well? I don't quite remember. The Mushi, when he charges up the Requiem.
Oh. I feel like it was Fog of War.
Okay, I think it was just up the stairs, right? Yeah, I agree. Oh, good swap here. There's going to be that damage resistance coming into play. But I think Vengeful Spirit, yeah, it only lasts for a couple of seconds at level 1, so down she will go. But saving the Shadow Fiend.
It is an offlaner, so it sucks more than like a 5, right? Dying. You do want. One of the issues I have with Venge offlane making these kind of plays that you're just not a hero that recovers nicely. You just don't have a good block. So you have a tendency to just fall behind, right? So I think these plays might be reserved for once you get ags. I don't think Shadow Fiend should be playing this. Be like, no, it's my bad.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's still the right call to make, right? Because at the end of the day, offlaner for support.
For Venge, yes, but for Mercury, it's not.
Oh,
Doubler's Boy?
Doubler's Door, chase him into the fog. Oh, Bane, though. Oh, what a nightmare this is here. Yeah, there we go.
There you go. Now that was the final nightmare. Do we use the Fiend script? This is the I'm done. I don't care. We could have arrowed him maybe and done other shenanigans. Not worth. Do kill Sari though in the process, so it ends up being, because it took so long. Mystery takes pretty good advantage of this engagement.
Using Speaking of ultis used, we haven't yet seen this Ravage get popped. They did get forced back from that tier 1 tower. I thought maybe Team MY were going to look to force it, but they decided not to stick around for too long. So that HP is a little bit lower. But after that pick off onto the Vengeful Spirit, that's a lot of your initiation gone. I thought maybe MY could have looked to force the objective with their ultis, but deciding against it. Instead, they're just kind of proposing and accepting the good old jungle swamp for now. Here they go back onto that tier 1 tower, but there's Coddle doing Coddle things.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As the tier 1's gonna fall, they're committed to it. Tier 1 doesn't have backdoor protection, so Coddle won't do so much. We see KMP, he's finished up the Dragonlance, he's getting his Ag soon, so it's looking good for MY. They're definitely not being stopped.
Staff as well, first item for our Keeper of the Light is going to be a great item to get people repositioned to make sure they don't get hit by that arrow combo, because if you can at least force away, you are going to force like a Ravage or maybe even another Remnant out from Ember Spirit, and that's where you can look to turn. It's an interesting first item for the Coddle support, but I think it makes sense.
It's my favorite first item. I think force type's always the best. It's like it takes advantage of the solar bind these days. It's just...
Yeah, well, I mean there was a no. I was going for that one. Oh,
KMP. He's dead.
Mid lane though, I think they're going for SF. Oh, but he's got BKB. First item BKB and having to use it just to avoid the gank.
Over the Shadow Blade, that sucks. That feels really bad because now you don't have any.
Radiant are scanning.
As the smoke? Or no, is it Moonlight Shadow? They just got seen though. Yeah, so the Force of Uncaught, I think, is always one of the first best items because you want to position kind of vulnerable otherwise, despite how lean your model is. So hard to click on. It's very hard to click up the man of the horse. I feel like we're reaching a turning point though for Mystery, sorry. Because once the BKD comes up on Luna, it should be around the same timing as Venge Axe, which is a little like 2/3 of the way. And once we get that Venge Axe up, I think they'll be looking to force fights. Especially when Ravage is up. Or down, sorry.
Yeah. It's been a big thing for now. MY, that Ravage is very powerful too, but once the second BKB is through, once Venge has Ags, as you're saying, he's not going to care about Ravage. Ravage for what? I have my second life. Ravage for what?
That's why Venge is going to be best. You bait with anyone, like Shadowfiend or Luna, right? Well, not anyone important. And then you swap him out with Venge, he dies, and then you go and fight. That's the idea. Who needs catch when you just forced him into a bad position? Look how slow she farms. It's pathetic. She has the last 6 creeps.
I think that's Kaya and Sanj for Ember? Yeah. Or maybe Sanj and Yasha?
No, it must be Kaya and Sanj. But you need to move when you have Sleight of Fist.
True.
And Remnants. Like if you're moving on Ember, the more you move on Ember, the worse.
Nightmare onto the Tusk, and Luna's out of here for now. There's the arrow setup. Good to have, yep, Star Storm. And, well, maybe even a kill here. He's quite tanky here, this Walrus. Gonna run himself now back. There is a Luna nearby. Luna a little bit angry, though, because he's blocked the camp. It's just, you should have just died. I'm leaving you. See you later. And there you go. Second arrow will find the Walrus.
Nope, they didn't manage to kill the Tusk here. But I don't think they care too much. They still got a stack sockets. These stacks carry all the items in the world.
A couple of them. Gyro as well, farming very quickly. He's disassembled that Dragonlance to assemble the Ag Scepter. I'm sure he's going to repurchase that Ogre Axe there. Maybe then disassemble it again for a BKB. So we'll see here how that looks for him.
That was impressive.
Ag's still not here for Venge. So this is
Venge, dude. It's just she farms so slow. It was the issue of being an offline Venge, and they're giving her so much farm priority as well. So it's a lot of, you can call it lost time. I think that Mystery is just being patient. There's no need for them to force.
They're being a bit too patient. You go first item SF, BKB, and
yeah, well SF. I am considering Mystery. There's 4 heroes and then there's SF.
Okay. Well save, expecting Fiend's Grip.
And there's a Fiend's Grip.
Down,
Where's the snowball now? Ravage on top of this. Then he goes straight for the Luna. Luna's down. Coddle follows her. And so does the Tusk. That's going to be 3 kills going the way of MY. Not even breaking a sweat.
Yeah, and that's like a fight where if Venge has Ag, she's already there. Like, that's why, like, these things, these seconds, they really, really count, especially in these professional matches, as they're looking for more. are out for blood. You must be like a shark. You've got to chase them out from the game. But unfortunately, SF's just a little bit too fast there. No, but you're right. You know, these things matter a lot. You know, Venge is there with a swap after, you know, maybe you use Snowball preemptively to try and bait out Fiend's Grip. You reveal the Venge Egg. She doesn't care if she dies. Like, the fight looks different, unfortunately. Plays out here. Team MY can't quite do Roche too quickly, though. Gyro just doesn't have the damage yet, and the respawn time is too short for Team Mystery. They've got still a lot of BKBs, double BKB on Luna and SF, so they could look for a fight here.
Let's see how this Venge Egg looks. We have Ravage though, so if I was MY,
we don't have Ravage. We used it.
But yeah, I said we don't have.
Oh, sorry.
So if I was MY, I just retreat completely. There's no point in forcing it. The issue with Venge as well was that because you're such a slow farmer, you really need to be given the safest farm in the map. Otherwise, you'll never get here. And this means that you're always in a position where the enemy team knows you can't compete. Like, you're just so far away from the fight, using normal standard fighting techniques at a So Venge can never join, and that's why they knew they could go for the fight. I don't think you can defend this as easily though.
No, but there's something that Venge does take quite quickly against Roche.
Especially
up to minus armor, trying to pop this BKB though on SF. Close.
Yeah, you see the SF, you're like, oh, the Roche just bashed the toss. They actually have no tank for this because Venge can't tank stuff.
Gotta be Coddle. Yeah, the Coddle. Or the Coddle. It's gotta be Luna. There they go. No Ravage this time. Requiem of Souls, but it's only gonna be here for the Tidehunter. He's got buyback, but they're not gonna use it. These shards blocking them into the pit, Alvaro, as they had to at least pop the BKB on Unknown to keep him a little bit safe, but he's gonna be able to at least retreat with Aegis in hand.
So weird. Looking in for the anchor smash. I got a 4-pet anchor smash!
Got a BKB charge up from the Luna.
I mean, sure, maybe he considers his life being more worth than the BKB charge and the chance of him getting rushed on.
You know, vision for Ember, who might be able to snipe it.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad an idea. I think it was excessive. Ember decided not to go for the kind of Sanj, by the way. Just Sanj. That's how strong Sanj is, by the way. Just Sanj, and then now they're going for the BKB.
Was it 728? I think that the patch, I was certain that this ability was going to get nerfed, and nope.
What, Sanj? 729.
728, it was still super strong. 729, it didn't get nerfed. No, they nerfed like the lifesteal amplification. I thought Status for sure was going to have to take a bit of a dive.
730 they did, but only Sanj. Like, well, I'll just turn it to Kayan Sanj. Okay. Figured out my trap, did you?
Ooh, Tusk.
Bait! Yeah, he just got the kill there because of that. Ooh. But at the same time, Ravage, okay, we are on the Emperor, there's no follow-up. Ravage was a bit too much.
They might just pay for it with his life as well. Good arrow.
Arrow's not even...
but again, there's no follow-up. Team Mystery very keen to fight with that buyback. And MY, now that especially there's no Ravage and no buyback on Ember Spirit, there's nothing really in the tank here. Gyro is not ready to bring it to this Luna, especially with Aegis.
I see the point of like wanting to fight there, even with, especially with Ravage up, right? I think it's actually not a bad idea considering you lost Eclipse, BKB, and all these things, even with Aegis. But not if Gyro comes not on the same page as you, right? He clearly was not looking for a fight, so I don't understand what
He wasn't anywhere there.
Well, he was in the middle lane, that's why. So I don't know how that miscall happens. I'm wondering, Mystery now can take a tower pretty much for free because of this mess up. As at the bottom lane, Jarakata continues to push, and farm as well. He's soon to get that Dragonlance finished up. He has Aghanim's Dragonlance BKB, so just a very slight basic item. Still not strong enough to deal with a Luna. Need your first big damage item.
Luna as well is about to get that first damage item online herself. I think the Crystal is nearly completed. So she also packs quite a punch herself here. As they will find Ember, but again, there's the problem with the Ember Spirit, is even if you get off the swap, unfortunately the stuns from Lucent Beam just not really fast enough, long enough really to hold down the Ember Spirit. But that's tier 2 taken in exchange, of course, for Team MY taking a tier 2 of their own. MY, they've got all these aggressive wards set up as well on the enemy side of the map, but Mystery, they've got really no interest in sitting back on their haunches and just letting them farm. They want to bring a little bit of pressure with this Aegis and look to kind of cement a lead in this game. So far, they're doing just that.
Yeah.
There's the Mystery 2 tower taken down.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like MY just kind of lost the plot for the past 5-6 minutes. They had a very clear plan beforehand. Now they're just kind of at the mercy of Mystery. And Mystery is the team that wants to, for sure, set the tempo of the game. So I would never try to do this with MY. where you just kind of let the enemy team and you respond accordingly. You're not going to respond according to this team because they want to
Yep.
just take everything as soon as possible.
TP is forced back. They Shadow Blade now for
Dire's
Theft.
top
Second
tower
item.
has fallen.
Give for Ember. We got our second Ravage up here momentarily. Our past 2 Ravages haven't been great, Avo, but see what Sari can do here with his third.
Okay, well, that's Luna's life down. She still has the BKB, however. I don't think you can go, just walk in and grab it. Flowing Missile to see the SF. We're gonna try to set up for the Luna. There's no arrow, unfortunately. Now the arrow comes out. Oh, it hits.
Oh, it hits.
Oh, what
A
an
long
arrow. That's a great arrow.
These arrows are incredible.
Right, pro, dude.
Huh.
There's a reason why it's called the pro.
I like to see it. It's,
If anyone self-proclaims themselves something, that usually is true.
do you think it's just pro and then he's playing for Team MY, so it's my pro?
No, he's been my pro before he was in M1. I followed this guy's career for a long time.
Well,
Tigger as well.
wants to farm the wave. Good thing he didn't, because all of a sudden there's a gyrocopter there that'll let him know that they were smoked up. Still gonna go and look for a win. Oh, but there's the blink, Rabbit point blank, BKB out. Time though from the Luna. They're looking to turn. SF still alive. Finally bursts down. The swap as well is going to at least find them a kill onto the Tidehunter, but this BKB duration is run dry on the Luna. Without Aegis, they're going to lose the Vengeance Spirit. There's at least the Axe to play with it, which does refresh the spells, hence another stun, but they just rip right through her. There's going to be Tusk now locked down, so no chance for a snowball save. Trying to TP away. It's going to be the Luna, but the Yule Scepter there in time, and it's 4 dead just like that for Team Mystery.
For MY. Right, sorry, 4 kills for MY. Yeah, Mystery lost the 4. That was not expected. I didn't think that would happen, to be perfectly honest with you. Kind of just destruction by
Radiant's
MY.
middle tower is under attack.
The teamfight was so easy for them. Obviously, there was a bit of a mistake there. I don't know if you saw, but there was a 4-staff, I think it was Coddle's particularly, where Coddle 4-staffed the SF forward,
Dire's
and that way
bottom
you
tower
couldn't
is under
swap
attack.
the SF back, and then you lost the whole
Radiant's
idea of
middle
bringing it
tower
back into the
has
fight. And
fallen.
SF is already a really vulnerable hero to begin with. So what a big mistake there. I was actually checking if there was any 4-staffs on the MY side, but it doesn't seem like it, so it must have just been a defensive 4-staff gone wrong.
Yeah. Now we've got that 4-staff and now a Lotus online for the Coddle.
Is under attack.
Good items overall, but unfortunately not able to string them together here. And big win there for MY as they get the Aegis. They will not be able to defend that tier 3 tower, but
Dire's bottom tower is under
they'll
attack.
at least get a lot out of that fight there with the 4 kills, and even getting to do another 2 BKB charges. I'm wondering what this Shadow Blade is for. Is it? I mean, it's just a good item now for sure, you know, especially for SF. But we're not really seeing it used aggressively by any means. And I think when it's your second item, I'm not expecting it to. But just I think to me, you lose out on a lot that the item could potentially bring you, especially for a hero like SF when it's your second item.
You just don't have map control anymore. I mean, after that last part. I feel like you didn't really get much of a chance, to be honest with you. Book of Flames, okay, not bad. Maybe we can plus maybe. You just didn't really get a chance to utilize them properly because you just lost immediately right after. So it just kind of it feels bad because that's just the nature of the item. Scotty and Luna is soon to come out. She's still gonna for another push. Is this to force them to take back? I mean, Luna does do a good job of this. Gold set up for the arrow. Not yet. There's a glyph. At least they forced the glyph, but Nightmare on top of this. No feed script yet. Luna. Up on the Holy Missile and the Ravage on top of that. There is no save here. She's just dead. The BKB not gonna work for him as Fiend Script will stop the potential Wrecking Missiles. They also get rid of the Tusk, and finally the Coddle gets caught by the Searing Chains.
No escape.
Only Venge will live, and actually, she's not gonna live either, because Nightmare caught Line X not letting this Venge go. Arrow setting up, and that's gonna be a team fight. Why?
+1.
Why?
They must
Not
have,
M. Why?
they must have just mistimed Ravage. They must have thought it was a little bit longer on cooldown. Maybe, oh, there's no Fiend Script, but
Even with the Ravage off cooldown, that was such a crazy play.
I think as soon as you load it SF, you go, okay, it's time to get back. We don't have a dispel. That was a rough fight.
That was rough to watch.
Team MY, the high ground hold, the fortifying gets through, and you know, you came knocking on the door, and MY had answers. They had answers.
Yeah, of course they do. They have a Ravage. They have an Ember as well. I mean, now what you're saying with the Shadow Blade is standing true. It's just that the way he's playing is like he's having a blink on the Shadow Blade. Not trying to get pickoffs or fighting Deserter or anything like that. They're just trying to fight 5-on-5 head on, and I think that's their weakest. I mean, to be fair, this team had a really good 5-on-5 engagement maybe 5-6 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And now the balance is shifting, and maybe they haven't realized that yet. Of course, we have all the information. They don't. So it takes them longer for them to realize these things. And maybe now we're going to see a shift in their playstyle. But as things stand, with all the information that we have, these have been 2 or 3 mistakes. Right?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I think you're right. The 5v5 now, I think, has shifted a little bit towards MY's favor now, especially with this butterfly ready to go on our gyrocopter. But there's a big item at least here. Blink Dagger for our Tusk coming on through is going to give them a lot more save, give them a lot more initiation, and it makes their pickoff a lot scarier. And right now, it's hard to do pickoff when you just run up to the 2 or 3 tower fight and look right. Look just, you know, for this kind of fight, because unfortunately against the Tidehunter, this is what's going to happen to you.
Yeah, I mean, in the Fiend script, the idea, I just don't understand the Shadow Fiends build either, because the BKB against Bane, what are you ever going to accomplish with that? He's going to save Fiend script for you every single time. Because you're the only initiator they have. Bane can initiate, and she's only a swamp.
Now we're going to have this Gyro Shard, I'd imagine, online. Can't imagine we want to give it to anyone else. It's not bad for the Ember. Maybe they decide to
hide as well. Maybe you can hit the power.
Okay, there's Ember Spirit, but he's got BKB. In the turn now, he's got lots of time for the team. Ice Shards, though, are preventing the rest of Team Y from supporting the Ember Spirit as they might look to turn now. Swap, but there's going to be that Savage Resist. Oh, and another Ravage here. BKB's out in time, but there's going to be Fiend's Grip to cancel the Fear. At least pushes back the Bane, rendering him a bit more useless in the fight. Gyro, though, still turning, looking to fight. Will be able to pick off 2. And it looks like we'll get the +1 here as well onto the Vengeful Spirits. Vengeful Spirit.
Vengeful Spirit.
Onto the Vengeful Spirits. Vengeful Spirit.
Oh.
Right?
Vengeful Spirit.
Yeah, what would you call it?
Vengeful Spirit.
Vengeful Spirit?
Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit. Maybe you say it 3 times, she appears in the mirror.
Oh, no. Another swaps you into the mirror.
Okay, so it's not the shard from Gyro. I'm eager to know who got the shard. Was I right? Was it tied?
Radiant's top
I think it's
tower
Ember.
is under attack.
I think BB goes, guys, I want my +1 remnants. Yeah, my
I mean, to be fair, the remnants.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I mean, once again, that fight was not a bad idea. Mystery just happened to be that you're too far behind. The bit of a mess up by the Bane, though. The feed script should never come out. Luna, no matter how she BKBs or whatever,
True.
It should always be on the SF.
True.
Because SF is going to cancel it.
I think they were scared. Ember didn't have BKB right anymore, so in the Eclipse probably would have killed them there. But no, yeah, I think you're right. But I mean, still a team fight win there, as BKB was on cooldown at the time. Ember now with Ags on the way. Oh, I didn't catch if he had that shard or not. Speaking of shard, Luna's got one, and they might even just have a kill here. There's going to be the Silver Edge for the break, and yes, that Hooded Defiance is not going to help whatsoever versus all that right-click damage.
Oh, I mean, that's good. That's a good use of the Silver Edge, actually. Your Bane is on a dewarding mission. My teammate died nearby, so I was just having to make sure.
You know, it's funny as well. Tusk was actually, he was dewarding this simultaneously. They put those wards up at the same time. No, it's on the low ground. Either, or he sees the sentry and he knows that he can see him. He's getting the heck out of there. On the hunt, actually. Got Pain Script.
Does have Pain Script.
There's a TP coming from Ember. They're going to look for the kill here. Luna's nearby, but I think she's TPing away. Yeah, she's gone. This is another kill.
They just left him to die. They just left him to die. Oh, no. Oh, reinforcement custom snowball.
Siri chains.
Stopped both of them. They both died together.
I think they get Tidehunter again, or is he? No, he's just still dead from before. Pardon me.
He's dead from before. That is hilarious. I love that the steering chains are just perfect time, and you can see the frustration in Tusk's face.
There's just nothing you can do. I mean, there's literally nothing you can do there except maybe throw out ice shards to try and push yourself close. But like literally, what do you do? You just kind of spin around in a circle.
You know it's gonna happen, but the frustration, like he just shouldn't have gone, to be honest. But at the same time, I get it.
Ember did take the shard, by the way. 5 remnant charges. They all move very fast. You get 1 refreshed every time you get a kill.
Yeah, I mean, since we're going for Yax, it makes a lot of sense. Yax is so strong. He avoid losing.
I love Coddle just running into it to reflect the homing missile.
Yeah. I think the Gyro can get shard.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Well, Coddle would reflect it with shard if he had it.
I don't know if that works that way, especially.
It does.
You sure?
Yeah, works on Rubik.
We'll see now.
It works on Rubik. It works on Lotus.
See?
Well, Gyro doesn't have shard, or Coddle doesn't have shard.
No, but it reflected off Luna. Luna have shard.
Oh.
Yeah, it doesn't reflect because you don't have the rocket barrage yourself.
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, but remember, we've seen this before. It still works. Oh, what a What? That was perfectly timed. Requiem finds the Ember Spirit there. Oh my goodness, Gyro, he is a little bit too scary though. They hit him with a stun. I don't think he has BKB.
Doesn't need it. He's just beating them. There we go. There's the Yule Scepter. Protecting from the arrow, but the Ravage is here too, even with a Force Staff, I believe. They're not going to be able to save that Luna.
Nope.
I thought that was a top score there for a second.
Out she will go. Vengeful Spirit,
he
Vengeful Spirit's
Blink
gonna
Dagger.
die.
I don't feel about Blink Dagger.
That is what it is. Okay, so he's going back for this build. Double buybacks are out, but this Luna not buying back here. Might clue in MY. They've got a chance here. Ember Spirit holding on the buyback. There he is immediately on the remnant. Another refresh here for that Ravage. Down goes the Tusk.
It was only Tusk. Deterring Ravage. We still have the Aegis during this whole ordeal, by the way. Satanic just got used to heal back up the Gyro, so he's still pretty happy. Ember's coming back soon.
So the only thing I wanted to say is what we've seen before. Remember that game?
Wait, Bench. Searing Chains, he swaps the Gyro in to his own death. Pretty good. Oh, missile, that's going to charge the Gyro again. He has no BKB, the missile's going to stun.
That's doing damage.
Gyrocopter could get in trouble himself, but they're not even concerned. They're going for the Venge instead. And the Vengeful Spirit will be able to go back to the base, but she herself is dead.
Oh, what a
pops in the Bane. Lion Axe is down. As they
Ancient's
continue
exposed.
to break those towers. Now going for the Stupid Spirit. It's going to work. Arrow not even needed here. And the SF has to use his BKB here just to finish off the Morana, but there's no Requiem ready, so he can't continue this fight.
They're on
and
the Gyro
Cup is one thing, and the throne. Right now, SF can't really deal with this. There's with the Emperor, he's going to die.
They've got
as KMP finishes off the throne and gets the win for MY.
Pretty exciting finish to that game. MY just realizing that they had the tools to win that game, and they weren't leaving without destroying that Ancient. Very, very exciting finish to a game one, as they will end up taking it.
Yeah, that's peak SCA Dota. If we watched Unique, for example, that would have been a 80-minute game. And if they were on the Gyrocopter side, that would have been 80 minutes. So I am very happy that this is SCA Dota and that they try to take advantage of this as much as possible. I think their draft was better, for sure. I would say their draft was better, and that's what gave them a lot of edges, and a couple of mistakes, of course, from Mystery towards the mid-game. They really lost them a chance there.
Yep, absolutely here. We'll have an MVP of that game one pulled up here momentarily. But give me just a moment.
And before that, we have to talk about something else, right? I think there's
lots to talk about with this match, right?
Lots to talk about in this match, but before that, we have a giveaway we have to talk about.
We do.
We do have a giveaway we have to talk about. So we're gonna be running a quiz show / giveaway for these matches, particularly for the best of ones. We're going to talk about this in a second, guys. Down. So this giveaway is going to be running a series of prizes for the next. We're gonna have a booster code for the 7 days or 30 days, plus Dota treasures worth a USD $10, $2, and also for the best of ones, we're gonna have a $10 Steam gift card as well. We're running these special quizzes during the whole day. The best way to just honestly catch these prizes and giveaways is to stay tuned and to continually watch the broadcast, as we will go into them and announce it in due time, picking a winner from the chat.
Yep, absolutely. But yeah, very fun first game to start us off with. I think I liked how SF eventually decided to go, I'm just going to try and nuke this guy towards the end, right? Blink Dagger, even purchase, as you called out. But Gyrocopter, he had plenty of gold in the coffers as well. He just buys a BKB at the end of the game and nothing stopping him then. They kind of were able to just interrupt them, like the Wraith King games we saw from Hellraisers, just slowly annoying him eventually. Find just the items to be able to ignore him.
Yep. Hopefully we get to watch some of the highlights of that game. I'm really excited to find about those, to see some of the better moments, some of the great ravages that we got to see in the game. Until then, though, it was just honestly a bit of an outdraft as well. I feel like the SF didn't really fit a role there, and it kind of showed towards the end. I admire what you said, and I agree that he's running his best, but it was more of a comfort pick. Comfort picks don't really have a place.
Yep. Let's look at some of those ravages, though.
Yeah, let's look at some ravages.
Yeah,
let's look at some of
those replays here that are going to be top tier stuff here. This was.
This is the one where he messed up. This is before he actually messed up, but that's us being super greedy, didn't actually attack him the Gyro in time, or didn't actually hit him, because he thought he's going to give the last hit to the Venge instead. And because of that, they didn't kill the Gyro. They actually lost 2 here. That was one of the first big blunders on Mystery. And you couldn't really afford these.
Right, chasing Shadow Fiends into the shadows here. It didn't really work out for them. Good Sentry, I think, as well.
That was the biggest blunder for MY, I think, the whole match. I think that was the biggest misplay. Which speaks well about them, honestly. Like, they didn't really make many misplays. That one was just a really dumb play.
Even here, though, it still felt like Mystery was in the driver's seat quite a bit here. Another great Ravage. This was the first Ravage.
Yeah.
Great Blink reveal. And then Mystery did Roche right after this, and then they had like a really, really good time. But because the next two Ravages from Team MY weren't that good, here's our nice 4-man crush or Anchor Smash.
We're going to see it in a second, because Ravage is obviously off cooldown.
Yeah.
I can see why they got greedy, though. So look at the SF's HP, right? You think, oh, I got him. Don't worry. I even thought that this Roshan was actually not going to finish possibly. You can see there a bug that's been there forever for some reason, which is now Illuminate heals during the day. And it keeps healing them and keeps them topped off. That shouldn't happen. It's coded from between the sacks.
Well, Kamal is just really weak, you know, so they needed to buff him.
Yeah, right. He's not in the top pick right now.
He's not really that good. Yeah, I had to give him basically just any reason to get back in. Another great Ravage here, upcoming, right? This was going to be the eventual, the 4-staff play that we're looking for, right? He gets swapped out, forced back in.
4-staff.
Yeah.
And clearly, it was not an MY 4-staff, because they would have called it out. They took a bit too long to reposition. That was definitely Mystery. Probably the Coddle.
Yeah, bit unlucky for them. And then from here, it was, I mean, Dark did have BKB. I guess it was just in the backpack there for the Aegis instead after he lost the life at the end. Yeah, but this was the first team fight that goes so bad for Mystery. And then they try and push up high ground. That goes even worse. And then from here, it was just all Team MY. Yeah, another great Ravage here.
Once again, the Venge not in position to be able to swap anyone out. She gets caught by the arrow as well, which I didn't even see. That arrow just got her from MyPro. So on one hand, I think Mystery's mistakes look more egregious because they had to play the perfect game for their draft to work out. I honestly don't feel like this was that badly played by them. It's just that they really couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Whereas MY's mistakes didn't really matter because their draft kind of allowed them to always have a agency plan. I feel like MY played an incredible game in general.
Yep.
I think MY played very solid.
MY just had the late game. I think it was a bit concerning when those Ravages weren't really connecting too well in the mid game. But they got through it. Gyro eventually is online. I mean, just look, he's just way too scary at this stage of the game, and the game is just too far here for Team Mystery. Yeah, that's an impressive game one. I think it does come down to draft for the most part, right? So I think it's actually a relatively close series here. I think Mystery could have done a couple of things differently, right? They always can. Very very typical caster thing to say, but a couple more pickoffs go their way. A couple more pickoffs, especially in the early game. Maybe they actually bench or look to go into the triangle. I don't think they ever made a triangle expedition, to stop a Gyro from farming stacks or anything like that. Maybe this game looks a little bit better for them, and they're able to drag it out a little bit longer, and maybe even end up getting top lane of barracks. I'll go into that.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they could have. It's hard to say because some of their mistakes were from pressing the advantage too hard, and some of them were from not pressing it hard enough. So it's kind of hard to find that line for them, right? There was just a lot of misreads. Yeah. That makes it really difficult for them to look back at this game and go, we should do this or we should do that. Because it wasn't like they were too defensive or too offensive. They were just a bit all over the place, which it's just a matter of practice with these kind of lineups more often.
I agree. I think to me it's a lot like getting a massage where it's a lot not about so much how much pressure is being applied, but where you apply it. I just don't think running top tier 3 was the best idea.
I agree. That was
right. Like I think they needed to be aggressive, but just not there.
I agree. That to me was the game-ending mistake.
Yes, I'd agree with you.
Alright, so now we get to see the MVP of the match, which was BB. Yeah, I'm not surprised there, honestly. I think the BB was incredible.
Look at that, 92% kill participation.
That's incredible. That's very good. BB played a great early game. He went for the I'm too good for this game build, and it worked out, so I think that's enough. I think when you go Searing Chains, Sleight of Fist, Ember versus Shadow Fiend, you're already just making a statement.
Yeah, you're here to say I am the superior mid laner.
Yeah, exactly.
No, and hey, with a kill KDR like that, I think it certainly speaks for itself. But take a look at the other stats for everyone else as well for the rest of the team, because of course was not just a game off of BB. Lots of other people made really great plays. I would say especially being able to catch out the SF, kind of just recognizing the way that he wanted to be farming, the way he wanted to be pushing, catching him twice down bottom was especially, I think, game-winning here for Team MY. Go. Yeah, I mean, everyone else. I mean, Gyro, of course, just incredibly farmed towards the end of the game. What was he pulling over the Luna by the end of it? An 8k net worth lead? Yeah, that's just, impressive. What do you do?
4 levels on top of that. I mean, Ember was not very big net worth lead, but a bit of an experience lead over that. We saw the Tide, though, I think. I mean, the fact that Moran and Tide both have better net worth and the bench kind of shows the position bench was in this game, right? You just couldn't really farm, unfortunately. That's one of the issues with the Venge offlane. Not much you can do about that.
This is what happens to the hero. It's not an offlaner that feels too great to play from behind, because Venge offlane, if you're playing from behind, does exactly the same thing that a Venge 5 would do with way more farm, or too much farm. That farm could have gone to literally anyone else.
Yeah, because you need so much farm to sustain yourself, so you can go straight for aura, stuff like that. So it does suck a bit.
I mean, if we take a look at Sari, right? Sari at the time, Team Mystery, yes, made the bad calls to push tier 3s the way they did. He really made those plays just with Blink Dagger and Hood alone, right? That's only, what, 3,000 gold in terms of farm?
And Venge is good at doing that in the early game, but she falls off much quicker than most.
Yes. But that's what I mean, you know? If you gave these heroes the same kind of farm, like, there's no way Team MY holds if they have a Venge offlane. Even with Axe, there's just no way they hold.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's kind of what I mean, right? If you're falling from behind, she just doesn't give you the tools that you need. So Team Mystery, they will fall in game number 1 as Team MY will be heading into the break with a 1-0 lead. It is going to be, of course, a best-of-3 series here for the Top Clans 2021 Summer Invitational event. Thank you guys so much for tuning in.
Yeah, I don't think there's much we can say about this game anymore. I think I'm just excited for game number 2. But before that game 2 starts, we need to take a small break.
Yes, we do. We'll be heading to about a 5-minute break, everyone, but when we come back, we'll have game number 2 between Team MY and Team Mystery. Seek and Strike and Alba Plus here on the call with you for the Top Clans 2021 Summer Invitational event. We'll see you after a 5-minute break.
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Well, that's a break. That was just a break, and now we're back,
That was a break.
which means we're closer to Dota.
Coming back to Dota, Seeker Strike and Avo Plus here on the call with you guys for the Top Clans 2021 Summer Invitational event. We're still in stage one here. Our upper bracket matches underway. We're about now halfway or a third of the way through our first series of the day. Team MY getting the first win over Team Mystery as we'll be heading into our ban and pick phase here in just a bit. Alvaro, think it was going to be a 2-1 for MY. Right now, we're at least heading towards that direction. Are you still confident with that prediction as we head into game number 2?
No.
Okay.
I think it might be a 2-0.
Wow.
It depends on the draft. But the first game, MY showed a much better drafting, much better play style in general, more consistent ways of winning. Mystery did not really show that.
Yeah. No, I think that's fair. I think that's very fair.
I told you, I thought MY was one of the... Did I call them the underdog of the tournament?
No.
I just said they were good.
You just said they were good.
Okay, I'll take that.
I mean, yeah, I think you said that for a reason, though. I think it showed. I think Mystery, they had a lot of the right tools. I just don't think they had them at the right time or they used them in the right places. I think by the end of the game, they probably had everything they needed, but maybe a little bit too late. And I don't think they were, they were trying to use a ratchet to screw in, a Phillips head or something like that. I know you're like really a hardware guy, so you totally understood what that means.
Accident Clank is one of my
I think they were just looking in the wrong places, quite frankly. And I think they still could have very easily taken that game if they just, I don't know, play bottom a bit. Look for tier 1s, look for tier 2s.
And don't pick SM.
Yeah, well, maybe don't pick bench.
Or SM.
Okay.
You know what? Just not pick any of the heroes you picked in last game. Even Luca was that great.
Sometimes that's actually not a bad strat to go with, right?
Those heroes you have to pretend like they're bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for the mental, right? Especially when you're already down one game. You're going to be looking, of course, to try and force that, a best of one. You're looking to force that ultimate game number 3 to decide it all. And sometimes it can be a bit stressful when it's not. I mean, especially because if you lose this one, stage 2, of course, which is going to be played not tomorrow, but over the next 2 days following tomorrow, best of 1 eliminations. Never feels good.
Well, see you just tuning in. I think we should just review today's matchup once again.
Sure.
Just saying, what are these teams? What are these men talking about? What is this game called? Dota. Oh, we have a little placard for you. Today's match.
Yeah.
Mirana.
Oh.
No, we don't.
We don't.
The draft.
We got our draft.
We got our draft.
That's what I hear.
There we go. Oh, there's the 2 teams, MY and Mystery. Let's go.
Beautiful.
We're on up first picked up for MY. Honestly, considering how great my pro was with Tigger in the last game, I think that's perfectly fine. He was
10
incredible
seconds
on the run.
remaining.
I don't think the Bane was really needed for that combo. I think he just hit most of the arrows. I think Ember was a better use of the Bane, honestly, that last game. At least in with the arrows.
Yeah, that's true, but I think the Fiend's grip, and we didn't see anything too crazy out from the Nightmare saves, but I think the Fiend's grips, catching, you only catch SF twice bottom because of Fiend's grip.
That's true. No, I mean, I don't think Bane was bad. I'm just saying that I think Mirana didn't need that Bane setup for her to work.
That's true. But I think that Tigger was amazing. Not so much that Bane.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. My pro was really good.
Yeah. All right.
Not as a criticism towards the Bane. I just feel like the Nightmare wasn't necessary, and they just used different. And here, even though they have, you still have the pick of the Abaddon if you want for MY. Honestly, you just pick up Abaddon and you just have the spell or Oracle. I'm okay with either.
How do you feel about a Legion? Well, let's see what the second pick is for Mystery.
I don't mind the Legion because Legion Mirana's pretty strong. It's dual, and then you extend them with an arrow. It's not bad.
Save.
But Legion versus Bane sucks a bit because if you initiate with dual and then they just Nightmare, it's the Nightmare swap game, and you hate that. That's very annoying, and you can't really hear them.
Yeah, but you can Moment of Courage when he's right clicking you. You're nightmared. It's like when you have night spasms. You ever do that? When you're sleeping. Then someone's hitting you, and then you punch back.
Right. But the problem is that the Nightmare's being swapped around. Oh, I love that pick, actually. Ice Stalker is a bigger counter to Bane than anything else.
Yes.
No, what I was saying, though, is that the reason it's bad is because the Nightmare's constantly swapping between you, so even if you can proc when he hits you when you're sleeping, doesn't matter because the Nightmare's immediately proc to hit as well. So they have a left second invulnerability, swap between the 2 heroes constantly. Why it's so annoying.
Right, but Bane can't right-click you is what I'm saying for his free damage. Bane can just right-click Nightmare targets.
Yeah, sure. That's whatever. I'm thinking of the 2 as well. I like the Night Stalker. I think he's the most solid pick against Bane. I think he's great against Mars as well because he can fly over the arena. Crippling Fear is brutal against both these heroes. Not the greatest lane with Mirana, but he's one of those heroes that you're just going to let alone. To be honest, Night Stalker has really good last hitting in lane. You can spam that Void, no problem, and take the range sweep easily. You don't need to do any sort of shenanigans. You're going to lose the lane, at least in daytime. It's normal. Mirana has some liberty to gank. You're not going to Timber Saw it, but you're also not going to, Ricky off lane it.
Yep. And I've immediately banned the Phoenix, which would have been a really, really hard counter. Because Phoenix Sun, my favorite interaction of the game, does make it daytime. No matter what, even if it's a Luna Eclipse or a Night Stalker Dark Ascension. It is going to be in daytime if Phoenix turns into the Supernova Sun. And that removes, of course, doesn't remove your ultimate. You still have that vision, but it does remove your bonus attack damage on your Hunter in the Night passive. So it's pretty crucial to get rid of that Phoenix. Plus, it would have been a nice pick here, of course, just with the Mars generally. Yep. So good bans here by MY. Team Mystery as well responding accordingly. Lifestealer definitely not a hero you want to let in versus the Mars. Not a whole lot of kill potential in lane. Not a whole lot of ganking potential really ever because of just rage. So. Yeah, I'm surprised they still banned Gyro though.
Gyro's pretty good against Mars in lane, because if you go for Rocket Barrage build, which he did go last game, right?
That's true.
Gyro's pretty good with Bane, because Side Gunner, nothing can stop him. You know, Nightmare him, Feed Script him, Side Gunner's still stealing, so if you activate Satanic, for example, beforehand, you might actually survive a Feed Script. Don't mind the Gyrocopter, it's a solid carry. And they played it last game, so a bit of recency bias.
I was just saying, because it does really struggle to Mars in the mid game when either you have BKB or you don't want to use it, and just arena walls are erected. Sure, now with a 90 or an 80-second cooldown at every level, much longer cooldown, but the fact still remains that he does neutralize a lot of your team fight damage. But you know, it was a great pick for MY last game. I see no reason, you know, to not ban it out here if you're going to be prioritizing the Mars's lane. Yes, that makes sense. Donkey King ban for MY. What are they? Oh, right, just for the lane for Night Stalker.
Yeah, because otherwise, you want Night Stalker to at least exist in the lane.
For the first 5 minutes, especially.
Very good. Not a fan of this. Very weak against Crippling Fear for very similar reasons. Because Bulldoze, oh, look, guys, I have stat resistance. Oh, it's an aura. Too big a fan. You just see Alba play this in ESL in the mid lane, which I thought was very interesting. I would like to see that copy. But as a 4, which is what I'm looking at right now,
5 seconds remaining.
I think his synergy with Mars is also non-existent because you actually push people out of the arena. You don't push them against the walls.
No, yeah. No, I don't know. It's just the more that I think about it, I still kind of like the pick. SEA, I'm telling you, even for a support Spirit Breaker, they're just so darn annoying. Just because, yes, you're right about everything you're saying. Crippling Fear is a problem. Status is for what? Pushing people out of arena, but just the global potential that it gives you. Like the fact that you can maintain 100% vision over a target if Spirit Breaker's charging you is just super strong in this region. But there's a great save and an interrupt for the Shadow Demon, or sorry, for the Spirit Breaker.
Wow, you got the Luna with it. This is like, oof, this is peak drafting here.
Yeah.
Great against Spirit Breaker, interrupt for Bane, set up for Mirana. Great with Luna. Actually, a good lane partner in general as well. Shadow Demon's never bad in mid lane. Mars has been a crap.
It's a stacker as well for the Luna.
That's true. Oh, yes.
And I spoke about how most range heroes, they do struggle versus Mars, and that is true, but Luna does have a bit of an exception here because Glaives will bounce through arena walls. I don't know why, but they will go through arena walls as long as you can actually land your Glaive attack and it's not blocked by the arena. If you land your projectile and if it can bounce, it will go through. So it's not bad. It's not bad.
It's not speaking of projectile once it bounces. Right?
Yeah.
Projectiles if you throw, bouncing is like what? It's like a ball. It's a ball. Don't go through.
Sure, I do. Yeah. Spectre then the pick here for Mystery.
Not a big fan of it. I mean, it's an okay pick because the core against Luna is so good, right? And she's okay at hunting down Shadow Demon and Mirana. It's not ideal. It's just not the illusion and you're still annoying. Like she's okay. The problem is that getting to the point where Spectre comes online is going to be tough. You have a bit of the global lineup. I don't know if you saw today, there was a game played in the OGA where the Spectre went first time Ags. But not today, yesterday. First time Ags in the global lineup like this one, with like Spirit Breaker and Mars, which is not global but good guy.
Oh yeah, of course.
And you just like shadow step and kill with supports constantly with the combination of Spirit Breaker. There's an idea there.
I like that. I actually like that quite a bit. I think the issue I'm seeing though is that MY, I think at no point when this would be online are they going to want to play two separate. You've got Shadow Demon, like the synergy is just too much between these heroes, right? Like you're not going to really be finding these guys for I think a whole pickup lineup. Yes, we haven't seen the mid laner yet for MY, and maybe they go with something like I mean, obviously they wouldn't pick a Tinker, but like, you know, maybe they do end up picking something that does play separate from the pack, and you can use that to your advantage. But I think MY are playing really beautifully into what Mystery have going for them. Yes, maybe you find yourself, you know, in a 4-man arena, but I'm not really all that scared about the follow-up. Plus Shadow Demon here, it's a great ag scepter game for him, isn't it? Multiple charges, first of all. but the slow for Spirit Breaker completely destroys him in these fights. The break for Spectre completely destroys her, even though she does have a decent matchup versus Luna late game. Not if you're broken by the Shadow Demon X. Like I'm really liking this MY lineup.
Me too. I think this Spectre has some good parts.
Yeah,
final Tidehunter pick is fantastic.
This team is never going to play apart. But who's the mid then?
Night Stalker.
Okay,
I think that's fine because Night Stalker has such a strong role this game that you can afford to put him mid.
Yeah.
That or you run Mirana mid and Night Stalker 4, but I still think that.
10 seconds remaining.
I love this though. Tidus great against Spectre and lane. Obviously, Tidus will get to face by Spirit Breaker more. To be honest, you have now a superior team fight. Haunt doesn't seem so strong. You now have a reason to stay together the whole time as well, which is what we were talking about.
We need a threat. We need a threat for this. Otherwise, MY they're just gonna be too strong. Ape together strong is what I like to say. And you just have no reason for them not to clump up. I mean, everyone's gonna be there for Bane. We're not scared of Arena. No, what is it? Desolate damage. I mean, sure, maybe the bash on charge is gonna be annoying, but we have the tools of stopping them immediately. Maybe,
I don't know.
Can we go for like a 3 shaker or something? Like we just need something so MY don't hold hands and run this game down.
Isn't like a mid Konka, it's like decent, for example, here, because you combine it with the Mars well, you have the AoE damage, you can kind of fight that. But Night Stalker does kind of crush Konka.
Yeah. I was thinking Shaker 3 Mars mid, personally.
I feel like Shaker 3 is just kind of.
Oh, but he just dies to Luna in the lane, though.
They're gonna destroy your lane. By the time you get Blink Dagger, my grandfather.
No, you're right. Spirit Breaker does nothing there. That's not a good lane. And yeah, Kunkka.
I'll be between something like Kunkka and Puck, honestly. I think Darkseer was actually the star pick.
What about something like a Lesh? Kills Tidehunter super easily. It doesn't. I mean, he just needs suppressive.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Like
I don't mind the
Stalker.
Lesh either. Weak to being bursted, mind you.
That's true.
But I think Lesh is fine too. I'm between Lesh and Kunkka here as the two top picks. I still don't love either.
You may now select your heroes.
I think it's an okay solution, but I still like MY's draft more.
Agreed. This at least gives them just some reason not to, again, just all stick together, right? Because all Lesh is a problem. It's a hero that Night Stalker, yes, he can kill easily, but as long as you don't stun Lesh 100 to 0 him, he's going to get off his abilities, and that's a lot of damage you're going to be taking. Like, I think this does fix a lot of what Mystery have. Once again, though, similar to Game 1, Avo, and this is my concern with the Mystery lineup, is that they do have to themselves set the tempo and look for the kills in these games. And I think they can get it done. I think I like this offlaner a lot better compared to the Vengeful Spirit. Mars has a much more clearly defined role, and he still can be played from behind a lot easier. But after you fail to execute on a more tempo-based lineup in Game 1, I'm a little bit hesitant of being able to do that in Game 2. You still have late game, but again, I don't think your late game is all that amazing here for MY, even though you have a Spectre. Like, I just think we want to finish this before Luna's 6 slotted, before Shadow Demon has Ags, ideally. BKB Night Stalker is going to come through, and that's going to be huge for MY in delaying this game in favor of MY, but we still are going to be strong, really strong for Mystery at some stage here.
Sure, but I just feel like MY can match that with Night Stalker's tempo as well. That's what concerns me. Like, I don't think there's a moment where I'm like, okay, Mystery's better here, as opposed to last game, which I think that would exist. I feel like whereas last game I saw that Mystery was going for picks that are unorthodox or maybe not ideal, but still have synergy. I don't see much synergy here. I feel like 5 heroes. I don't see any single comp. I mean, maybe Mars, maybe. That's the biggest comp. Or less, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying on that. I think these team fights are just meant to sow chaos, but this tied on our last pick just throws such a wrench in the works here out from MY. Like, it's a really good Night Stalker and Tide game. Because yes, these are heroes that do die to Bane, or sorry, to Lesh eventually, but they just naturally tank up, even if they don't itemize into it. Like, there's just going to be such a problem here for Mystery. Maybe these team fights are just good enough here that Mystery can actually, win a couple of them. They just need some really hectic team fights, and I think the early game, when they can utilize this Haunt, when they can utilize this charge, the global presence to get crucial kills, they just need to create a bit of space for themselves in the early game, and I think they've got a decent chance into these mid-game fights, personally.
Yeah, we'll see. I was hoping for a Game 3, of course, but I once again, go for MY. I just feel like they're the stronger team right now. And the draft, I think definitely shows that. We'll see what happens. Of course, Mystery this time has a lot more of a contingency plan if things don't go their way. They definitely don't need to win as hard as they did last game. I feel like they can always come back into the game because, as you said, Yeah, they do have a somewhat of a timing window, but that timing window is not like the... It's not 20 minute mark. It's
Yeah.
more 45, 50. Just when things start becoming...
Oh, there's
Not
another
a second
great
time.
start. Yeah, there they go. This time it was a nightmare, but same exact combo. Kill even goes to Tigger here. My pro picking up first blood. So it's not to the mid lane BB this time, but it's not any better.
You're happy with my pro having this, honestly, because it is also... Like, Marana does like to get a couple of items early, right?
Radiant's courier has been
This is a game for... I think this is a good game for Ern, actually. Like, a Vessel Marana. Thank you, Spectre. Thank you, Mars.
Oh, they're going to get another one. Oh, my God.
Fool me once, shame on you. Oh, Aaron, no way you get the root. He denied it. That's more worth than his life, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, when it's not first blood anymore, it's not really worth much.
Even first, if you take the rune and you lose first blood, it's always worth it, mathematically speaking.
Yes, mathematically, but I think depending on who you give it to, you know, especially if your mid lane matchup is like, oh man, if he gets an early bottle, my game's, you know.
Look, if your mid laner was any good, he would not care, right? The problem is your mid laner's a whiny man.
Well,
Or woman.
what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Top lane, there it is. Most balanced here in the game. Rage creep is mine, 100-0. Nothing about it.
I guess people don't know or haven't noticed. Richie does not.
No,
Your Marana is bad punch.
just too good.
She's not. But sorry, I want to reiterate. I don't think Punch is good at all. I think the hero is trash. And I think people play him for example.
Might be a kill bottom, actually. A little bit lower on HP here. Nice, at least bonk. Might buy him a bit of space and time, but if they can get vision, there might be a elusive beam coming. Nope,
Body
to the AO.
2 bumps to the illusions. How's it been messed up there by Lionax? It's fine. I mean, Disruption level 1 is actually your highest damaging spell, but of course it's harder to hit. If it's a ranged hero, always go Disruption level 1, because you just hit all your hits after the illusion swap.
And honestly, in this lane, they're just too tanky for trying to poison level 1. Some of the tankiest heroes. Another kill top lane onto the Bane. And he's going to get off a Brain Sap. I think on his creep, but he will be cut down by the Tide Hunter.
Now you're
Terry here, he's like, guys, so this is what it feels like to play Dota in the early game? Oh my goodness. I get to have a lane this time. And we're going to see a huge... I mean, last time we also already saw Sari actually doing a pretty good job with an early game. So I can only imagine what he can do this game on a Tide Hunter. Whereas BB is just, compared to the last game where it was very used to dominating the mid lane, it was like, oh, I'm so much better than you, that's why I'm going to avoid all your raises. There's not much you can do as Night Stalker. Even the first Night as mid Night Stalker is not that impactful, unless there's a lane that's really easily gankable. You usually wait until the second one. First Night's for farming and recovering.
That is true, but compared to outplaying Night Stalker, you are going to have level 6 basically, not right away. Usually you hit level 6 in the mid lane, as long as you're not getting out denied. Around the, I think, 7th or 8th creep wave. Yeah. So 5:30, 6 minutes at least. So you will have an extra early Dark Ascension, and that is a very powerful campaign tool. So, you know, you're right. But the problem is, Lesh is very much a hero where if you leave and go to a different lane, especially if you run, even with that Honor of the Night, he's going to take your tower.
So what you need to do is just have a support ready to swap with you. That's not necessary for these fights. Honestly, Marana and Telethium will both do. They're both good defending towers anyway.
Yeah.
So just rotate one of them in, and then even if they know Night Stalker's coming, what are you gonna do? He's much faster than you. He's gonna fly over your tower, tank the tower hits, and kill you in the process.
And in fact, you probably know what lane he's going to. Bottom, I think, is just too tanky. It's just too much effort.
I think you kill bottom too. I think you kill Mars. I think Mars can do it.
Really? I think you go. Well, I don't think.
I mean,
Bane
I think
is really
ideally
worth
you go top. That's always your choice. But because bottom might be more pushed, you might just go bottom. I think either or is fine.
Well, I mean, first he's got to at least live in this mid lane because right now he is really having a tough go at it.
No, it's normal. I don't think you should. I mean, I'm not surprised.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not either, but you know, he's got to at least have the levels to gank, and he's not being out denied. So far, so good. That Stalker, very much a hero, can CS under tower. His wind-up is pretty tough, but there he goes, avoiding range creeps, which makes him a little bit more invulnerable to just completely getting shunted out of experience range. Tide Hunter. Of course, that's the problem. Whenever you Nightmare Tide, he wakes up and he's just even hungrier than before. When you take a nap and wake up starving. There's a kill down bottom. No stick charges. Are they going to be enough with Shadow Poison stacks? Yeah, he is 100% dead. Down he will go. We don't have a charge either for escape. There's going to be another stack of the Shadow Poisons, and that will be enough. Just Shadow Poison.
Use it.
Yeah, there he goes. Actually playing with his food a little bit.
He was quite literally considering diving that tower as opposed to using the Shadow Poison. I mean, Shadow Poison level 2 is just ridiculous. Probably one of the biggest power spikes in the game, and that even got buffed last patch, so... And it just looks so much better.
Yep.
The early 2 Shadow Poison got buffed, and the later 2 got nerfed. But the later 2 doesn't matter; they get nerfed, and the earlier 2 did really need a buff.
I love Tide on it. I mean, Sari's like, yeah, you want to make your Luna farm on the tower? I'm fine with this. I can tank creep wave and farm the medium camp at the same time. No problem. Mostly you would aggro the creep wave. Charge coming mid. Is this a kill?
Dire's
Oh, you got hit.
structures are fortified.
I ball Kiddick on top of that, but I ball Kiddick's maybe spreading among. I actually didn't end up using it.
I think he has it. He does. Oh, there he goes.
You know, he charged me. He just didn't end up using it. Now that there's no creep wave, that's actually a much better situation. But BB has to heal back up enough. And actually, the ultimate baller move, staying in the lane while this happens, right? Going, nope, I'm not going to TP out, even though you wasted all your stuns. I'm staying.
Something the nighttime, baby.
Yeah.
He is feeling pretty good about this one now.
He's level 5, right, as well?
Yeah,
So
he's really close to 6. He just needs this one wave, and he'll have it. He's even sent up.
Oh, I don't mind if I do.
Casual 5-minute bounty run. Nice. They still spawn at 5 minutes, right? Lionax is like, yeah, or Tigger, right? Tigger. He's
No,
like,
that's Lioness.
my bad.
Tigger is my pro. I always remember because Tigger was my favorite Winnie the Pooh character.
That's
But
so.
a lot of American people call him Tiger. I don't understand why.
No one called him Tiger.
Oh, really?
No, his name is Tigger. He is a tiger, though.
I don't see that. Anyway,
What do you mean? I don't see that.
it's the stuffed animal to me.
Oh,
It's like
good
yellow,
Clearly
orange, and
not
black.
your best.
He struck me more as an Eeyore kind of guy.
What?
Struck me more as an Eeyore.
Oh, he was my low-key side character.
Yeah?
But Tigger really happy.
There's a great arrow there. Tigger here, he's coming in clutch, although he's not tanking any of these Edict explosions. The move speed's slow. Is it going to net them to kill? Fairy Fire use. Courier kill. No, BB. He's going to drop. And I even think Mercury is going to make it out on a hair of
my
HP
God.
thanks to the Nightmare. There's the charge. They're going to cancel that. They're happy just with getting the kill onto the Night Stalker. Dark Ascension use.
That was a layered cake of mistakes. That was, first of all, my pro not coming in to tank the Valkyrie was criminal.
Yep.
He had to do that from the
You
beginning.
got leap.
You gotta leap in to save your friend. Come on. But then afterwards, oh, Meteor Hammer tie. I haven't seen this in a while.
Okay,
Anyway,
cool.
but then on top of that, on top of this egregious action by the support who believes his life is worth anything, the Night Stalker coming back, that courier, and not hitting the nice rack. Oh, it's some next level trolling. And now he goes top, but the rotation by Lightstrike is a bit stronger.
Oh,
Can I kill
yeah,
the tie?
it
They have
is.
Ravage? Nope, they can't use it. Arrow hits, but too late. Maybe at least he can get away, but that's 2 failed ganks for Night Stalker and Mercury getting the better end off him twice.
Oh yeah, off of both of them. Yeah, they both go back to Fountain, of course. BB takes the instant trip while the Lesh runs all the way back. But he's a 4-legged beast, so he's pretty fast. He makes it back in time. And there's an arena down bottom. The Haunt's in, but the TP out will come through here for the Luna. They just don't have the burst damage required.
They're gonna be able to push this bottom tower a bit now. They don't have a Meteor Hammer help though, so it's gonna still take them a while. Meteor Hammer Spectre no longer a thing. Meteor Hammer Time I think is still kind of
I
valuable.
forgot Meteor. I saw more Meteor Hammer Luna, sorry, Naga than Meteor Hammer.
Radiant's
Equity.
middle
Yeah, yeah.
tower
I
is
saw
under
so
attack.
much Meteor Hammer and Luna.
Meteor
Sorry.
Hammer Spectre was really legit. Nowadays it's a bit worse because Meteor Hammer got nerfed ever so slightly. Enough to make it not so good.
Where is our Lash, by the way? He's ganking. Yeah, he's in the jungle.
But he's
Radiant's
being
bottom
ganked?
tower
Or
is
he
under
is
attack.
being ganked. There's
3
no
stacks?
arrow, though.
4th stack hit him.
He's gonna be fine here.
Oh, too many creeps.
Maybe they can just annoy him and ruin his farm a little bit.
It's level 3 Shadow Poison actually
Dire's
would have
middle
killed.
tower is under attack.
Oh, well, there's a kill.
Radiant's bottom tower
I
is
level
under
2 levels
attack.
of Nightmare. Oh, yeah, it's not enough, though. The bonus damage from things to Hunter and the Knight. I think it's 3 points specifically to do that, though. It's the steal stacks. Make sure Mars can take them, Lesh can't take them, or even like someone like Luna Vivi with a second CP. Does not have Dark Ascension quite yet ready, but plenty of move speed slows here. 4 heroes currently down bottom. They're charging an illusion. See what that decides to jump on over to. He'll probably just cancel it, to be honest. Oh, you're good. He's doing math. I saw him pointing. Okay, that smoke might have been scouted, though, by the charge. EB, this time now
wow.
with Dark Ascension ready to go.
I think if he had activated the Shadow Poison release earlier in that, because when we saw it a bit later, it was he has a 352 HP, and he would have dealt around 390 damage with the Shadow Poison.
Oh, there's Dark Ascension use rune. This time not denied by the Bane. Baby though, still very eager, looking for this kill, and I do reckon that he's gonna have it. They've already toggled one Nightmare on over. Secondary Void. That is going to be then BB back on the killing.
Dire's
Get
structures
Facebook as well for BB.
fortified.
Good, important. And maybe a kill on Lesh. Oh, why did he go there? Mercury, a bit too cocky from what happened earlier, and gets punished hard for this. And then Meteor Hammer doing his best. Yeah. I mean, Ice Stalker's a legitimate pusher because he has such good base armor. You go for base boots as well, and you have this huge damage boost early. You actually push tier 1 super quickly. Obviously, Dark Ascension also helps.
Yes, and Hunter in the Night, right? That passive.
Well,
yeah.
that's what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, it's really, really good. So yeah, that's the tower gone. We've already taken care of that top tier 1 tower. This is not what I expected. I didn't really. Don't get me wrong. I didn't expect. I expected a tower early from Lesh or a tower after the 10-minute mark. I didn't think he would be bold enough to push in this 5-minute nighttime, and he wasn't. Now, probably with Dark Ascension off cooldown, it's daytime for the next 5 minutes. We're going to have Taunt and Arena up momentarily, and hopefully we give the tome here to Bane for Fiend Script. I think Mystery is pretty good.
Is it the Mars?
I think it is.
No way.
Big pull, see you late.
No way. Can we please check the Mars? I know that's a big pull. Check the Mars.
What does he have here? Do we have a Meteor Hammer as well?
It must be. Yes, he does.
In before boots?
Yeah, I like the Tide Meteor Hammer because Tide lacks the push, and he kind of needs that to push down. I do not understand the Mars Meteor. This Tide you also combine it with Ravage. Sorry. Tide you also combine it with Ravage. I don't feel like Mars has too much to... The spear has to hit, but then you're already hitting them against the wall. And it gets to the point where, like, if you're spearing someone to the wall and then also using the Meteor Hammer on them, how much commitment could you possibly need for one person? I know Mars, you know, he's probably the technology. Monogamy wasn't a thing back then.
Well, I think for him, you know, as a planet, he's just been struck with so many meteors. So now it's his time.
As a planet.
To hit people.
A different interpretation of the Mars.
Yes.
I don't think there was a single Roman god that was monogamous. There's no way you can commit this. Look at this. Look how much commitment it is for BD.
Oh, they're gonna get it. I mean, hey, it's gonna get him a kill.
Yeah, but
I
guess
no. I mean, no. It gets him a kill because guess what? He's got Dark Ascension ready. He popped. If you don't have a follow-up stun, he just flies over the wall and says, "See you later, nerds."
I guess you're right. I guess I mean, usually I'd expect their support to do something there, but I guess Spurtbreaker.
Oh, he's setting up a kill. Oh, well, he's trying to set up a kill on the Tigger.
No, I was gonna say is Spurtbreaker charges you to push whatever ring, right? So it's not actually a viable. Oh, now he's setting up a kill against himself. That was their escape mechanism. Unless the team is not interested, they're interested in Lush instead.
Out of mana.
Yeah, Lush is out of mana.
We're on a chasing with Pigpull.
Chasing with Pitbull, they find them, there's Demonic Perch. That should be a kill on Mercury. All baited by Spirit Breaker. It's actually Mercury who dies here.
That it is. Demonic Purge used, and once again here, unfortunately, Mercury just dying in the bottom lane. He's on the dire side this time, but bottom lane has just been littered with, you know, the deaths of this mid laner. And I guess it helps the push.
And so what I'm seeing here is actually, I'm on your camp now on the Mars. Oh, but the arrow's gonna hit. He's gonna die. I canceled the Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, well, he did more damage as well to the tower after those mentally bounces. But do tell me more about how you're in my camp now.
Yeah, so I was thinking the Mars Meteor Hammer is like, I don't like it because naturally I don't like this draft, right? The draft has no synergy, so Mars has no follow-up. But the reality is that you have to set up your own. What a Ravage though. And Eclipse on top of this, they killed Mercury? They can't. In fact, it's gonna be the Luna who dies instead, God's Rebuke. Dark Ascension, I started coming from behind, but there's so many DPs in the enemy team, they have to kill Mercury first. For now, Tide is surviving, but they're not going to have the same luck with their supports. TP immediately as Tide is safe to get away, and BB can do the same thing, just flying himself to safety. Not the best initiation by MY, but considering how many TPs were used, okay.
That's pretty big though. Mystery to defend the tower, and I think this
yeah, but it's a tier 1 offlane, so it's not the most important tower.
Well, the thing, no, it's not. But you've already lost your mid. It's the last tier 1 tower, and then it's just free. You know, it's free real estate for the enemy triangle, right? And that's with Spectre. I don't see what Spectre has been building. I didn't see a Blade Mail pop in that fight, so I don't think we're going Blade Mail Spectre here this game. But if it was Blade Mail Spectre, like, she needs to farm Ancients with that item. You lose that bottom tier 1 tower on Dire, and it's so easy for MY to just, especially with Night Stalker, just run in.
So my point that I was going to make the hammer is that Mars is building himself for himself. I mean, he has no team. I think most of the team is doing. They have good individual heroes, bad synergy, so you just build yourself completely. And Meteor Hammer helps you do that because you have no follow-up with that. I think that's a lot. I think that's actually...
Oh, it is
usually
X.
I would be a good...
X
Oh,
Vector.
alright, so I was right about this idea. So with a Spirit Breaker, now the synergy's starting to happen. Little by little, they're starting to build on that synergy. I'm curious about it this way. I actually don't think it's a bad idea. I think this might be the best build this Vector can do.
It's it's early. It's early enough where MY are not going to be all together. You can see how spread out they are right now on the map. Even the supports are super far away. Obviously, they're tanking smokes for Luna, who's running jungle. But with Shadow Step, you just kill those supports instantly with charge. Yeah, I like it a lot.
We already finished the episode of Night Stalker though. That's important. Oh, okay. I guess I'm leaving then. Now that camp is not going to stack though, so that's going to be a useless camp for a while.
Yeah, that always sucks for the hill troll he gets off.
That's stupid. He always does it as he dies as well. I was like, come on. There's no feeling that feels better in Dota than you having some residual damage on a camp and you walking away from it as it's dying. You just in your heart, you know, like, oh, no efficiency. You just did the right play. How good am I? So it's like a 500.
What is this, a therapy session for you? What do you mean? No.
There's no better feeling in Dota.
No, there's a lot better feelings.
There's no better feeling.
You know what? The best feeling at plus 30 MMR. I know you don't get that one a lot.
I don't get that one a lot. My favorite feeling is when I get the last with Necropulse. Like that. Like with the aura, I mean, you know? Oh,
Sure.
Oh, the satisfaction.
Sure. I get that.
Look, if you can't win, you gotta find other ways to make this game entertaining.
We'll take a look here. I mean, have seen at least one Fiend's group. Didn't net a kill, but it did allow them to get the 2 kills onto Luna and onto, they killed, I think, maybe Mirana as well. But here we go. Now we're hunting a little bit more in the night. It's just freshly nighttime, and we've got that ultimate ready to go. What's up, the Echo Saber?
We have the Shadow Step, I believe it's called.
Yeah.
Ability for...
Dire's middle tower is
Good
under
one.
attack.
Do you need vision on the enemy, or can you just cast it on the map?
His vision.
Hello.
They're not getting away. But it's a good attempt. I commend him for TPing. He's like, oh, complete fear can't stun me.
Well, they you get a free one now. You get a free one when you die. So before it was a loss of 100 gold. Before.
But well, I mean, you still lost 100 gold because you would have just died and gotten the free one anyway. And also,
no, but you get a free
the
one.
cooldown. Fine. You get the free one regardless if you use the other one.
You're a bait. Where are you gonna go? TP and farm a camp?
Okay,
Arrow?
look.
Oh, nice job on a Mercury. They're gonna absolutely burst them. Didn't go anything. No Pulse Nova. There's Shadow Step and Haunch both used. They will at least be able to pick off then the Shadow Demon. It looks like the rest of Team MY on the cover of the Moonlight Shadow. What a void as well onto... Oh,
and the Ravage.
Spectre, it's just dead.
Bye-bye. That was so easy. And now they can continue this because there's no Spectre. The Meteor Hammer attempt hits nobody. Oh, never mind. Night Stalker actually walked into it. Yeah, there we go. The
Meteor
Fiend
Hammer
grip on top of this as well.
Meteor Hammer
to the Fiend script.
Unbelievable.
BB can't get away. And so they finally lose BB. So actually, it's still a win for MY, but just barely, right? Because they got a better trade. And they also forced more heat there. Luna was happily farmed. I do question if Luna couldn't have joined there and gotten a couple of kills. But he's a carry after all.
He's a carry. I guess that's what Meteor Hammer's for Ty, to cancel Fiend Script? I mean, what else I mean, I guess...
Nah, you get Yules.
Yules doesn't help you farm.
It's true.
You can't Yules a creep wave.
I think the Meteor Hammer is great on Tide, but I just don't think it's meant for that. I also feel like it was very nice of BB to walk back into the old Meteor Hammer, because that Meteor Hammer was so off the mark. He speared the Mirana away from it, and then he thought he was going to hit the different tree, so he Meteor Hammers where the Mirana should have been, and Night Stalker's like, I'll walk back in, don't worry, I got you, fam. I'm not going to make your meteors go to waste.
Maybe he thought it was Tide's Meteor Hammer. Genuinely?
No, because you see the animation for Tide. He's like, what? How is Tide hitting things?
Oh, there goes Bane again.
I will not charge into. No? Maybe I spoke to push him out of the arena first. Meteor Hammer does hit though!
Shadow Step!
BB's down! And the Shadow Step to join him. Tide has no Ravage this time. Luna's nearby. Can they try this regardless? A buyback with the Eclipse. They can't Spectre a second time thanks to the arrow. Spectre will die. But BB has to buy back for something. It's going to be a kill on the support for now. Mercury the next target. He's hitting him as hard as he can. Mercury gets hit with a Nightmare there, but we still have Lucent Beams. They should be able to catch up to him. No Shard hovers, so they need vision of Mercury. Mercury in the high ground. That Split Earth is not going to work on the BKB Luna. And instead, he'll die as BB is still chasing after the Mars. Kills his courier first, now goes for the real thing. And it's going to be the Shadow Demon that ends up getting him with all those Shadow Point stacks. Huge win for MY. Great choice to buy back.
Yeah, right in a roach. They know that there's going to be no arena ready to go for this secondary fight. No Shadow Step either. And the buybacks are completely worth it here. Completely justified. First Roshan basically guaranteed here into the hands of Team MY. Is going to buy them a lot of safety in terms of how they look to play these next 5 or so minutes. Again, Mystery, just like Game 1, they're the team that did have to play a little bit faster here. I think they wanted to finish early on. That's full haunt. And he's actually snipes the Aegis. He gets Aegis. It's
That's
that
incredible.
Oh, wow. On the hunt as well. BB looking to claim that one immediately on back. The Ravage is going to connect onto 3. Perfectly timed that one to end with the disruption. And Meteor Hammer is going to land the killing blow here onto the Spectre. That's just the first life, though, Ava, but there's still the bodies here for TMY. For Team MY, man, rather, to make it look pretty decent, but they've lost Luna here. It looks like she had a tank Roche. Might be able to actually. Oh, good point. They might be able to get as well tied on her. Doesn't manage to dispel himself. There's Shadow Step now on the way in. No mana here for the Shadow Demon, and he is completely isolated. There's that beautiful Desolate animation that will cut him down as Tide will fall to the tier 2 tower. Nightmare, but BB is back. Crippling Fear and into the kill. Spear of Mars as well to hold him back as the buyback out from the Shadow Demon. He's going to TP into the middle of the tree. Arrow is going to be able to find the Bane. They're going to just let the creep hit him. Not even giving him the respect to kill him with a hero. And that should be then a death here on the Mars as well.
Do not complete that charge, you bad man. He's gonna Meteor Hammer onto the Shadow Demon, but he's gonna die for this. The charge is still going on. BB's still powerful enough, lacking the Dark Ascension. I don't know if he can fight fully with the Spectre. My Pro trying to get away, but no league charges to do so. And BB, he just needed 10 more seconds. He's not gonna get them. So in the end, that charge actually ended up working for them. Mind you, still a Mirana for a Mars, so good trade for MY overall, but
I think better for Mystery.
oh, because they forced the buyback on Shadow Demon.
Who's the buyback?
Well, dieback.
A dieback. I mean, this shard is actually so good. Look at Spectre. Spectre's going Orchid. Is this what you saw as well earlier?
With LGD, I do not recall.
Okay. I like this quite a bit.
I remember Echo Saber. I mean, it could have been Echo Saber because you naturally
yeah. No, actually, that's great, right? It got King Wally in, right? He was really the one during the ESL 1 Birmingham online leagues that was really showing off his fluid builds, always disassembling items, disassembling S and Y,
Thank you.
And a bunch of other items to make it work.
Merriam-Webster would be proud.
I think I've made Merriam-Webster, Merriam M. Webster,
Both cry.
Well, not only that, if we could somehow find out where they're buried and kind of set them up, if they just listen to me cast, we could harvest infinite electricity for how much they'd be rolling in their graves. I'd butcher the English language a little bit too much for their liking, I'm sure. But Shadow Step 30-second cooldown with this. Here they go. Oh, that's just Bane.
That's the Bane. Arrow actually will finish him off. Nice Yolster as well as the Spirit. He's like, well, I used my Dark Ascension, guys. I guess kills? Fine then. Might need the BKB or maybe even Basher here to start being a bit more impactful. He sees Mars. He's wanted to jump Mars.
It's a really greedy item for a Spirit Breaker. He's going still Saber.
He already did.
No, I know.
It's okay. Spirit Breaker is just a very itemless hero, right? I don't think you really need to build items.
It's just such a good Yules game, though.
Yeah.
Stop a Night Stalker, stop a Tide, it's just such a good Yules game.
Yeah, but Yules and Spirit Breaker feels bad, to be honest. Like, it's just one of those items you don't need to build, but you just... There's no synergy with you, so I kind of get...
Yeah, I guess that's fair. Feels a bit greedy. We'll see. See how he's going to be able to put it to work. But Mystery, with a lot of fight in this game, not out of it quite yet. Dota Plus agreeing with that. Link Dagger for Mars now online. Tyler waiting for the full Pipe of Insight, which is ready to go. But Lesh, Bottle, DD Rune, Kaya, and Sang is ready to go. There's going to be this Shadow Step on the way in. They're going to try and get through Shadow Demon first. A bit too tanky. Does not get off any abilities down. He will go, and Luna's next to go. Full Haunt's now out as they're going to try and pick off the rest of the team. But Moonlight shadowed up. Looks like with the leap charges, Tigger trying to escape. Nope, will be caught on the splitter. 3 kills here for Mercury.
It's a very good engagement there for Mystery. I mean, this hack build is working so well for the Spectre, honestly. This constant aggression that Mystery is putting out, it's keeping MY on their toes, and it's making it very difficult for Night Stalker to be effective. Because usually Night Stalker, at least these days, especially with the plus Dark Ascension, the biggest thing about it is that you are a tempo controller and tempo setter completely. You decide when you fight. You can always fight, really. So most of the time, you're just kind of going with the flow of the game and naturally deciding when you're stronger. But with a Spectre Shadow Step, it's making this impossible because they can always snipe one of your supports. It makes it much more difficult to initiate. You need to have the proper positioning. Night Stalker breaks that. Like, that's what he does so well. Are we fighting on the cliff? No problem. I'm going to go in, fly, give us vision. And then the fact that they have high ground is not that big a deal. We can even avoid choke points by just making me crippling fear in. And that way they can't really counter initiate. Not the case here. Not the case with the Shadow Step. So
you're also like just so incredibly mobile when you have both that and Haunt online. Like it's just so impossible right now to lock down the Spectre. Meteor Hammer be damned. This is not. It ain't cutting it. Ain't cutting it just like that. There's gonna be now the well, win rate or win chance at least dipping over for Mystery and net worth and XP looks like they're following suit. And why they're gonna need to find something to try and turn this one around. And Smoke Gank is a good bet. Unfortunately, they gambled on the wrong side of the map, feeling a little bit more confident with the jungle swap. That looks like it will not be rewarded this time around.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Can they take the tier 2 at least?
Dire's top tower is under
Manta,
attack.
that's just gonna get the creep wave.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Well, Manta for Spectre, though, is what I wanted to
Radiant's
say.
bottom tower is under attack.
Going top.
This is an attempt. I guess you have enough gold. They take the tower, yeah. They take the tower too fast. I think the goal was that if you can charge in time, the tower's still there, you ult TP and you haunt it. Once you see the towers drop. You don't follow. This Meteor Hammer game is so absurd.
They're thinking about going now. No, not quite yet. Sorry, it was just the Spectral Legion sending those max styles all the way on in. All the live long day.
The blink soon on time. Once you get that, the MY team gets a little bit more offensive. Because until now, Tide has been just a response pick, or response hero in general. Now I think with the blink that changes, I think Scotty and Luna might also help that out. Scotty great against Spectre. And Lesh though, this is looking scary. We don't want to put in Lesh.
Charge as well. They're looking for Tigger.
Prone
Disruption. I think that's for Luna. Yeah. Illusions.
Alright. Luna illusions a bit stronger than Spectre illusions for now, we see.
Both heroes with 2 passives, huh? Luna Blessing, Moonblade.
Yeah, Spectres are better passes in the late game, Luna's a better passes in the early game. That's why the core-to-core sucks between them, honestly. But here's with the Shadow Demon point that you made in the draft when it comes to play. You can just get ads.
Good old TI6 special.
But the Shadow Demon Luna?
Yep.
I mean, that's also true as well, right? You have much more ghost push than the enemy team. You can shove lanes like there's no tomorrow.
But the issue is it's not like free, right? Because in a lot of games, you know, it's not going to be the type of game where you're going to shred down the buildings and show Moonblaze bouncing all over the place with those beautiful dark beams, and then you just all chat your base question mark because Flash can do that just as quickly.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Especially if he's got the 25
But Lesh
talent.
needs to show himself to do that, right? So you can actually hunt him down, or the enemy team can bait you. Like, there's a lot of mind games there. Whereas yours is a low commitment push, all you need to do is put the illusions on. But the most important part of this push, in my opinion, is that you want to farm the Shadow Demon in this game, but you don't know how to give it to him. Because he can 5. So, the disruption is the best way. You accomplish 2 objectives at once, I think it's a huge win for the Shadow Demon. It's a good point. I think you should totally rush the Ags, though, this game. I don't think there's anything else you want.
Yeah, maybe a Lotus is justifiable.
I don't think he should be the one to get. I think he should be Tide. Like, the only thing I could see is...
Tide had to go full pipe, and now Blink, he's not going to have that anytime soon.
Oh, but neither will Shadow Demon. Like, I'd rather he go... I would see maybe a Ghost Scepter slash Glimmer Cape, maybe, you know, Sim Save. Or alternatively Ether Lens. I just don't think Ether Lens is great against Spectre. And then into Ags. But I think the Ags have to come soon.
Wait, Lotus is just so good. I mean, it's not just for the Bane, but also to save yourself to cast your spells. I mean, you are important enough. You know, self-care, very important, but especially for supports. Because right now, he's just dying a Shadow Step Orchid.
I agree, that's why I'm thinking the Ghost Scepter.
And Ags doesn't help.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The Ghost Scepter is the best option. His Lotus will be just too expensive. You go Tide. Oh, Initiation.
Haunt.
It is a Haunt. And that's the real Luna? No, that's... Sorry, that's a Mirana. Never mind. As a Leaper. If he doesn't mech, no time to use it. The Haunt here. Yeah, you can let him get away with this. You're not. Going for the bait first. Spectral Dagger not really annoying him as his BKB. They force the BKB here at Mercury. Mercury might just be dying though to the physical damage. And he does fall from the backlines though. They catch up to the Shadow Demon who has no chance of surviving.
Now no damage though.
There's the Arena of Blood used.
Yeah,
with the Meteor Hammer charged. Luna will die this. And the Ravage, yeah, it comes out, but with a couple BKBs and the lack of your Luna, you might not be able to do much with this Ravage. A lack of a follow-up. In fact, the Spurmaker charges forward, catches the poor Night Stalker, is sent back into the trees, and you finish him off.
Wow.
With a simple God's Rebuke.
Yeah, they do have damage. 4 kills already, and Bigger, nice arrow there, but 50 magic damage, of course, delaying the Blink Dagger for now. My Pro completely out of leap charges, as the Spear as well is going to whiff. I do believe he will be able to make it out alive here. No, the Blink, the Bonk misses. There's Vision, a Shadow Step. Just kidding. There's 3 heroes on your high ground. Just like that. A little bit too slow for Unknown there to get the Rampage, but 5 kills for him in that fight. He is already proven to be a little bit too tanky here. Yeah, just getting through that Shadow Demon immediately in the fights, man. It removes so much save, removes more push, removes a lot of damage.
That's why I think you need to go something first. The Spectre that's dealing with them, right? Like, they can deal with the rest of the team. Spectre is the one that's killing them. And then the Luna becomes well. The fact that Mars can kill you solo in the arena is also worrisome.
That's true, but for now they've just been sicking the there he is, that guy, Cow on him as well. Which of course, Charge is still going to work through Ghost Scepter. The ulti is still going to work through Ghost Scepter here as we'll take another look at that fight. That second Roche, of course, so Aegis and now a Shard online. Maybe we give it the Desolate as well here to Desolate Shard to Spectre. What do you think about that?
The new one. I think they're better Shards, particularly Mars's, considering how impactful he's being with the arena.
Oh, even actually, Spirit Breakers to me strike me as good. Yeah, it's a good Ravage, but unfortunately it just catches the Bane who dies back. And you already lost Luna at this stage, and Spectre's just too big.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good Ravage theory, but not a good Ravage in context, I would say. I'm assuming they give the shard to Mars.
Long duration BK.
Oh, actually, they could have just given the shard to Lesh as well. That was another.
Oh, yeah, that Split Earth man is so annoying.
Dire's
Means like
middle
Kenai
tower
has
is
fun.
under attack.
Cannot
Dire's middle tower has
farm
fallen.
for you.
They give the shard to Figures, honestly. Oh, what could have been either. I'm not really sure who had the shard beforehand. But either or, I think is really good because with the Meteor Hammer build, getting 2 people in that Meteor Hammer actually pretty useful. So the shard spear is better. He's also been getting some crazy arenas every single time. It's not a good sign, or maybe it's a really good sign, I guess, for a mystery. That the impact of Ravage in Arena at this point in the game has been kind of equal. Because Arena is a 10 times harder spell to hit. Or to hit properly and get the whole spear and everything. And it still hasn't... They don't seem phased by this. At one point I had to question if Luna didn't have a BKB because they keep just wasting it so much.
Radiant's bottom
I mean by
tower
day
is
I
under
missed
attack.
it.
Luna does have Scotty now, so maybe this matchup becomes a bit easier, but again, with how mobile Spectre is, with how mobile the team generally is, it is going to feel rather difficult. So finally, that Tier 2 tower is equalized, as that is going to be Mercury grabbing an outpost for themselves, and starting to at least get a little bit of a foothold here in the jungle for Team MY. Probably going to be looking and waiting to fight around this Aegis. It's going to be online, of course, for Team Mystery after they do win that last team fight. And of course, even though it's not reflected in the score, there's a 1-0 lead currently for Team MY. So if you're wondering why they're playing it so patiently and maybe even quite timid, they're down 1 game here. They don't want to be sent into the lower bracket immediately here in round 1 of the Top Clans Invitational.
I think it's the right choice anyway. I don't think they're like playing overly patient this game. Particularly. They're putting the pressure they should. They're only taking the fights they think are correct.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Not like they start to like turtle in the base or anything. Bothered by this. Now we're starting to get to the point where MY needs to figure out a exit strategy. Or a way to make Night Stalker more useful because he's really falling behind.
Ghost Scepter and Glimmer now both for our Shadow Demon.
Alright, it's a start. No ag still, but
No
of course
ag.
it's gonna take forever. At this point, if you can just get a disruption on.
Yeah. Agreed.
Oh!
Look, cheeky Shadow Step.
Okay, protection. They just got hated by illusion.
They did.
Maybe they can find the Mars at least. Okay, the Echo Saber hitting it pretty hard. Constant Duke. I think BKB to get rid of the slow. Here comes the Moonlight Shadow, so they can properly use this. They're moving on. They want to kill the Mars, and they get into his arena, killing the Bane instead. They're letting him live. Okay, he's gonna die in the backlines finally, but in exchange, you've lost your Luna as well, who was stuck inside the arena.
I'm gonna say Satanic, she thought it could be enough, but unfortunately that Eye of Scotty completely nullifying all that Unholy Rage. Lifesteal 2 dead here for MY. We do have to buy back on the Mars, but he wisely sacrifices himself. They just know the team can be here pretty much instantly. At least all the damage can be here instantly.
Oh, so haphazard kind of an engagement by MY. They just went in and went, oh, I guess we can turn this into, oh, I guess we'll turn it into kill instead. And it didn't seem like they had a very clear plan. And the fact that they stopped going for the Mars to go for the main instead, I thought was a big
Shadow stepped in to, unfortunately, the Meteor Hammer, but it's not going to matter. They get the kill immediately anyway. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ava, but that right side talent, now that Spectre is 25, is the plus 25 or 33% Haunt Illusion damage, right? 2%. So Spectre now very deadly with these.
So that affects Shadow Step as well?
Yes, of course.
It is pretty. I think a lot of pros these days are liking this one more than the Dispersion.
I'm seeing it a lot now too.
It's more offensive. It goes better with the Echo Saber build, of course, and it goes better with the Spectre that's a bit more mobile.
Yep. I think maybe if like you know, you're playing against a Lash, maybe you decide to go into it, right? If you're playing for the Shadow, a little bit more around Blade Mail.
Right.
But in a game like this, obviously, yes, this is the far superior one.
It's also a game where the counters to Spectre are in the supports. Like both Maran and Shadi are pretty good against Spectre. Like stunning her and keeping her out of the fight. So obviously, if you go for the Dispersion, it's not going to help you against them. But if you go for the Haunt Illusion, that's going to hopefully kill them before they do anything useful. Which should be your goal. And usually the goal of the Spectre, with this build at least.
Goal to have as well. Be hit with a little pause now. Disconnect out from our Spectre. Get going again. But no, yeah, I agree with you. So far, so good here. For Team Mercury, they're going to go up to the high ground. Last team fight was a big win for them. Luna just really needs to guard this BKB charge. I think is kind of going to be the difficulty here. Kind of getting kited around by the Mars, getting taken for a bit of a joyride. You know, Bane not having a whole lot of impact this game, I will say. I think that's at least something that MY have addressed very nicely here. But the same could be said as well with this Tidehunter. Just the Ravage is not really coming through. He's going straight for this Refresher, which doesn't give me a whole lot of hope here, Avo, because it's with one Ravage, he's already not doing that much. I don't know what he expects to gain from two. He's just simply not living along. I think I saw him 2,500 HP right now, and Spectre just cuts right through him like butter.
I agree, and even beyond that, I would say that what you really need here is save for the Luna, right? Like, she's your problem. She keeps dying in the beginning of the fight. And Luna does face this issue at some point in the game, which is the issue of, I need to kind of walk in to deal my damage, but for that I need to be super tanky and super strong. I'm not that strong anymore because the game is getting out of hand. I need someone else to do this job, but nobody else can. Or eventually just target me. Like, you're not like Drow or Medusa where all of a sudden it becomes a game of, where are they? Let me find these stupid idiots with Dragon Lance and Enchanted Quiver that can hit me from afar. Luna doesn't really have that. You don't really have the team to do that either with Night Stalker or with a Tidehunter. And they also are relatively, I mean, at this point in the game, they fall off a bit. So I would have liked to see a Lotus Orb that you talked about in AC, Shivas, these kind of items that are more defensive to help out the Luna deal damage. At this point, without the Luna, you don't have a game.
Yeah, we just really need that AC. Yeah, it's such a good item. Like, even if you get it late, even if it's your only item on a position 5, it can really turn games like this. And unfortunately, it's just not really seeing that right now. MY, they are kind of starting to feel a bit cornered in already, especially with Shadow Step. It makes it impossible for you to play the split push game because Spectre's just there instantly. And with Orchid, unless you have BKB, there's just no hope. And if you pop BKB to TP away, Spectre's quite happy with that engagement, or with that trade, because then they just push up your high ground.
Yeah, I agree. It's tough. It's tough, I would say. I feel like MY is in a bit of a pickle because of their draft. I don't know how exactly to solve this. I think the last 2 mistakes are a bit too egregious. They've got into fights being a bit too cocky, and this time they don't really have a late game. You're right that eventually this weather just supposedly falls off. It's about 15 to 20 minutes.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I mean, there's no Basher on Spectre yet either, which is going to make these BKBs feel even weaker. That's a big problem with Night Stalker is you're super strong with your own BKB, but when enemies have BKBs online,
we need Basher.
You don't do anything. Yeah,
we need Basher. That's what we needed a while ago. But the fact is, that's another point, right? BB has fallen off so hard this game as Night Stalker. You don't really have a mid lane. The enemy team Lash is always a threat no matter what farm you have, whereas BB hasn't really been able to do much. So that's. I guess you could argue that's Night Stalker's issue.
Might catch Mercury. Smoked up, leaving the base. Blink away. I think get him in time.
Also would like BB to get a shard, by the way. I think it increments your problem so slightly and gives you so much more chances to fight. Considering needing.
Got a step. There's a charge. We have Haunt. Okay.
It's crazy these Shadow Steps now use like the anti-use Ags. They're just like.
I mean, it's so much damage. I think what he's doing is he's using them because it lines up
to keep him in check.
Just about perfectly with Manta. I think Manta's what, like 35, 30 something seconds. And Shadow Steps 30. So he Shadow Steps in, pops Manta, attacks, all of the things, and just leaves.
Yeah. And that way you always have control with the enemy team. They feel much more choked between you and Spirit Breaker. The null potential is high.
There it is again. Where's this one? I think it was mid. Yeah.
That's so annoying. Look how much damage he actually dealt to KMP.
The Luna, who's a life stealing.
That Satanic does not feel good against the Scottish Spectre. I have not seen the impact of Satanic.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Only had one fight, but yes, I agree.
Dire are scanning.
I thought she had radiance for a second. Just in case you were missing that.
Someone just purchased a halberd. I didn't quite catch who it was.
Was it on the Dire or...
I didn't catch it. Unfortunately, I didn't catch who it was. I saw someone purchased a recipe. I don't think it was. I think Night Stalker was going for a... well, there's actually Shadowblade finished. I think he was going for Shadowblade himself. Okay. Yeah. Of course, that's not going to help because they still have vision.
Is it maybe a Tidehunter?
I like that Moonlight Shadow. Oh no, they see us through his invis. Quick, make him invis.
Yeah, well, double invis makes you so Dusk can't protect you.
Yeah, of course.
Classic Ricky Mirana combo back in Dota. Oh, he's waiting for the ideal Ravage.
It's so dangerous for Spectre though to do this.
You have to. This is your last Arena. Both against the wall. Pushed out of the wall. Doesn't seem to matter too much. BB tried to run away. BB giving a helping him too much. Fiend Script killed the Luna.
Well, you got you got 2 buybacks, but I don't think they're going to be impactful enough.
They barely use the spells.
I mean, look, they're just immediately onto him. At this stage, Spirit Breaker might be able to get this kill actually himself.
I don't know who you saw picking help. That's nobody. Oh, they even joined. Archery.
Yeah, bots are on in.
And he's wasting a bit of time, but he's dead now.
Buybacks galore? Yeah. For what though? There's no arena. How do you catch him? There's a Ravage, but he's TPing in, and he used the last TP. It's so long, Avo. You're gonna get Bane, but he's happy to die for the rest of his team. They're gonna try for the Spectre now. Charge on in. Is gonna at least stun up the Luna. Getting off the BKB now, trying to fight through the Spectre now. But the Mars as well nearby, ready to support. Mercury now doing some damage. Another charge on the way in. She's stuck inside these splitters as well. Disruption will save her from one and the Meteor Hammer, but she's still kind of just 1v5ing. For now, it's working out. They do have the Tidehunter forcing back the rest of the team. Mystery. As there's going to be another stun now. Good arrow. Eclipse is going to come through. The silence not in time here. But Luna still dying illusions. They will get the Spectre. She cannot haunt back in despite having the buyback. Mercury looking to turn, but there's the Luna BKB. There's a Shadow Step on the way in, though. They're going to try and get through this Luna. She's a bit isolated here yet again. Mercury still alive on a hair of HP. Will finally fall. Luna, though, is just about to join her. And with that charge, they will seal the deal. That's a dieback then on Team FY. Down goes at least the Spirit Breaker. You can buy back and go right on in. That's going to be another dieback here now for MY. If they can just get vision here on the Tidehunter. Down he will go. 3 diebacks in exchange for a couple here out from Mystery. They're going to go right back into the base and look to end this game.
Yep, with a less dragon shooting possible. Night Stalker's last attempt here with a Crippling Fear. BKB, Perma Stun because the Fiend Script, and there's no chance for him either. GG is called. We're going to get a 3rd game. Mystery win game number 2 against a weakened.
Yeah, very well played. The Spectre Global Strat working out a lot better than I gave it credit for. I thought it was a neat idea. I didn't think it could be this strong.
Yeah. I mean, I do find that Mystery played this, like, you compare this last game, I feel like Mystery played not in day, right? Last game, you were missing a lot of, like, you made a lot of misplays, a lot of missed calls. Even in the fights, there were moments where, like, your execution wasn't there. And this game was the complete opposite, you know? Mars was incredible this game. He pretty much single-handedly carried this game, and you compare this to the Tide. I was hyping up the Tide this whole game. Oh, last game he didn't get any farm. He was still very impactful. And we really didn't see him at all. The strat was interesting and good. A bit outside the box. Something that we haven't seen before, though. As I said, OGA is already running these kind of strats. Or in OGA, teams are running these kind of strats. But it did feel like a much more lackluster performance in general.
And I think the thing that was so difficult as well for MY was something I didn't consider. That really the Shadow Step Manta Orchid kind of playstyle completely messes with the way you would normally play against a Spectre, right? Normally you would play against a Spectre. She doesn't have haunts. Let's go for a fight. We've got an ultimate. You know, it's a little bit more organized. You know, let's stick together, do that. But with this, it was just like a tinker. It was just like in the map, trying to snipe you, and then immediately out, and no chance for you to do anything. It feels like now, if your draft isn't really ready for it, you do kind of need this anti-global solution against the Spectre all of a sudden. Before, you could just get around it with a strong team fight. Like, oh, Spectre's not going to want to haunt into a really strong team fight. She didn't care here. Did not care. Every 30 seconds, she was in and out, and there's nothing they could do.
That's true, but the supports took forever to itemize against that. Night Stalker did not itemize. Tide did not itemize against that either, going for a pipe. Like, the pipe, they helped against Lesh, and that was it. But Lesh was being killed by Night Stalker constantly. I did not think B played Night Stalker to its full potential, as we've seen. We've seen Fata having more impact than a 5 Night Stalker. Here we get to see some of the highlights as well in this game. Okay, this was an early channel poison kill, not that big a deal.
It was a double kill, right?
Yeah, it was fine, you know. They played the early game pretty well, but I felt there was a bit of a disjoint as to how to turn this early game lead into a mid-game domination. And we also saw some, like I said, really good arenas. It can't be that Mars is such an easy time getting these arena plus spear combos onto Luna every single game.
Well, especially when his first item was Meteor Hammer.
Right?
Like, no Yules, no Blink. No Brown Boots, even.
No. I mean, even when he got Brown Boots, he still was landing these relatively easy. It was impressive. I don't know. I feel like it was an incredible game, particularly by their offlane. It was an incredible game by their offlane. I just feel like the Mars was on point here.
No, yeah, it was a good one, and they are going to be able to win here. Yeah, no, I mean, just every single arena was just felt so impactful. Even I'm sure we're going to catch it in a little bit here because it was a bit closer towards the latter half of the game. A particular arena when they ended up jumping a Spectre Illusion, and that's when they realized, oh man, this Shadow Step thing is super annoying. And they just chase down to Mars instead. He still gets off an arena, buys back, but that arena he still places down super impactful. Luna just got nowhere to go after that one. This is when Spectre stole. Right after actually Spectre stealing that.
That was an incredible hunt. Yeah. And they managed to kill the Luna towards the end. I mean, that was a pretty big deal. This turnaround also sure to happen because how do you steal the Aegis with a haunt? Like, it can happen, but with a team with this many stuns and this much, like, cover up, especially with arrows, stuff like that, it really should. It's these small things that I feel like MY just got a bit cocky into the mid-game, and they couldn't really translate the early game domination into a mid-game. You're right, they got overwhelmed, but we didn't see the impact of incredible Ravages. We saw the arena having way too much impact. Night Stalker couldn't really destroy the backline as easily. Look at this fight, for example. This was one of the fights where they actually start really well, and while Night Stalker is destroying them, their backlines get killed. There's nobody to protect them. Tide does nothing. Luna can't really help. Why is Luna going against Lesh, even though Night Stalker's dealing the main amount of damage? Who knows? She still gets caught outside. They're divided constantly, and Mystery's playing them like a fiddle in these fights.
To me, I think a big part of this was, you look at like the impacts of BKBs for Mercury versus the impacts of BKBs on Team MY, it's night and day, no pun intended. Like, yeah, you're really shying with BKBs for MY, but as soon as Mercury have a couple of BKBs up, I mean, just the Mars BKB alone was huge.
Yeah, it was.
And
but look at these arenas, though. He's constantly getting Luna. Like, there's never a chance when he misses them. That shouldn't be happening. Luna should not be such an easy target for the Mars.
No. I mean, yeah, you're right. You're right. And it's, again, I think a lot of this just comes down to BKBs. I mean, you have you have Tide with Ravage just waiting to use it, still waiting. Yep. You know, Disruption, or sorry, Shadow Demon can't do anything because he's just dying to Spectre at the start of every single fight. Mirana as well, very funny. What are you going to do when BKBs are online? Like, it felt impossible here, really.
You should do the BKB as well. Once again, it feels like the BKBs as well for MY were, oh, let me just become invulnerable for a second. Let me just avoid the spell.
But against two. Against what? Exactly. Not against Vayne. Not against Spectre in the late game.
Exactly. So what ended up happening is that you have to use the BKB, which is essentially for the arena, and you ended up using it for the Lash, for like a Split Earth. like much more minor stuff where there was only one objective for your BKB.
Yeah.
To me, a large reason why the match went the way it went is because there's a. I feel like in basketball this happens very often where they always talk about in basketball how you have to swap really quickly and teams actually struggle with this from offense to defense because it's a quick pace game. Unlike football or whatever, like you have to realize immediately, oh, the ball's on the other side. Like I have to now run and play a very different game. I think MY didn't swap immediately. I think their team fights they were playing like they were winning and they weren't. And no surprise, the MVP is unknown to me. It is known. His name is unknown.
It's not a mystery for Team Mystery. Our MVP is not unknown. It is unknown. And I mean, look at this. Spectre with 92 kill prediction. I mean, like, this is
no surprise.
Heard of.
I mean, with Haunt, it's really hard that you actually get this many assists, to be honest.
But this is, like, here's the thing. Here's the thing that's why it's surprising to me. Is Spectre, yes, early game Haunt fights are okay and all, but usually I feel like, you know, you haunt them towards the end of the fight after someone's dead. You don't really do too much, like, especially without a Radiance build. Like, this is incredible. Yeah. I mean, it's all because of the Shadow Step build as well, which was just, again, it's not new. It's new to me, which is why I'm kind of having this visceral reaction to it. But incredibly powerful. So very well played here, Team Mystery, and especially Unknown. A super active role, which, you know, sure, with that item build, with that X, does make it a bit easier, but it's still impressive that he was able to get it done.
You look at the general stats. To me, I think, honestly, I know the MVP is going to come out to Spectre because he participated in the most kills, but to me, it was Envious that was the MVP. I think this Mars is an incredible performance. He was the reason why Luna couldn't fight half the time, especially in the mid-late game. And his early game was good enough, right? The Meteor Hammer pickup was weird, but it made a lot of sense coming into the mid-late game. I think he had an incredible impact pushing towers. To me, he was a true MVP. The unsung hero of this game.
You know who my MVP is? Bane. Bane, this poor Bane, does nothing but die early game.
Typical support.
Does nothing but die early game. He gets brown boots on Magic Wand. They win one fight. He gets an Aether Lens, and then you know what he does? He sits and he saves. Every single time he dies, he gets sent back into that death room where it's just him and a poster of that BKB. And he's just dreaming. He's just dreaming of getting that BKB. No. And then he does. And look at that. Beautiful post game. 112 and 22, but you know what, Albo? He's got that BKB in the inventory, and that is a win for him.
You are a pause 5 player, and I can tell because you go in that and you say, yes, I know that the Mars made a bunch of saves and he had incredible spears, and team fights that should be happening. But did you see that one Phoenix grip by the Bane? I mean, he has no items. It counts more, right? No.
Absolutely.
No, it does not. You disgusting, filthy pause 5 picker.
But a bit. I mean. Just looking now for Team MY, right? Well, let's just quickly comment on this.
The net worth for Night Stalker is deplorable. This shouldn't be this low.
Yeah, but what I wanted to talk about was we were talking about how Mystery is kind of just itemizing for themselves because the synergy, it was there, especially with the Shadow Step, but for the most part, they were just looking to buff themselves because they were strong. It didn't really feel like you were talking about like pivoting, especially in basketball. You know, you got to go here and make this kind of play. Didn't really feel like we were reacting whatsoever. Like the game fundamentally shifted, and we needed to go for a couple different builds and play the game a bit different, and just none of it happened for Mystery.
Yeah, I would agree. I just think they didn't realize when team fights were going wrong. So we'll see what happens in number 3. Let's see if both teams can reach some stage of improvement, or if Mystery will just take game number 3 after a really good draft. We're gonna have a small break, 5 minutes, and we'll be right back with the next game of the series between Mystery and Team MY. Take care, and we'll see you guys soon.
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. Attaboy! more to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Well, guys, and welcome back. Once again, it's us, not the host, it's us. As we come back to game number 3 between Team MY and Team Mystery as the final deciding game to see who's going to remain in the upper bracket and who's going to go down.
They go. Where do they go if they go down? Abo, tell me.
Well, my papa used to call it the basement, but I think these days we call it the lower bracket. And that's a scary place to be because at the top of ghosts and goblins, and of course all the little demons that live there, there's also best of ones there. And best of ones that lead to your elimination. So quite literally a fight for your life if they try to remain in this tournament. And Team Mystery, they might be a great name for a horror story. Usually for the first guy that gets killed.
Very true. Very true. I'm surprised your father did not call it the Sotano, but maybe that is.
You, my American dad. A very American.
You're
That's my
very-
Luis son.
Well, we'll see here. We'll see how. I mean, I think what was a little bit more of a mystery game number 2 was kind of the reactions. I think that wasn't necessarily too strong of a game. I never really felt like mystery, despite what I felt like having a really strong counter initiation kind of lineup with a Shadow Demon, with a
You
Tide
mean
Hunter.
MY, you mean MY.
MY, thank you. Yeah, never really seemed to be able to put it together here. As we do already have our 3rd and final draft here of the series underway. Oh, wow, okay. Same bands, by the way, for all 3 games.
Yep.
We should just very quickly say.
Fascinating you start with the Abaddon though.
10 seconds
Usually you just wait for the
remaining.
Bane. Like either you pick the Bane yourself, and then
5
you
seconds remaining.
you just pick it. There you go. You get rid of it. Or you alternatively you wait for the Bane to be picked up, so you counter with the Abaddon. There's no way that Mystery opens with the Abaddon Bane thing. So this is from a drafting standpoint not too good. Because Abaddon is usually response more than anything, especially these days with the nerfs. He's definitely not high value enough for being first pick. So unless this is like a Abaddon Weaver or some crazy strat they have prepared, I'm not a big fan of this start by M1.
Mars!
Yeah, that's true, but like the way I always see these kind of picks
Radiant
is
team
we've had Bane birthdays in the previous season, and we're still going to see it. What the heck? Yeah, maybe this is a moot point. I'm glad I didn't get to finish, because what I definitely wasn't going to say, Alvaro, was that maybe it's going to be like an effective ban. Right, I was going to say, oh, maybe, there's no way you pick a Bane into an Abba. But here we are.
10
Mystery
seconds
seems to
remaining.
kind of prefer to have this combo again.
5
And
seconds
seeing as they
remaining.
played the Mars last game, yeah, I mean, absolutely. Anything that we can use to buff them up is going to be nice. Borrowed Time, of course, extremely strong versus Bane, because you can use it if you're slept,
Radiant
stunned,
team
you're nightmared.
back.
So Bane basically never going to be looking to use any abilities on Abba. Maybe you nightmare him, so if you want to aphotic, he has to use Borrowed Time, but like
Yeah.
that's the best thing you're hoping for there. It's still kind of a waste, quote unquote, of a spell.
Radiant
I agree.
team back.
Yeah, I'm not very sold on the start with Team Mystery, honestly. And I think the Bane Mars is
Dire
fine.
team
So,
back.
we talked about it last game.
Radiant
Bad.
team back.
It's fine. Jarkat once again for MY. I don't know, I feel like the drafting by MY is not very strong, and then Mystery just kind of went, let me make it strong for you. I think you could have punished that a lot more. I don't think there's a need to be pigeonholed to these picks. Like, yeah, these are meta picks to a degree, at least the Bane is.
10
Mars not so
seconds
much.
remaining.
Arcopter somewhat. Abaddon definitely not.
5
So I
seconds
don't know
remaining.
whether they're holding by this. I'm having a bit of a hard time understanding both these drafts, to be honest. Maybe that's comfort. Obviously, comfort comes into play.
I'm a bit surprised as well to see the Vengeful Spirit be banned out. I think it's annoying versus a Bane, annoying versus a Mars especially, but
Oh, yeah, Abaddon.
I
Dire
don't-
team back.
If you need another hero apart from Abaddon to save you from the Bane, no, then why'd you pick the Abaddon? He's not that great of a hero. The Aphotic Shield nerf is honestly huge for range.
yeah. A decent lane though, honestly. Abba Gyro, simple pointing the curse. I think, of course, is
10
Mars to
seconds
use
remaining.
the God's Rebuke on you instead of using it to secure creeps.
5 seconds
So we don't
remaining.
die, obviously, as a Mars in that lane. Otherwise, you just get ran down with Gyro, Abba, and
Dire team pick. Radiant
I don't know.
team
Like that's the utility I am
Yeah.
right now seeing of the Abaddon. Otherwise, I do genuinely agree with you. Don't really see a whole lot of use for it as Mystery. Will now go with the Lena. So there, now we can even just pop the Abba through Borrowed Time, or quote unquote through Borrowed Time from above 400 HP if we don't allow it to trigger. Strong mid laner,
10
flexing it to the
seconds
floor.
remaining.
Lena Mars, a very fiery, very high kill potential lane there as well.
5 seconds
And
remaining.
one that Abba will struggle in. he is very easily outranged and out-harassed by the Lina. So that is going to be relatively easy for him there.
See what they end up running here as a response for MY. Clockwork is in the pool,
Oh, that's always an answer, isn't it?
and also very good against Bane.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very good.
Good against Mars, right?
I mean, then you have Clock 4, which is not the greatest thing. You'd rather have him as 5 these days, but I still think Clock is the pick if you can.
In this game, absolutely. I agree with you. Because it's great versus Mars, right? Because you stop him from spearing to his walls if you hookshot in. Great versus Bane, obviously. Great versus Lina for the same reasons. Great versus Bane.
I mean, you're lacking stuns, that's the only concern. So then maybe you want to, because of the lack of stuns, go for a Lion, for example. Which is also okay this game. But I do think Clock is I wouldn't see any justification for any of the other typical 4s, like say Mirana or Spirit. They just don't carry enough to be better than Clock.
Yeah. I think Clock was just safer. I would suggest a Shaman, but right now I'm not really seeing a pick that Shaman looks too amazing again. There's no Clock, there's no Spirits here, so... and if you pick a Shaman, they're definitely not going to pick a Clock or a Spirit. But then again, I don't really know, right? Mystery did pick the Bane into the Abba, so... Yeah, just a safe position 4 pick that gives you a stun, a little bit of vision, of course, on Rocket Flare, even if it has been nerfed pretty heavily in the last couple of matches.
Okay, put out open.
Mirana. Radiant team ban.
Once again, that's what I said. It's okay, the Mirana pick is okay, but there's no justification to picking Mirana over Clockwork here, for sure, except for a comfort thing, which we've seen a lot. I just don't like when teams that are up on the up and up, and why I would consider on decide for comfort over better drafts, because then you could never get out of that comfort zone. That's concerning.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think it's okay. The lane sanking Mirana is very strong. Mystery will once again go for the Spectre. This time the Spectre pick is much weaker, of course, because you don't have a Shadow Demon on the enemy side. Abandon is not an easy kill. Neither is Mirana. Sanking and Jarkov aren't either. So you can't really go for the global build again. Just kill support all the time. But you still have a good core-to-core matchup. You still have a solid Spectre that can just go for the Echo Saber like Basher, Scotty, and you beat Jarkov in the late game. And you just go for a very different build this game, and you still destroy him. So,
yep. On your point about the up and up team is kind of doing the same thing. I think it's a bit of a caster cop out, but I think it's true. Like, you do learn a lot from losses, especially when you play a better team, right? They show you why things don't work, and the lesson of comfort picks don't always work. It's a very cheap lesson, right? And you don't want that to come at the hands of a very experienced team who could be teaching you something better. Does that make sense?
Remaining.
Yeah, so I agree with you on that. But hey, I mean, for right now in the playoffs, if it's going to get you to the next round here on the comfort picks, be it.
Sure, right? I just feel like these comfort picks, I often see that the comfort pick sometimes assume that you're so good on this comfort pick that comfort pick will be better than anything else you could pick up here, and I've rarely seen that being the case. Maybe on mid laners on some occasions. Look at the Shadowfield. Clearly a comfort pick for Mystery, and it was lackluster because it was just a bad draft for it. So it comes to the point where, like, I don't know what you're gaining with these comfort picks too often.
Very strong lane there, Underlord versus the Spectre.
Yeah, so Sanking is mid, which is a tempo controller this time. If you're Mystery, you might just put Lina mid.
10 seconds.
I like that. I like that finisher a lot from MY. Because this also makes it really awkward for Lina, because now it's like, oh, I don't really want to... Like, the lane's fine for Lina, especially because you just, Dragon Slave.
Mid-game you die to say.
Exactly. And the mid-game comes a lot earlier on a mid-lane Sanking. He's going to have Blink or Ags really, really fast, and Lina just won't be able to BKB in time for it. So I really like that, because now it's like, I guess we can run Lina 4 and pick something a little bit better versus Sanking. But, yeah, then you just kind of condemn Lina to die. Which she's going to do anyway, whether she's mid or 4. But I like it. I like it from MY. It kind of forces the hand. Presumably... Actually, banned position 4 is here. Mystery could decide to go back into the Spirit Breaker again.
Yeah. Breaker's fine.
Especially against the Sand King, it's quite nice.
Yeah, but Underlord is very strong as well.
No, it's a good point.
I don't really see a 4. Lion is good for me. Oh, Abaddon's there. I can't really see a 4 I love for Mystery, honestly. I think the Lina is fine as a 4, to be honest. Maybe a Willow. Willow is okay here. Very good against Sanking. That's the only 4 I would be like, wow, really, really excited to see. I think otherwise you might just pick a mid laner, but I also think the Lina mid might just be better.
Yeah, I'm kind of tempted for the idea of a DP mid. Couple of tanky heroes for you to life drain off of. Silence is very good. It's the answer to Abba because he cannot dispel that off of himself. They don't have to worry about him for a while. Silence kills a Mirana.
I like DP. I think DP
gives you
can
push.
use push.
We don't really have push right now, unless Mars goes from the media hammer, but still you need a little bit more. I'd like a DP here.
You could also put Mars mid, which actually is a good lane against Sanking as well. Because the spear, you spear him out, he can't make Sandstorm in the lane.
Yeah, true.
Choose your hero.
I think that's what they might end up doing. We'll see.
No, it seems like it's gonna be.
Yeah, anyway.
Shadow Demon is fine. Like, he's not a form I'm excited about. I do really think that if you gotta consider 4, Willow was a bit better here. Because Shadow Demon, I mean, you can stop the epicenter initiation, perhaps by Sanking, but then if Sanking is initiating on someone with epicenter, it should never be the Spectre, which is going to be your front line. They're going to disrupt. If anything, it's going to be the Lina. And if it's Lina, he's going to catch you too. It's going to be tough to be able to have super huge impact on the Shadow Demon. But I can see the point of the pick. Good with Spectre, good against Abaddon, good with Gyrocopter, or against Gyrocopter as well. Not a bad pick by any means. We said it, Lina mid looks good, so why not?
The only thing I'm concerned with is that you do set, like if you just defensively disrupt, you set your team up for a lot of abilities here. Basically, some ability from everyone here, right, for MY. You disrupt, I mean, basically Abba, but you don't care about Abba. Like if you disrupt your Lina because she's getting jumped, and yeah, maybe they then miss an arrow, you set her up for Pit of Malice, you set her up for Sandstorm, you set her up for probably, Call Down Missile. Like there's so much, like it's not really, to me, such a great disruption game for its defensive utility here. But maybe that's not how they plan on using it. We'll see here as it comes down to the decisive game number 3 for our first game here in the playoffs. The Top Plans 2021 Summer Invitational. Still confident here going 2-1 MY over Mystery?
I don't know. Last game was a very disappointing performance by MY, if I'm honest with you. I feel like Mystery was looking stronger. And this game, once again, I see like a lot of the issues from last game from MY kind of persist.
Prepare for battle.
I'm not sure. Because the first game, the only reason I think Mystery really lost was honestly the Shadow People. And the second game, I still think to now that even though the idea by Mystery Craft was really good, more than we give it credit for, I still think that MY's Craft was stronger towards the mid-late game. I can't imagine. I said this multiple times, but it should never happen that Mars has a bigger impact once BKBs comes out than the title. That should never happen. That's a mistake within the teams. Whatever it is, you're taking the wrong fight. And coming to this third game, that's what I'm down for.
Okay, speaking of things that should never happen, things we've seen twice before in this series, will Mercury as well die for first blood?
Not this time. Not this time. They have the Bane the Shadow Demon. They pick like there's nothing to combo the Morano with.
To battle.
They know. They're not gonna it's not gonna happen.
Okay.
At least not before the horn.
We shall see.
I also feel, by the way, that back to that MVS, like I said, was the MVP my last game. I think that he's just gonna have the same impact again. I don't know if Meteor Hammer is the name of the game this game. I think you actually have a lot more setup this time for yourself. If he wants to go Meteor Hammer, considering how much it canceled Luna and how much it'll cancel Gyrocopter, I'm not opposed to that either.
All right, this time it's gonna be relatively calm here at the horn. First blood. Yeah, it's a small advantage, however, for Team Mystery. Mirana did have to deny her own ward, so there is going to be no rune vision here for the first couple of minutes for Team MY in the mid lane. That's just something to consider.
It'll be the first time, by the way, that the MY actually has a stronger lanes for the most part. I mean, mid is just a farm fest, or should be. I'm not saying they should both be able to get some farm, whether it be jungle. But top lane is going to be Underlord favorite for sure. And bottom, usually Gyrocopter beats the Mars. If you go for Rocket Barrage build. She has the first time, so I wouldn't be surprised. So maybe they could snowball off this. They have a really good team to snowball as well. I think draft-wise, honestly, both teams are kind of even. But the execution for MY is hard.
Just in. I don't know if I agree with that. I feel like we've just got more point-and-click stuns to throw. Well, not really, right? Because it's just kind of throw strike.
Yeah,
Pit of Malice is huge in this game, though. It's so annoying. Especially the supports.
But like you need to be able to hit these, get the right team fight off. You know, get enough space for your gyrocopter as well. I feel like the team fight is a bit harder to execute. I mean, in the late game, don't get me wrong. There's they just have more team fight. At least in the team fight.
Radiant's middle tower
That's fair.
is under attack.
I think it's a bit scary though, because until we get like items, I feel like our team mystery supports. The supports are required for any of the setup to connect, right? Spear, not really, right? Because we've seen a lot of great spears, don't get me wrong, from our Mars mystery last game. But LSA is going to be difficult without a disruption or a nightmare to set it up. You know, like our support duo just doesn't really give you lockdown outside of the Fiend script, right? And that to me is never something I really like to see in a support duo.
Yeah, particularly Senking has a lot of freedom this game because of that. So yeah, I can see that. I still feel like if they go like last game though, they might be able to catch up regardless because they did the impossible last game with very little catch as well.
Radiant's middle
This
tower
is a kill. There's Cosmic Finale here, Lina. You got to get away from those creeps.
No, none of the creeps said cost the finale on
He's
them.
gonna make it. He's gonna make it. Yeah, but the one was one right click away.
Yep.
So
I think you might have been able to. The second hit on the Lina wasn't necessary.
Ooh, arrow whiffed. Would've been big.
I would say whiffs. I think Mercury was smart about it. They've gone for the rune there. But you fight me out of lane. You're level 1. Level 1. Get out of here, my pro. Nice strike array. Did you actually get the kill off us? That's gonna be the first blood. Giving back to my pro after all those first bloods.
The tip even. First tip of the series, I think.
Revenge is a dish best served cold.
Record. Best served now, isn't it? We got
Well, it's
Mercury.
cold 'cause
We have
buying this
Mercury.
time.
We have Mars. I mean, my goodness, it's gonna be absolutely cataclysmic here. This is game number 3, isn't it?
I agree with Adamant and Element. I don't know what relation they possibly could have together. But I don't know them.
True. I thought you were gonna go with, you know, 2 tasty drinks. Drink Mars and you drink Mercury.
Oh right, Mercury is also a planet. Yeah, I forgot about that. I was actually just thinking of the Roman gods.
You fool.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Also, Mercury is going to be the Roman name for a Greek god as well, by the way.
Hermes.
Yes.
I know. Oh, that's what I was thinking about. That I was purposely ignoring, but I forgot they're both planets. I forgot Mercury is a planet. Look, who knows? Who does Mercury even exist? It's like a 50.
My very excellent mother. Yes, it's the first one in the what's it
I
called?
bet you believe everything about they teach you at school, right? I believe you think the Earth is round. Too.
Oh, what else is round? It's that Aphotic Shield. Level 2 already. We're saving a skill point, so I'm interested to see what the Abba's going to decide to go into. Because it depends. He's got to play around his Gyro. If Gyro's like, I want to farm, I'm not going Rocket Barrage, he's not going to put a point in with Curse. There's no use. But
What is Gyro's goal?
Dire's middle
I don't know, I haven't
is
seen it
under
yet.
attack.
My endless curiosity.
Yeah.
That's big.
Oh, yeah. We'll see eventually what Gyro's got going. How many brown boots as well on these supports? Are we back in a brown boot rich meta?
Yeah. I think so. I mean, I think they help the cut lanes. With range support, it's harder to do.
Yeah, that's true.
Baron is desperately trying to pull. What is a single pull? Feels awful. One. Not only do you get the best camp, which is or second best camp, which is hard, and you still third. Hyenas or wolves, ghost, and then harpies. Right? Small camp. Then Shadow Demon comes in and kills the harpies. So you get to use them at all.
Yeah, that's how you can do it. I think the Bulls I think are just the best ones to go for. Ghosts are terrible, but sometimes for the Kobolds camps as well. Foreman, if you aggro it correctly on the creep and you get all the range creeps to be hitting your range creeps, you can actually offer really nice.
All right, because you have to do it before the creeps start dying.
Yeah, that's the biggest deal is if you can get the range creep. Now, yes, the bull camps are they're too powerful and they'll kill it. But for the others, the range creep is quite a big deal. A difference maker, sorry. And it's hard to execute on, so I get why you go, oh, well, speaking of boots, no boots
That's
for
a big
you.
deal, actually. Now maybe we find out if Jericho went for the Rocket Barrage.
Shells.
No. That's for next game. Figure out.
Arrow mid, catches the Marana. Probably wanted the wagon instead, honestly, but settle for now.
This is the classic play of, oh, you should hit the air, I gotta do something with it.
Yeah, secured some CS. Unfortunately, does not get the second range creep. Nightmare. Secure the rune, which spawns top anyway, swiftly into the bottle for Mercury.
I was like, well, I mean, they did such a hard job anyway. I mean, I've been in this position a lot, right? When your Marana hits a miracle arrow and then she starts pinging the target like you have to do something, even though you're not in position, and you go, I'll do my best. And he didn't have an
Flat
epicenter.
cannon.
What?
Flat cannon.
You go for flat cannon. And stats, I presume.
Yep. He's got stats 0, 1, 3 at level 5.
Interesting, because I would say this might be the game where you actually want to play more aggressively with your team, but I guess they're just relying on sanking in Underlord to create so much space that Jarkov doesn't need to participate in any fights.
Yeah, and I
Which
think
is what they did first game.
And I think it works, right? I don't remember who was the mid first game for Team MY. Do you recall? Do you recall the mid for Team MY in the first game? The it was Ember. Ember much more of a carry. I'd say now you've got like 2 utility cores basically, right? With the Sand King and the Underlord, both very extreme utility. So I think this makes a lot of sense, right? You need to go kind of full greed. Someone needs to do damage, especially versus Spectre. Like I would not want to be in a situation where my Sand King went like Sanjin Kaya, and I'm like, what do you do? You know, let me farm, right? Let me do the farming, do the fighting early, and we'll take it from there. Big stacks for both teams, though.
I mean, Sanjin Kaya is fine if you want to be the tank. They got the arrow in the middle of the pit of malice, pretty good. However, lacking.
They do. I mean, that's a Spectre with full power treads. So it's not going to be the naked blade mail builds. So maybe we are going to
Echo
see.
Saber.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe we will be seeing that instead.
Middle tower is under
I hope
attack.
it's not going to be the Axe, though. I don't think this game the Axe is half the value as last game. You don't have the global potential. You do not have the... Like, I
Radiant's
think Axe is
bottom
fine later
tower
on.
is under attack.
Like, as the Axe rush, you don't have the global potential. You don't have easy targets to kill at all, honestly.
Yeah.
I think Mirana might be your easiest target, and that's like saying... Or get the Abaddon.
No. It's not great because the reason that works so nicely in the last game is because you have Spirit Breaker as well, who's I don't know what charge downtime is. It's like 12 seconds or something after you complete the charge of guy, and that's good enough.
Radiant
That's good
are
enough for
scanning.
30-second downtime with Shadow Step, and right now you're not going to be playing with anyone. So I agree. We might have a kill here.
Yeah, nice Dark Array. Laguna Blade. Yep, we certainly have a kill. This is the... Oh, Jackson enough time to haunt down bottom.
Wow.
And kill the Abaddon. Well done.
That's
Well
impressive.
done. That is very good.
That's a perfectly timed rotation because she was just starting to struggle top lane a little bit as well.
Yeah, it's very well done. I mean, they play around the Spectre really well. That
Radiant's
kind of
middle
credit is due.
tower
Mystery
is
played a
under
really solid
attack.
game too. Particularly because
Radiant
of,
structures are
and the whole
fortified.
team in general played well, but they played really well on
Dire's
Spectre
top
timing.
tower is under
Yeah, how
attack.
Spectre scored.
Yeah, it's not always the easiest thing to do, to be honest.
No,
but I like this a lot. To me, it feels like Unknown is a little bit more active in terms of calling, hey, let's do this, go mid. I feel it feels like the whole team's at least in the loop of what's going on, and
Yep,
it's not like Spectre haunted when the support was running away. Like it's a good move here, and I think that's I think that's actually rather high praise, especially of upcoming teams.
I agree. The problem with up-and-coming teams is always that they don't stay together long enough to form these bonds that allow them to play this well. But I think DPC helps that. Even if Mystery's technically out of DPC, because they were one of the bottom 2 teams in the lower division, they might be able to qualify for the next stop anyway. And I would love for them to just keep us in their squad. To build this rapport. Another attempt for BB. BB will live.
Quite tanky, this one. Okay. It looks like we are going for maybe a Vessel Rush as well this time for Tigger. Does have that urn ready.
Should have been the case last game as well. He went for mech last game, which I thought was very
I
flush.
believe he did, yes, I believe he did. Rod of Atos for the Underlord. I think that's the right move versus a Spectre.
Yes.
Yules, I don't know if that gives you 100% hit for like double Pit of Malice. Whereas
Oh, well, it doesn't really matter as much. What I'm going to say here is that Spectre's too tanky for you to just get a double stun or double root and beat her.
Yeah.
You need those extra 2 seconds of hitting. Yules makes her invulnerable, right?
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
So I do feel like for tanky heroes, Aegis is better.
Okay, I mean, Bane's gonna die, but it might be at the cost of
No
the
Laguna.
Sand King. Laguna, no. I mean, Haste Rune. Yeah, no. You don't want a 2v1 here. Click 2 instead, push a little bit, clear the waves, and keep on farming. BOT's first item for Lena.
Also, Aegis allows you to keep hitting her with Firestorm. It's Firestorm. Probably your biggest source of damage actually in
Radiant's
Spectre in this
middle
game.
tower is under
point.
attack.
This is also might be very punishing if Spectre decides not to go for Manta. Like if she goes for the Axe Rush,
Top tower
which
is
means
under
no
attack.
Manta until later, she's going to be very heavily punished by the Aegis. Hopefully that's not the case. Hope she realizes that unknown swaps builds. Mid tower now should fall. Meteor Hammer. Once again, that build. You can't stop the channeling of Meteor Hammer with the root. Another tower down. Epicenter used. Disruption is on that Epicenter, but Lena still. Oh! Got saved with a Nightmare there. Holy Missile's not going to be enough damage on level 1. So she's capable of getting away. She even destroys the missile in the process.
Yep, everyone else is penned up inside that arena. Yes, I don't think... Oh, they did get that tower, right? I
They
believe?
did? Yeah, Meteor Hammer took the tower. It was the Meteor Hammer Mars. This is the build every game. I don't know why I ever question this. It's just you go Meteor Hammer every single game.
Go Meteor Hammer and you just play up. Good stats as well. What it's like 5 all stats with that crown or something like that. Extra 100 HP. Back up a little bit more and you just afford to play up and a bit more fast and loose. Cover yourself with Arena and you're out of there. Very nicely done. I thought that was looking real bad, but some great saves. I mean, hey, that's the thing, right, with Mercury is you can play Bane and Shadow Demon, but if you don't have good Bane and Shadow Demon players, the and is very key there. It does feel really bad because it's so highly execution based. Like I know you just like you press Nightmare and that's it, and you press Disruption and that's it. But like it's a lot more than you gotta find the timing, you gotta do this, like you gotta know.
You have to keep the spell off cooldown.
You gotta do a bunch of interaction stuff. Like there's no point in disrupting a Sand King after he's Burrow Strike Epicenter because the pulse will still continue. Like there's a lot of like weird things like that. But
that was the right choice to stop him from moving forward, right?
Yep.
Which is what the goal was there. Yep. So well done. Still tower though going the way of MY here top lane. See how Mr. responds. They're gonna start to be a bit more impactful, just trying to push it to a bit of utility before he goes back to full farming. Now see the NX rush. Not as big a fan of it this game. We'll see how it works out.
Oh, they're not going to be a fan of that Bane. Once again, taking him down. Going to be Blink Dagger first for the Sand King. Into the Yule Scepter. No Ags Rush here, BB. Okay, it's going to be probably BKB for Lina. I think she can consider like the Dragonlance, but I think it would be a mistake not to at least disassemble it into BKB right away.
I feel like the BKB is a necessity in this game.
Maybe you just go straight BKB. I know it's only like 700.
They lose a very... I mean, not actually Disruption to save him. They actually killed BB here. And for now, Bane is still alive. Meteor Hammer saving him from any sort of follow-up as well. As with the Spectral Dagger, they're hoping to chase after this. Haunt not too effective, but considering you killed BB and you got another great arena.
I didn't catch that, but did the Abba Aphotic shield himself after he borrowed time? I didn't feel like there was one for BB.
I didn't see that.
Yeah. Okay. Because there was 2 stuns, right? There was.
Well, BB got killed by Laguna regardless.
Okay. Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered. Okay.
It wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, he was already on it. Oh, that's big though.
Look, Anthony is so good on Mars. Like, seriously, he has been the stand-up performer for me in these last 2 years. His Mars is so good. He has not missed a single arena. They look like the Ravages.
They don't look like Ravages, but I get.
They look like Ravages.
Well, is that red to you?
Yeah. Red, green.
Green.
Are they not the same color? Both shades of brown, anyway.
Alvaro saw the movie 50 Shades of Grey, and he was thoroughly disappointed with what he saw. He wanted to see different colors, and he did not. Oh, the disruption save there, though, this time around. That's going to waste most of the epicenter, but I think they might still have the damage regardless here. Yes, they will. At what cost? They are going to stop channeling that green grip. He's going to die regardless, though, on this Bane. By the looks of it, this time the second dive behind the Tier 1 tower will net Team MY that Tier 1.
Completely unnecessary. You don't have Haunt or the Ag. You don't need to fight this. You just want the tower. That was a bit of an overextension. And Envious even knew it. You know, they should have just let him die. I mean, it's impressive how much save they have, but there's no point in forcing bad engagement. You lose all these advantages you get in the early.
It's that Ags rush though. Spectre is gonna keep on keeping on. Ags rush, and I agree. I don't think this is gonna be quite the item that it was last time around. But I mean, hey, if Mars is there every single time the way he has been, there's no reason it can't. Maybe instead of Spectre going for solo kills along with the Spirit Breaker anywhere on the map, maybe it's going to be targeted kills against people that are within range, you know? I mean, it does change the calculus, whereas normally a Sand King can farm next to a Mars with, just one spear doesn't kill me. A spear into a Meteor Hammer into Shadow Step might. And what do you say that? I mean, maybe that's the way to look at it here for Team Mystery. I'm eager to see how they use it, because I am also, to be honest, quite doubtful.
The Mars, especially doubtful if Mars dies free again. I guess I shouldn't have praised him. I apologize. I'm just garbage. Maybe now he's upside.
Yeah.
I think he's played some really solid games, but these last two deaths, it happens sometimes, right? They kill you where you're not supposed to. All of a sudden, your brain kind of has a little brain fart, and then you go and do the same bad play once again. And now you're gonna take a deep breath and go, right, like what do I need to do? What is my objective? What should I be playing? And the answer to all those things is not near the enemy.
Yeah, looks like they've been giving him a little bit of fun with the Shadow Demon. Either that, or he's just been taking it because no one else is.
Yeah, because he's the dead laner. So this is interesting because if you actually watch SCA games at the top tier level, nowadays this is the region particularly that considers the dead lane to be mid lane,
Radiant's
not top lane,
bottom
or
tower
not safe.
is under attack.
They actually treat the mid lane as the biggest dead lane. So it's surprising that they're playing more like I guess Europeans would play rather than top tier SCA.
Oh, Smoke's gonna break there. Bit unfortunate because he wanted to go with the rest of the squad. Unfortunately, they only find an ABBA. A bit of miscommunication there. As in fact, they might even get the Mars. The arrow's going to find him. They don't even need Epicenter here, so he is going to die. And ABBA, of course, no use chasing him when there's a tier 1 tower up. And the rest of Team MY already killing your counter initiator. So Mystery not able to really find much with these past 3 deaths here on the Mars. That stun is not going to pan out into anything, though. With the haste turn, it won't be punished either.
That's the 3rd time they kill the Mars in this situation.
Yes.
Maybe I was wrong with the deep breath.
Maybe you were.
He didn't take any breath.
Nope. Dead. Well, he's been taking a lot of breaths. That's all he's been doing. He hasn't been playing much Dota in the past 3 minutes.
Yeah, honest. And soon we'll get the Axe. Hopefully the turning point as they expect. Just flops.
I mean, it's space for Spectre. Spectre has not been pressured whatsoever. Whenever we take a look at her, full HP, full mana, 100% of the time. No pressure whatsoever.
She got the Axe now, I believe.
So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. It's back into the Orchid as well. Of course, this is going to be a bit faster because we're going to disassemble that.
Here we go.
There's a stun first. It's going to be a 4th death on the Mars straight.
Breathe, Mars! Breathe! Please! Oh, this counter arena is not even good either. It was just a desperate attempt at being useful.
I mean, he's just falling off so hard. Miranda now is almost not as much net worth. He's giving him Vessel charges as well, so it's not like, you know, sure, there's no Mars, Silence, or Slug, or there's no infinite scaling, but like, Vessel is huge in the early game, especially because I think the reason Mars is dying mid so much is because he's trying to get Blink. There's already not only an Urn, but a full Vessel here that's going to be canceling you.
Need to just start considering the mid lane to be
Oh, right. He disassembles Echo in for the Ogre Axe into Axe,
right,
and then uses the Oblivion Staff
for the Ogre.
Perhaps.
I forgot about the Ogre Axe.
Oh, yeah, cancel that TP.
WWE, they also go for the mid. Oh, once again, Mars is mid, but this time,
another Haunt on the Roche.
Ages. The Roche, it might just be given to Mystery right now. As I don't think the Gyro can fight this.
That was a Fiend script.
Oh, Sanking, reconnecting. With a perfect. No mana though. Hit a Malice. Hit a choke point. But they just have no follow-up.
Yeah, Roche is low, but so is Gyro, so they have to send him back because he's the only one that was really doing damage to Roshan, especially with his build.
The only one that really does damage in general, to be honest, unless Epicenter's up.
Yeah, true. And we'll see how they can get this one done then. Shadow Step, so we still have Shadow Step to play with, but that's going to be, in case Team MY we're not aware that we're going to Ags. We're just showing it off. That was weird. Didn't quite see the animation, but shout out to the observer who knew it was happening anyway. As we'll check up in there. Gyro now with full Ags, Dragon Lance, and a Crystallis. Respectable damage, but only physical damage. No magic damage really to write home about here. Level 2 call down, not bad, but you know, compared to an Epicenter, it's likely not going to net you any solo kills. Here they go, though. Team M1 on the cliffs, ready to go. There's a couple of smokes breaking, a lot more smokes break, as there's going to be now the Shadow Step on in, but immediately back. There's more heroes there. So they were ready to fight. Nice disruption is going to stop the Underlord, leading off hit. Okay, but they are going to go in with the Mars. The second PKB charge here for the Lina does net them to kill here onto the Sand King, and he did use Epicenter, so he doesn't have a lot of, well, he's going to buy back. There's not a lot left in the tank anyway. Bane as well, though, without the ultimate, trying his best here to just do whatever he can, but there's going to be the Gyrocopter going down then. Spectre will be able to go toe-to-toe with them. Great LSA. You have the Vessel ticking down the Lina, but don't have any follow-up damage. They're going to get it. Oh, they're not going to be able to get the Bane away. 3 dead then in favor of Team MY. We bump back, and once again, without Gyrocopter, I don't know if Roche is low enough for you to actually get it, get an objective out from this. I think this is a kind of a win for Mystery.
Yeah, but such weird initiations though, right? Because the Mystery Arena was
weird.
it was earlier than I expected it, right? I mean, it ended up turning out pretty decently, all things considered, but it wasn't as impactful as we saw last game as well. Once again, he is just praising too much. And the gyrocopter dying there, I think it does make it for mystery because Spectre doesn't die, right? So you have a win in that sense. Losing the Mars is okay because he's fallen off anyway, whereas you don't really want to lose the Spectre, who's your main
I'll take your
hero you're going to play around anyway. Alina's also maintaining herself up in net worth. It's hard to tell because these fights are just awkward. I feel like MY should be having a much easier time with that fight, considering how bad the initiation was.
There they go. Rush
didn't
time number
happen.
3. With a Shadow Blade now for Lina, I want to say. So I like this much
Arena
better.
at 6 seconds. Haunt for vision. There goes QWE. Pit of Malice nearby. They all go for QWE, and he's fine for now. And Disruption saving him. Nightmare as well. QWE with the pig pull. That's a good arena finally, but they have the follow-up. They actually just use the Under Ultimate immediately. Meteor Hammer will hit too, but there's not enough damage to kill a single bone. To kill only BB, actually.
Yep.
But you do take the Roche, as you said. Arrow will annoy them ever so slightly, but Spectre should not die. There is Underlord keeping back in, hoping Silly's going to counter kill, but it's too late.
It's too late.
It's going to go once again.
Maybe you
the way
get
of
Bane,
unknown.
but Bane doesn't care about his life. Neither do you. And that's huge. That's huge for Mercury. They fought so long there, Avo. They delayed Roche so long that we started that fight. We interrupted first Roche with Haunt, and then we won third Roche with another Haunt. You know, really, really good stuff out from Mercury. And yeah, I mean, we just immediately jumped BB as well there. Sorry, Team Mercury immediately jumped BB, back. So losing him in the fight as well without getting off epicenter. It's just nothing. Again, Gyro, he does damage, especially with this build, but he's also very fragile. Doesn't have a single defensive item. And as soon as the counter initiation is gone and you're trapped inside the arena, it's time to get the heck out of dodge.
Now, it seems like offlane are taking turns in this whole suicidal mid lane attempt.
They are. They are.
You'd have to die in the mid lane like 3-4 times until you can finally call yourself a real offlaner. It's like a pilgrimage for offlaners, apparently. Through the mid lane you go.
Yeah. I mean, I guess so. And now, I mean, speaking of offlaners, even though it's the mid laner, it's actually BB after the dieback who only got a Bane out of it because he did buyback on his first life after he got stunned and Epicenter didn't do anything. And all they did was secure a kill on a Bane. Doesn't pay for even the TP shoulders to get back into the fight. There's going to be a Shadow Step. But it would be a little bit of a bait because actually if they go back in for the Mars and of course with borrowed time, they might even just be able to turn. We have Aegis of course here on the Spectre. The Dusk is going to be able to set up for the kill immediately onto BB. That's 50 seconds, and without the borrowed time, Ava is up next. Gyrocopter as well joining the fight, may be able to at least get the first life off of the Spectre, and indeed he will. That's only the Aegis in exchange for his own life, and he's not responding in 5 seconds, Ava. He's responding in 50.
And with a Shadow Step, they're going for the Lord as well. I don't think they have the damage though to kill him, but at least force him out of the mid lane, push this lane quicker. And I think the idea is to go for the tier 2 bottom. That's where Mercury is going.
Oh, Silver Edge now.
Yeah, not bad. Get rid of the Caustic Finale, get rid of the Aura on our Lord.
Oh yeah, I think that's the big one actually. Get rid of borrowed time proccing automatically as well.
That's true. So if you have a silence, which you do, okay, you could do the custom made Doom.
Custom made Doom. Go ahead and yeah. Unless Abba's got any like a Yules or something to dispel himself, yeah, he's fodder to this. He is going to be fodder. Of course, Pocket Doom is when you also mute, which Silencer has at level 25 now, which I think is a little bit whack. You think on last word mutes, especially with Ags, you can AoE Doom.
I like that, but then that Silencer getting to level 25, and in that case, it's your only thing.
That's good.
Because Silencer is like, guys, watch me farm. Oh, I took 1 creep point. Oh, he passed me by. Also, I died 2 times in the process. I love Silencer. I wish he was more
top
violent.
tower is under attack.
There's a Hunter to play with here, so it looks like the rest of Mercury are going to play with the Spectre, or we're just going to look for a kill onto the Mirana, but she's a bit too fast on the lead. Going for a BKB, is it? Yeah, looks like it. Considering a Maelstrom, however, which I think is maybe not for the best. I think we would maybe want to Yule's Scepter this game. Just a Lotus Orb. I just really like Lotus Orb. I mean, you know, it'd be great if we could have one for the Underlord. Instead, he's just going to be killed 100-0. The break, of course, makes that one extremely easy. And that was a full haunt in. That was a full haunt. The mystery, though, it's they're going to get a couple of things off the back of this one. triggered the Moonlight Shadow, and it looks like instead of
Radiant
mid,
are
they went
scanning.
for that bottom tier 2 tower instead.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower
That's
is under
the
attack.
tower.
Down it goes.
Easy for the Lina.
Radiant's
Now you can
bottom
take the outpost
tower
with
is
this,
falling.
and now you have map control. Monster Style also the next item for the Spectre. Didn't take her that long to actually build it, so we didn't really see the impact of the Atos. And as this progresses, it gets harder and harder for MY. Because their lineup, as you mentioned, their damage is solely on the Gyrocopter. So all Mystery has to do is concentrate on Gyrocopter and kill him.
Yeah, feels like, I mean, as soon as Aya Scotty is online for our Spectre, I simply don't know if you, I mean, I don't think you even need a BKB. I just think there's not enough magic damage. Even with Firestorm, I think it's the fights aren't going to last long enough. Lina is able to burst you. I mean, the fact of the matter is, we've got 2 damage dealers for Mercury compared to just, on a Mercury as well as Unknown for Team Mystery. Whereas it feels like to me now, you know, this Sand King ship has already sailed.
Yeah, I agree. He was there to set a tempo to a degree in the early game. It didn't really work out as well as you'd like. I think Godroad kind of took over that role instead. Now you don't. Now what do you even have? You know, what do you?
Gyro.
No, I mean, like, what do you bring to the table as Sand King? The stuns are okay, but once the BKBs come out, it feels like just fodder, really.
I think
you're not enough of a tank either.
Yeah, that's true, but you're here to cancel the supports, and that's at least something you can do
Yeah,
by
that's
yourself.
true. That's true.
Right? Like, and I think my question more lies with what does Mirana do here, and I think actually, to be fair to Tigger, or my pro, I think he's struggling with that as well. Right? He's like, well, I have Vessel. This is a great early game item, but now they've got BKBs, and I don't know what my next item's going to be. Maybe I just do damage in the fights. I think maybe that's what Maelstrom is for. You can get yourself a shard. Yeah, not
Made
bad.
to push out lanes as
Is
well.
under attack.
You know,
I think if I'm a support in this game, specifically this position for Mirana, I'm like, I don't know what I do in this game. Abba's got a very clear role. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah,
Mirana,
Dave Gyro.
I don't know.
And Abba's going to struggle in that role as well, by the way, because the reduction of range in the bottom shield means that you either go Ether Lens, but you just can't get into these fights.
And they got rid of the CDR talent.
Yeah, that's also a big deal.
Which is, I think
Yeah,
it's 15% or something. Like it's
Yeah,
big
and they moved the font. And it's just, that talent was good because of the CDR talent. You don't really care for the Aphotic Shield health. Like, it's great, honestly. Like, the spell becomes powerful. But it's more powerful in a Battle 3, for example, than it is in a Battle 5. Because for the 5, it's all about the dispel. Blast Break picked up for them. Not bad for the Abaddon. Might actually be something you can jump in, or Sand King, honestly.
And that's Manta completed as well. I know you spoke about it earlier, but we did have a bit of a pause. So just to highlight that, yeah, that Rod of Atos might have kind of missed that power spike on this one. It seems like for Mercury, you know, the game plan, if this was the game plan of Mars just kind of distracts some mid by throwing his body at them and tanking the peak of this Sand King power spike in exchange for Spectre to have free farm. That was the plan. Worked out. Because I think you could have probably killed Spectre. Yes, you would have had to rotate like 3 heroes every time to do it, but you were doing that for the Mars anyway. So better Mars than Spectre. Because Mars alone with Blink Dagger, again, and the Meteor Hammer, to be fair, is already having really great impact. Spectre, of course, would have needed a lot more farm, especially with this Ags build.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, the fact that the Spectre didn't get punished for going for this Ags, I think, is a big telltale sign of MY's lineup not working as well as they hoped. But they should have been able to push more tempo.
Honestly, it's pretty fast, though. Like, I think this
No,
build...
her farm is impressive.
No, but even more than that, like I think it's like a really fast build, because I think what's really nice about this Spectre build is, like, think about it, right? You go first item Echo Saber, which is just a farming general item anyway. You're not unhappy to have it.
Yeah.
And then you buy the point booster, and then I think at that stage, before you get, even if you do end up getting the Blade of Alacrity, if you need to fight earlier, you go, okay, screw this, I'm going to go for Manta instead, into Yasha.
No, I mean, I don't think the build is bad. It's just that in this game, we have
Radiant's
literally
bottom
2
tower is
tempo.
under attack.
Yeah, and I guess Gyrocopter because he's slow, right? But the rest of the team is good at tempo. And you can't punish a Spectre going for a very aggressive build, even though they shouldn't be winning the early game. That's a sign that your lineup is not working to its full power.
I guess I was coming more from this build. The build up is just so good for Spectre. Because it's like...
No, I think the build is great.
You want all those components anyway. Like, worst case scenario, even like, you know, the Ogre X into a BKB or whatever, right? Like, it's just so good for Spectre, this build.
I think the build is great. I just think that for this game, you should have been able to punish that more.
Yes.
That was the role of the Sand King. Again, not to blame BB or anything. I don't think he played badly. It's just there weren't really many opportunities. Maybe the Gyrocopter playing this defensively wasn't ideal. Maybe you did need Rocket Barrage Gyro this game. It just feels like he couldn't do much early. And it kind of reminds me of last game where you have a Luna and, oh, guys, I'm online for 2 minutes.
Yep.
And that's all I have. Once the 2 minutes are over, Spectre's gonna beat me, and that's as much time as I get. Alright. The Mirana, she's been silenced. See when they initiate. Maybe instead them gathering on the right side. With a Scotty soon to come for Unknown, that's going to be the big turning point in the Gyrocopter because you stop the Satanic from healing him any further, so again, Aghanim doesn't feel like great anymore. Actually a really big deal to get Scotty, also great at dealing with the ranged heroes. Under will just tank a bunch of damage, much as he can, before he retreats. Good build on Lord, and they're making sure to have a to get to that late game for sure, which gives them a lot more options because the team fight is good in the late game. So even if your core-to-core matchup is not that great, your superior team fight might be able to carry you if you execute it perfectly, or not perfectly, but good enough. But Mystery can also take advantage of the fact that they know the enemy team only has one damage source, which is Gyrocopter, and here we're seeing exactly that. Gyrocopter's a target, gonna chase after him. Satanic, no Scotty just yet. And they need the arena for this. BKB still available here for Envious, but they just get rid of BD first. As stuck in the arena is the Gyrocopter. They hit him with the Meteor Hammer. He is going to die. No chance for KMP, as they also get rid of the Baton Blast. Not even concerning themselves with him earlier. Huge win here for Team Mystery. And again, not breaking a sweat. These fights are just easy for them.
Gonna be the power of this Spectral Haunt. You know, you're just in immediately, and every single fight, like this build is just so incredible to me because it's so much farm, it's so much fighting uptime as well. Like it doesn't really seem or feel like Mercury or Mystery ever really have like a weak time in this game with Spectre. She's always fighting, she's always farming with this build, and I don't know. I think this build's a big winner, honestly, especially if you can get a draft that supports your early game. I don't really see how, especially respectively, like a tier 2 team is going to counterplay it.
I was going to say that. Like, I think if the team has been together for long enough, they're more coordinated, it's easy to deal with this build. Or you have a specific draft, like you said, right? But I think that the top tier teams are going to have an easier time dealing with it. I think lower tier teams will struggle because they don't usually have the coordination to be able to call these things.
Or Lotus.
I mean, that kind of plays very standard Dota, right? Gyrocopter goes farming, your 5 is there to cover it. I'll be fine, you know? But it's not standard Dota against Spectre in general, regardless of the Shadow Stone. It's not the Shadow Stone that gives her that kill, it's Haunt in the end. And she has Haunt regardless of the Ags or not. So, I think the mistakes that you might see, again, on up-and-coming teams are just exacerbated by this build more. Not necessarily that the build is super strong.
Okay, Arrow is going to be blocked by the illusion. It looks like Team why they want to pick off. It's just a main that they're really working for. Not going to get him, so instead they'll take the Uber back home. Back in they go with the Underlord, except for Sand King. He wants to farm his way back. Team Mystery, well, they're going to survive for now on the Bane. Bane was just farming away with that DD rune. Gonna be quite happy to get that one. Okay, that's why Sand King wanted to farm. He's now got at least Ag Scepter online. Find the item for him. For now, looks like Team MY more or less going to be relegated to the inside of their base. Once again, it's if you don't have the playstyle like the as-5 mentality operational. Oh, every time they're going to go back in. There's the interrupted Nightmare, which allows them to get off the BKB. They're going to look to turn and immediately blow up one. Looks like the Gyrocopter as well was pinned by that Ag's Shard thanks to the Mars. 2 heroes dead for Team MY, just like that. And Team Mercury, they just might have blown this game wide open. 3 heroes dead without a buyback. There's going to be the 4th, and the GG will drop. Team Mercury winning the series 2-1. Team Mystery, pardon me. Mercury with an ultra
Mercury
kill.
is the mid laner, yes. Good performance Mystery on the last 2 games. I mean, they might have hit MY with a strat they weren't aware how to deal with. Maybe that was it. It's hard to tell. I honestly felt like MY was very lackluster with these last 2 games. I do feel like Mystery maybe just pulled out a pocket strat, you can call it. I think the Spectre was incredible with the Axe build once again. Very solid idea. But putting this all on Mystery as if they played it perfectly is not really telling the full story. MY both times went for Dress the Word, not quite there. The supposed strength of the drafts didn't really show. And coming to the late game on this one, like BB fell off both games pretty hard. And you give him a Night Stalker, you give him a Sand King, it's kind of hard to fall off on those heroes, at least early. If you don't do enough, that's going to show.
Yeah, definitely. What was the core game 2 for Team MY? The safe laner for...
it was Luna.
Right, so same idea.
Same idea. It's once again that you have like this supposed ladder lineup that gets punished by the Spectre. And the first game is fine because you might have not known this strat. Like I said, Luna comes online for 2 minutes and free farming the whole jungle. And all of a sudden all of a sudden Luna can't really fight the Spectre for obvious reasons, right? So this was the same thing with Gyrocopter. Once Gyrocopter's online, you can't really fight the Luna. Why did this happen?
Yep.
But anyway, we have a little giveaway or a quiz giveaway for you guys.
Yeah, of course, because now Mystery one step closer to the top prize here.
Indeed.
For the top clans 2021 Summer
And you
Invitational.
might enjoy some prizes too.
Exactly, Albert. Do you want to tell them about the prizes
sure.
they could win?
We're running a little quiz giveaway for you guys during this stream. It's going to be during the best of threes today, and of course the best of the ones or the 1v1s as well. I'm going to be running in between. The things you can win for this quiz giveaway will be the UU booster code for 7 days or 30 days, the Dota 2 treasure worth $2, or alternatively for the best of ones or the 1v1s, it's going to be a $10 Steam gift card. So all you need to do is answer the questions that will appear on screen, and we'll pick a lucky winner from the comments so that you guys can enjoy some swag.
Absolutely. But speaking of winners, right? Of course, Team Mystery, big winners here. I'm sure we'll have that highlight reel up shortly and get into the MVPs. But yeah, 2-1 victory, and also a victory for me.
Yep,
I was correct.
Yeah, congratulations. I'm not gonna lie, I was expecting a bit more from MY. I thought them in the BTS Pro Series. I think maybe they just got out of pocket drafted, right? Like, I don't know what to do against this. Oh, panicking, and they just didn't really. They tried an idea that didn't really work out. They're trying to draft well, but I think their execution was a bit lacking. I don't think the draft was bad though on either game.
Okay, I agree. I think again those were very safe, tried and true. Like, I don't want to call them pub drafts because that sounds mean, but like it's an idea you would.
What, the Sand King Night Stalker?
Like Sand King Night Stalker, like a utility mid, and then you just type in all chat, or you type in team chat, hey, focus farm, you know.
Well, it's a good ladder lineup.
Yeah,
that's a point, right? When you run these lineups, they seem easy to play, but I feel like if you just go for the easiest way to play, you often won't have the impact that you're expecting. That said, though, I think Mystery should get credit as well for not only I wouldn't say coming up with this draft, because again, LGD's idea, but for this innovative way of playing Dota, for really good arenas by MVS, even if he decided to die in the mid lane like 5 times for some reason. Overall, a good game with him for him, I say.
Yeah, I mean, he was doing his own ladder, wasn't he? Right? Yep. His ladder was a bit different. He, unfortunately, you know, it went like first 2 rungs. First rung was like brown boots. Second rung was like meteor hammer, and then the third rung he had to like jump and fall off the ladder like 3 or 4 times before he finally got that blink dagger. And then we started seeing, well, this wasn't, you know, exactly the perfect highlight to show immediately, but still they ended up winning this fight, right? Like maybe the arena's a bit too early on, but it's off the back of this Lena BKB. You get a buyback out from Sand King, and Sand King doesn't get anything out of this fight. So we then get pawns back up for the next fight, which I'm sure will be the next replay, and then the game is kind of more in your control after this.
My theory is that MVS is just, he's really happy that we finally get some Japanese Dota, and he was just coming some harakiri here to honor his the other Japanese teammates.
Of course.
3-5 times.
Of course. See, what I thought it was, I thought he was more of like the SSA Spartan kind of fan. And he's like, you did that, but you also got farmed.
Wow, it's genius. Never considered the suicide route. I think this team fight was also very key. I mean, I also find that while safer for a team to put all your draft or all your farm in one hero and just rely on that hero entirely, I also find that is a really risky proposition against better teams. I feel like Mystery did a really good job of punishing this, but it definitely was a very weak, I wouldn't say very weak Gyrocopter, just a very vulnerable Gyrocopter, easy to kill constantly. Like, look at this final fight. They were already in a bad position, by the way, completely necessary to do this, but even beyond that, the fact that they know that it's Gyrocopter or bust, and you're still making these plays, it makes it so much harder for you to come back into the game. As we can see, like literally a 2nd time in a row. He couldn't lead. Same with Luna. He couldn't lead, he couldn't play, he was too valuable at the same time, too needed. So he kind of broke the Dota thing.
He did.
It wasn't ideal how the position they ended up in. And I think that Mystery took a higher advantage of this. So, we'll see. I'm excited to see how the next matchup of today is going to shape up. But before we do this, we need to find out what the MVP of this
Should we
matchup
Spectre
is.
again? No, okay, it's
Mercury.
Mercury. Who is not only an element, nor the Roman translation for Hermes, also a planet. And a stellar.
I've never heard of this planet in my life. No, but I thought it's Venus, Earth, Mars, Sun. What?
That's it. Just Venus, Earth, Mars,
So
Sun.
there's the asteroid. What do you see after the asteroid?
Yeah, I mean, really a good game out from him this
Yeah.
time around. I think this was probably the game that they had in mind when they picked the SF mid, game 1. Maybe Lena was banned, maybe Lena wasn't banned, but like, you know, very similar itemizations between the two heroes, right? Not really the same playstyle. This one's more about Requiem and Shadow Rays, but very positioning-based heroes, a lot of heavy hitters, and I think Mercury's showing why this was a bit more of a comfort. But again, team performance really from Team Mystery is they all do.
I also think
incredibly well.
the support did an incredible job as well, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, MVP is picked automatically, so it's who usually has the bigger kill participation or damage in general. Supports are never going to be there. But I feel like the saves that QWE and J Noah pulled off every single time were just crucial and to force the enemy team to overextend. It was just very well played by them, honestly.
Yep.
So, yeah, kudos to Team Mystery. They first game, it just seemed like they were just a warm-up to them. And now in the second game, they look much stronger. So, nice to see.
Looks really good for them. And that's going to be our first series already done.
Yep. So now, guys, for those of you who have been paying attention to the schedule, we're going to be moving on to the 1v1s. And before or after we finish the 1v1s, we're going to move on to the second series of the day. This is going to be between
Army Geniuses and it's one of the more difficult teams.
Udbesuwan.
Vesuwan. Yes,
Udbesuwan.
apologies.
We apologize for that. That's the one that always traps us.
Yeah.
But yeah, that second series will come later. It's going to be at 5 p.m. SCA time.
Yep.
And, or rather,
SGT.
Singapore, SGT.
SGT, China Standard Time, same time.
We are going to be going for the 1v1s shortly with some of the popular streamers and also Epo's qualifies.
Yes, of course, yes. You could have qualified to these yourself on the
Epos
Epos.com qualifiers, where you can participate in grassroots tournaments just like this one. Epos. Yeah,
But before we get into those matches, before we get to talk more about Epos, we're going to have a 15-minute break. We'll come back shortly after. So take care. We'll see you guys soon.
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
But I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
To know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. Attaboy! I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Welcome back. This is Top Clans 2021 Dota 2 Summer Invitational hosted by NetEase Games. I'm Evangeline, I'm today's host. Well, after a while, we are going to see the special matches which called the solo matches. Players named Idodo, Reye, Insanity, and Sanity will compete with each other and fight for $300 prize pool. Well, this is the special show match, so let's see and enjoy it together. But firstly, let's take a look at the solo introduction. Let's see, we will have Idodo versus Reye today and Insanity versus Sanity today as well. But tomorrow, the winner group will have the final and the loser group will have another match. On September the 11th, we are going to see the loser group's final and the grand final. Who's gonna win the prize? Let's wait and see together. Okay, Following up will be our Dota 2 special solo matches. Let's welcome back our wonderful casters. Hey guys, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
Nice to be back. How's it going?
Yeah, what do you think about the difference between the solo matches and the team matches?
Well, it's a different dynamic, right? 5v5, you get to blame your team, right?
Yeah.
You get to go, oh, I played a perfect game, but everyone else around me messed up. 1v1, you don't get that excuse. So it's really down to raw skill and just whether or not you're better than the other person, quite honestly.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I always win my 1v1s, and I never win my 35s. It's always my teammates bringing me down, really.
Of course.
Yeah, me too. I think so. But before we start, let's take a look at our solo players.
Yeah, so we got Ido on with a lovely little Pudge thing. Everything here is Pudge themed, of course, isn't it? Just for you, Alvaro, watching how you've been especially looking forward to. But can you tell us a little bit about other first contestant here?
Rhea, she is. I've actually met her recently through the Alliance content creation zone. I didn't know she was a figure beforehand, but Alliance recently picked her up. I think she's their first SCA pickup, or their big major SCA pickup. It's really happy to see her doing well, and she's a Dota streamer. And
Very
also
cool.
a cosplayer.
Oh, very cool, very cool. Yeah, so looking forward to. I mean, the first matchup. I think it's. I'm not sure if it's best of 1, best of 3 here in the solo mid, but of course, very standard mid, a 1v1 rules. It's going to be blind picks and blind picks, right? So we could have a mirror matchup. Of course, generally, you don't see any jungling, maybe a ward or 2. Lots of starting items, lots of stats to start off with, and of course, first to get 2 kills or first to take the enemy's tower, of course, is going to be the victor.
There's something to balance the whole idea that it's not a forced mirror matchup. So we'll see. Do you just pick Coddle and win?
There's gotta be some counter, but you pick TA and beat the Coddle. Yeah.
You don't know what the pick is, so you have to like.
That's true.
I guess you have to always pick TA just in case it's a Coddle.
Yeah.
And you play the mind games, you then pick Venom mid, and then actually Venom is nasty no matter what you're playing.
Unless you pick a Coddle.
No, Plague Warden. You just Plague Ward, you walk off, and you Plague Ward again, and Plague Ward to get your last hits. No. Venom's the pick. Venom
is the pick here, according to Avo. I'm not quite as confident, to be quite honest with you. I think we might have. I think we're going to see a lot of SFs. I think we're going to see a Pudge. Genuinely.
I hope not.
I think we're going to see a Pudge, and you know what? Honestly, I can't wait for it. I cannot wait for some mid lane Pudge. I think he's a lot more. He's a lot more viable as well these days.
That's not true. Don't tell people that. Don't like.
Well, it's because he one shots creeps now, not creep
Why
wave.
is everyone so hell bent on that idea?
Because it's the
you
most
can hook
OP
some
thing in the
creeps.
games. Just ask Morana.
Mirana is not if her arrow is hitting creeps, it's not a good thing, right? Same with the Pudge hook.
Well, unless it stops a push.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you can hook through the catapult, by all means. But I'm just saying, I think Pudge is overvalued.
I disagree. I think he's going to be extremely strong here. Oh, we're in. Okay, we're in already. Here's going to be the 1v1 solo mid match. Good luck, have fun.
I love that Ido decided that he's going to call himself NetEase staff, which we know that he was one of the NetEase guys that got through.
Oh, okay.
21-2-16 last game. Okay, humble brag to start off the game.
I think what he's saying is that was his score last game because they just saw the introductions.
Oh, right.
Right. Now, Lena is not too happy. And
is her name, like in her Dota name, all emoticons?
Yes.
That's good to know.
Great, right? Yeah.
People make some crazy text art. I've never understood.
It's called ASCII art.
30 seconds.
Here's the Arcana though. So does that make her stronger? I would say yes, right? Like.
I think what to me is hard to tell is
there's no Arcana here. I mean,
is that everyone is pretty low level on the Dota Plus. I think like always it's like such a flex when you load in and you're like level 25 or whatever. You're like, oh no, especially for mid lane, it's like we're in some trouble here.
You get a level 25, which stock do you go?
Pretty standard starting items though on the Lena. Usually you see
I'm not not a fan of this.
this much regen, or usually at least the starting things for a Null Talisman, this is much more normal. I'm a little bit surprised we're not going to see like the first wave being nuked. Sometimes that's what you'll see for SFs in a lot of mid lane matchups, just to get that fast level 2 and then focus on the Necro Mastery.
This is 100% the I'm better than you build.
Did he say Necro Mastery level 1?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
I hope it's. I hope I see it wrong.
We'll figure it out pretty soon.
Dragon Slave never.
Yeah, there's Necro Mastery. I mean, so far so good
Oh,
though.
he's too good.
That's
Yeah, there you go.
gonna be a bad start.
And that's the Anger Dragon Slave.
Yep, unfortunately doesn't pick up much there in terms of CS, but it denies huge. Unfortunately, that's gonna be 3 of
Alright,
the
well,
opening
he's
3
won
denied
this
away.
matchup. There we go. Yeah, no, you don't punish that, then he wins this match.
Yeah, that is the unfortunate part about the mid lanes of Shadow Fiends, is that it really can get away from you really quickly.
Yep.
Yeah, there's 6 souls
That's why he's
already.
the classic 1v1 mid hero.
It's true.
Like, as Lina, I can see the former had Dragon Slave. Well, that nice Decoratia. 0 potential now. I mean, Lina could always just get a quick kill on the Shadow Fiend with magic damage burst, right? You never know. And if he goes Infused Raindrops, I think you stop that.
That is true. Look at this guy. He's gonna get a couple souls off of the ward as well. He's
So good. So good. I mean, you don't get to be Nettie's staff just out of nothing, right? Like,
true.
the trial, people think they look at your curriculum, but the reality is they just 1v1 you with SF mid.
It is not easy. What? It is not easy.
No, it's not.
We'll see as we get a little deploy underneath the tower. 10 souls is max level 1. I think it's like 14, 18, and 20 or whatever. Good damage, although Lina's not going to end up winning this one
dead.
here as the second raise.
Oh!
The fairy fire right in time, but we don't have a healing salve. So that is going to be then Ray zoned out from the lane here for some time. That long distance raise is going to be a bit of a problem. 2 healing salves on the way. Normally you always, if not on you already, coming, because as we can see now, SF full HP, half mana with the stick charges now to boot, in a very good position here.
She's forced to go back with the salve as well.
Oh,
the
that was the courier. Another 6 second delay. It adds up. This is time you're not contesting, especially underneath the tower.
Yeah.
SF with almost max. Well, we'll see here if he can pick up these, but he's going to be able to get up to his stacks already. A little salve cancel as well with the long distance raise.
You need the Infused Rain as well on Lina now. I mean, they're going to come up online soon.
Not pulling the tower on over. It's just the range creep there, soaking up some tower hits. Unfortunately, the last hit's not going to come through.
Lina also, projectile speed is so bad. Like, it's such a slow projectile. Shadow Fiend's projectile is actually quite fast, so.
I like the idea here, though, to try and deal with that projectile speed deficit.
We go for Witch Queen.
Well, 2 points. 2 points to Dragon Slave, no points to the Fiery Soul yet. So just trying to pick up CS a little bit easier, doing a bit more harass that way. This may backfire, though, especially if and when we start to see not only a Bracer here, which is such a good item for the mid lane, 1v1, but Infused Raindrops especially.
You don't fight the Nettie staff. I think that's why he called himself Nettie staff. He's hoping for a promotion. Go with your real name where you can represent your company and do well in this tournament.
True.
If he wins, does it just go back to NetEase?
I think if he loses, it's just NetEase. It's NetEase Apprentice, right?
No, I don't mean that. I mean
and
like
then
the
if
money
Lina,
go
if
back.
Lina loses,
I don't mean as a name.
it turns into a frowny face instead of a smiley. That's what it is. So far, though, 13, 10, even 3. So, yeah, SF finding himself only limited by the level of the Necro Mastery.
Yep, honestly, he is done. I don't think you will for a point in Requiem.
No, usually you do not on SF. So usually you'll take it level 10, but usually the 1v1 doesn't always go that long. And, well, there's the Water Runes. Gonna go ahead and take a quick detour over to that. We've got an item on the way here. Or I do hope it's some stats or something. We need more stats than just the 2 GG branches we've got right now. Because SF already has got you out damage because of the Necro Mastery. And he can also out zone you pretty nicely here. As you can see with Shadow Raise doing a bit of dance. He's in a 2 raise zone. Looking for the triple raise. Not.
Oh, you got this short range one. Now the long range one. Gonna get it. But I don't know if that's gonna be enough damage. It will be. First blood going the way of the SF. Just needs one more kill and that should finish the game. And honestly, it's hard for the Lina to recover as a stand.
No, yeah. Brown Boots, especially with on the way, that's going to be a killer one. That's Brown Boots is like in a mid 1v1 is kind of a make or break item for you. If you get yours and you don't get stats with that same amount of gold, right? Because it can really put you behind the 8 ball. Lena, especially, usually a hero that can outrange and out-harass the heroes, but really struggling with it. And it's just more regen as well here for Lena. It's just +3 to the stats compared to, what, +3 on the wand and +3 or whatever on Braid. Like, it's too much right now.
+6 on Braid.
Yeah.
Well, +3 on agility, but +6. Either 3 agility plus damage or the 6 strength.
Now with the brown boots and restocking that ward. Like,
there's the moment where he's like, well, could be played more aggressively, right? You always go in and you just think, maybe I can range. There we go.
oh, well, here we go.
The first low range.
Hug the SF.
Hug him. Don't let him get range between you
Okay,
two.
okay.
Oh, that was a fair amount, though. And now, no, you're at long
yeah,
range.
There it is.
Well, GG.
GG.
Alicia's a good sport, but Net staff will win.
They always do.
They always do.
Well, yeah, that's
That's the game.
that's the one.
That's the 1v1.
I mean, that's how it goes against SFs. It's the first wave can be so tilting or make and break. You know, making sure that
I would have tilted hard.
Yeah,
and Lena's not the easiest matchup against SF without any sort of ganks or mid game or late game, right? In the 1v1, SF does have a better projectile speed than you, so not too surprising that she lost. To be honest, that was not the best matchup. She just caught it.
Yep.
So before we go into this next matchup, we're gonna talk about something we've been talking about for a while, which is the giveaway. We
Indeed.
have a little giveaway quiz. Some questions will appear on screen, and you guys will choose one of the right comments to give these prizes to. The prizes include a UU booster code for 7 days or 30 days, some of the 32 cosmetics that cost $2 each, or alternatively, actually right now, we're going to be running this specific giveaway, which is going to be the Steam $10 gift card. So if you guys want to participate in this, all you need to do is answer the question correctly. It will appear on screen once it does.
Yeah.
It does.
Sounds very cool. You know, if you put that knowledge of yours in the test there and win yourself that giveaway here with the Top Plans quiz. But yeah, that was only the first of 2 solo 1v1s that we have. If I'm not mistaken, I do believe we will be moving on to a second 1v1 up next. That one was relatively fast, but most 1v1s they
Are
can,
fast.
they can be pretty fast, especially compared, you know, you can get a whole Dota draft in the time of 1v1.
Yeah, that's why I would say that next one to really entertain us a bit more should be a Medusa versus Medusa. I think there's not a bigger skilled matchup than Medusa. 1v1 mid.
2 Naga Sirens.
Oh my god! Please don't.
They just cut each other's waves.
Oh my god, that'd be so nasty.
Oh, goodness gracious.
2 Nagas.
Anyway. Naga Sirens.
Can't wait for that second match to start. Again.
Yeah, I do believe we're going to be heading to a bit of a break though,
Okay.
right? Because it was just best of ones here for the first round in the solo 1v1s. So I believe we are going to be heading to a break. We're going to be back in about 5 minutes, everyone. But when we return, we're going to have another exciting 1v1 solo mid matchup ready to go for you. See you then.
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Hello, guys, and welcome back. As you guys come back from this small break, I know you're excited to watch some more high stakes, great, incredible, competitive Dota, but instead, we have a 1v1 tournament.
Which has even higher octane,
Oh.
more intense 1v1 action. Mistakes punished immediately.
Punished.
None of this
No.
what is going to be the late game, but we don't have to wait for third
What is
and
late
fourth
game?
Roshan.
Crazy.
We get right into it here in the
Like cookies.
lane. Right into it, just like those Snapfire cookies. We are about to get underway with our second best of one here. Our second semifinal match of the 1v1 solo mid tournament.
Yes.
We need to see what our players are going to be.
Yeah, I'm
though,
very
of course.
curious. I mean, I don't like I have a scheduled bracket or anything here, so I would like to see them on screen instead.
Yeah, we'll see.
So you guys can all bask in the glory of these players with us.
Yeah,
Some of which came through the EPOS qualifiers, some of which were directly invited as guests.
that's very true. Very true.
I can't wait to get this bracket. There we go.
Now we'll take a look here just to get us caught up with what our current match is going to be. It's going to be Insanity. You can't see the EPOS qualifier. Get this, Alvaro, versus Sanity. Now, how we're going to be able to figure this one out? Insanity or Sanity?
What I can't do, that's not him. That's not his picture, right? It's 100% Photoshop. Is it not? That's a picture he submitted. Okay. I mean, the face is him. All right. Anyway, I would say that Sanity, very well-known streamer within the SEA audience.
Okay.
Yeah. So I maybe Insanity probably deserves this more because he went through a whole qualifier.
Well, I mean, I think there's going to be a, then think like our previous best of one, we're going to have a little bit maybe of a favorite going into it, right? Well, streamer versus someone who qualified.
Well, yeah, I guess the qualified player always people doubt him more but I think it is more of a proving ground, right, for the qualified player.
I don't know, man. To me, the qualified player has earned their spot.
Yeah, exactly. That's why.
Because they had to play.
But people doubt him more because he's more unknown versus the streamer, most people have a high following.
True. I guess really the question is it going to be Sanity or Insanity today here? I just know it's going to be some high octane stuff for our second 1v1 solo mid.
How many octanes would you say? Out of 2
Well,
octanes?
octane, it's like a switch.
Like 6 octanes?
It's like a switch. There's like low octane.
And there's
right?
like 8 octanes.
And then there's a couple more octane. Right? You got an octane from Apex Legends, right? There's a lot of them. There's a lot of octane.
What if it's like an octane core?
Octarine core.
Oh. Well,
another one.
That's why I can never find it in the shop.
Nope. That's the problem. That's the problem. He always switches around the words. He gets confused with the octanes. I think we all would as well, but it's going to be hopefully not too difficult to not get confused in our second 1v1, which should be getting underway relatively shortly here. I do wonder what we're going to be seeing with the 1v1ers as well. I mean, I think it's going to be at least one more SF. I think we're due.
I'm surprised they don't pick up like just the cheese heroes. I guess they want to be on it, but I feel
like who can you cheese with in 1v1?
Benno, Pugna. There's a lot of heroes that are just very good in the mid lane. Akado honestly is still pretty good, even if you get TA.
Okay.
Like this, SF and Lina are, very traditional. Well, I want to play like fair 1v1s. I want to see disgusting picks. I want to see Vipers. I want to see Pugnas. I want to see Bennos.
Okay.
I want to see Shadow Demon.
Oh, Shadow Demon.
Rubik.
If you were to go in a 1v1 right now, what would you pick? And you can't pick Bloodseeker, man.
Can't pick. I wouldn't pick Bloodseeker. I'd pick Pugna.
Pugna. We'll see what they picked here.
Hey, there we go.
This is Pugna.
This is disgusting.
This is wow.
This is exactly
nice hero, bro. This is a big win for Pugna, isn't it?
I guess you have to go for another ward build then.
Oh, it's 50 damage each.
Yeah, that's why you have to go for another ward. Yeah, I mean, it used to be that Batter beats this lane single-handedly so easily. I think now maybe with another ward you don't.
Yeah, with another ward changes. I think there should be some heroes. Maybe he meant same heroes. They're both, yeah, they're gonna get a ward. Is that ward in the river? No. Okay, play for fun. Good luck, good luck.
I think there should be some heroes banned, maybe?
Yeah, probably. I'm wondering, which one is Sanity and which one is Insanity? If you had to guess, just based off of the heroes that they've chosen, which one is Sanity and which one is Insanity? Very binary decision for you to make here.
I think Insanity is banned.
I agree. I agree.
Mainly because of the fact that he complained about this not being competitive. I think Sanity's probably pretty like the just play for fun is very streamer comment.
I was gonna go with a different one. I was gonna go with Sanity. You got to be real smart. Talking about one of the higher int games in the game.
Highest thing.
Ah, well there he is.
5.2.
The
There it is.
battle begins.
Also, his name is Sanao. In Spanish, it means cured.
True.
That's all I have.
Yeah, very true.
So Sanity, of course, you've been cured. You're Insanity.
Well, I mean, this one is going to be a bit more difficult. There's, of course, a pretty standard Sticky Napalm level 1, so you can actually CS. Yeah, Nether Ward level 1.
That's
Wand and full wand make that for the Bat Rider. He's going to be a little bit upset with that one. And then there's a stick. Yep, there it is. 50 damage every single time you want to do that.
Why would he go wand?
Up to 100.
On that.
I don't know. Maybe he thought he was going to be getting plenty of Nether Wards. Sorry.
It's not breaking that.
No, that's just unfortunate.
You just max. Nah, I guess you just. Well, if you max Nether Ward, you get less points or less cooldown. So anyway, I support Sanity 100. Or whoever is playing the Pug, I support 100%. I think this is exactly what this 1v1 is about. Fairness is out the table in 1v1. This is Dota.
Out the table.
Out, off the table. But out as well. Like the table's outside, and then you pushed it off.
And then it was off. It was a windy day.
It was a windy day, yeah.
They didn't have any, what do you call it, boomer telephones to hold them down, as you said earlier.
Oh yeah, the landline. It's a boomer phone. They have the little wheel that goes click, click, click.
That I think is a bit of a mistake, actually. That
yeah,
Nether
big
Ward.
mess up.
Yeah, because he just goes over here and he'll be totally fine. Good range on the Nether
But
Ward.
then you're a punk now. You're like, oh wait, I forgot. I understand this punk now.
Wait a second, I'm Pug Guy.
His hero's nasty in 1v1s. I think he might be the strongest 1v1 hero. He gets beat by a couple of others though. Like Kunkka's very good in this matchup.
Is he?
Yeah, because you don't last at creeps, but you just hit him with Ghost Ship and Torrent, and he just wants to cry.
Do you last long enough though?
I mean, not actually.
Pugna? Especially because you don't get a lot of CS because you take an early points in decrep and then haha have fun trying to Tidebringer.
I mean, you just max the Torrent instead, and you just play Magic Damage Cold Gun.
What? Which does OD win this matchup or does OD get crushed by this matchup? I always forget which one it is.
What matchup against Pugna?
Yeah.
That's crushed.
Okay.
Coddle's good against the Pugna. I mean, Ember's good. Void Spirit's good. Like these kind of heroes are good.
All right, so Pugna is up to level 3 now. What did he decide to put?
Look at that! It's just so nasty. He can just deny it. Yeah, so he's maxing Nether Blast. I mean, this is the more standard build. I still think maxing Nether Ward there's a case to be made.
Yeah, this might be a little bit of a long one, I think. But
I don't think so. I think once Pugna gets enough levels, you start to just blast tower. People forget that if you take tier 1, you win.
You win, yes. Sure. One of the two rules, one of the two win conditions of the game.
And Batrunner is not particularly a good hero at defending against Nether Blast.
No, he's not. I'm curious as to what the thought process is. He's clearly going for the 2 kills because he's fine at pushing waves, but against almost any 1v1 hero, oh yeah, you cannot throw Napalm because it deals the Nether Wards now.
He's forgotten about that.
Oh no, it's so bad. He's got a wand, but again, it's Pugna who hasn't been casting a whole lot of spells. You gotta be careful. Bottle. There's gonna be Mountain Firefly.
Use the wand.
Forced down.
I question why the wand. I got the stick. Why the wand?
He's actually not doing too bad in terms of CS. To be honest.
No, I mean Pugna does suck at CS.
True, but I mean, a Bat Rider with a bad start. You know, if he can get a decent recovery, or if Bat Rider can at least have a decent start, usually he's at least has some kind of threat. Now he does, right? Pugna, you might be fast, but good luck turning yourself around and running away if you're covered in sticky napalm and hit with a flame break. There might be some counterplay here yet.
That's why you need to max Nether Blast, because otherwise, or the Nether Ward. Because now the Nether Ward is not perpetually up, which is what you wanted, and that means you can stick an napalm relatively freely. It's just a matter of like playing a bit safer when the Ward's up, or you using the Nether Ward to actually be aggressive, but you're not doing it either. I think I would say in this matchup overall, the Bat Rider is playing it better. It's a bad matchup.
So uphill miss.
That's right.
So tilting, especially on our range creep, 8th deny that one for the Bat Rider.
8th deny is very respectable as a hero with much higher.
Oh, thinking about it. There's the point in decrep. Just checking. He hasn't been forced to use a decrepify yet, and a little bit late there on the Nether Blast.
He steals the bottle.
If he was hoping to amplify that one up. Yeah, they both have bottles, so the bottles for both.
Once you get lasso, Pugna dies.
Radiant's middle tower
agree.
is under attack.
I don't think you care too much about another ward. You just kind of lasso him, you pull him back.
Yeah, I mean, it is 50 base damage now each time, but honestly, what you cast, sure, a bunch of spells once, but
It's fun to kill him, who cares, right? Have a salve afterwards just in case.
wait, though. Is free, don't use a spell, decrepified, and Pugna not denying it yet. That's a lot of damage. And
There's 2 hits away from being denied, so there's no point. You always use the lasso. Why bother denying it? So
Oh, okay. There he goes. Bounty refill.
the runes are loud.
No, usually, well, this is actually interesting because I don't know too many people that are doing the
Radiant's middle
1v1s
tower
quite
is under
religiously
attack.
as people used to play them. First Wagon Wave, by the way, is huge, and unfortunately Pugna not going to really get too much utility out from it. This might be a big turning point here for the Batrider. He's level 6, so Pugna actually can't get too close. Oh, that's the other miss. Working out in his favor. But this might be a little bit of an issue for the Pugna, especially without Nether Ward. There's not a whole lot stopping Batrider from playing as aggressively as possible, just pushing this
Radiant
wave.
structures
Yeah, I
are
think he's
falling.
dead.
Lasso. No.
Okay.
Bring him back into the fire.
The fortifies.
Need more sticky napalms. Flame break back.
Dead. He's dead.
No,
and,
well done.
and this is a lot of tower damage as well. He's fortified aggressively here, so we still have a dire fortification at the ready.
Dire's
But
middle tower
with 12
is
launch
under
charges
attack.
now and the infused raindrops, seems like our Batrider player
He just
gonna
push
get a
the
good
tower.
advantage.
I can't believe the Batrider will win by pushing the tower of all things.
He's tanking quite a bit here. He does need to be careful, because even if the tower kills you, it still counts. Or
Dire's
creeps for that
middle
matter.
tower is under
Just
attack.
on it. Big for him. Some more wards being set up now. Going to at least save the tower from too much damage here. Our Pugna is. Gets the last hit under the wagon. To level 6 now, so he's got himself life drain. And, well,
Radiant's middle
6
tower
cooldown
is under
remaining
attack.
here.
Alright.
That lasso.
How many other blasts can you push out in 69 seconds? This is your time to
No,
shine.
it's true, it's true. I mean, hey, the wave's pushing back pretty hard now.
Yep.
Firefly's
Firefly.
out.
Yeah, life drain though, there's no way to cancel this. Took a bit too long to use the life drain, it's still wrong.
Yeah, that's the scary part of this matchup here for Batrider. See, he's gonna get those infused raindrop stacks getting burned through pretty rapidly here. He's gonna be a little bit of extra gold there, and another healing cell.
He needs to keep putting the pressure with another blast.
We've got this. This is gonna be the last full wave here, Albo, where we don't have lasso. When by the time the next wave meets in the mid lane, he will have lasso up.
Alright. I love that the build is going for Helm of the Dominator fast.
With Pugna?
For more pushing power, like, this is the only way I'm winning. There's no way I'm equaling the kill score, so your only goal is to survive as long enough for the Helm of the Dominator creep to do the
Did you see that? See what Batrider just bought?
what he just
Bought a cloak.
just to make sure he doesn't die to the life drain.
Wait, I don't think. I guess
I guess he just keeps blasting him.
I didn't even know neutral spawned in 1v1 mid lane. I thought the side lanes aren't
Radiant
spawning in, so it's the
scanning.
right game mode, but curious. Okay, there's the cloak delivered. Well as full boots.
And infused raindrops as well.
Were those tranquil boots already for
Dire's middle
Batrider?
tower
Oh
is under
my
attack.
goodness.
You don't want travel, right? Because what are you gonna
Well, no,
travel
of course. I was just saying, because I mean, it's not much more gold,
He's
but
dominated this lane. I mean, he's 43 last hit.
the tower's so low on HP as well.
Oh no. If that outputs a Pugna, that's gonna feel so bad.
Yeah, and unlike Dota, where if you deny your ancient,
Oh,
you win. Oh, there it is.
lasso.
There's lasso.
Hey, life drain though. Last took a bit too
No,
long.
it's not gonna matter. That's it.
GG. Alright, sad to see the Pugna player lose.
But yeah, I mean, what you said to be one of the best heroes to kind of cheese in the
He
1v1.
was, but I do think that Batrider played that much better. Like, the fact that he has more denies than you as a Pugna, that should not happen. That's more just I mean, it's just, well, kudos, well done, dude. There's a reason why you came into the qualifiers. I actually have no clue because we don't know who was who.
Yeah. Can we get a confirmation of whether it was Sanity or Insanity who won? I'm not sure. I assume it was Insanity because, again, Batrider is more of an Insanity hero just because of the name. I mean, you know, you're afraid of bats.
I'm afraid of bats.
Yes, you are.
Richie is unaware that rats carry rabies, and so he thinks that if a bat bites you, it's fine.
Yes. Well, you know what? You know, that Batrider ends up biting you. He might give you rabies, but we've got a better giveaway for you here. And it includes a couple of gifts from our lovely, lovely sponsors. Isn't that right, Alvaro?
Yes, and one of these gifts, the gifts that we're giving away right now, of course, never associated to any sort of disease.
No.
But they are a $10 Steam gift card. And that $10 Steam gift card can be won by you by simply answering in the chat to the questions I'm going to pose in the stream. So if you want to participate, we're going to have this giveaway right now, and later on we'll also have giveaways for some Dota 2 cosmetics worth $2 or some UUB booster session or sets for 7 to up to 30 days.
Yep.
So if you really want to join into these giveaways, we recommend that you do by staying tuned.
Don't forget those Dota 2 cosmetics as well.
That's what I said. Yeah.
$2.
That's what I
should
said
be really good.
beginning.
And what is it going on for this one right now again?
$10 Steam gift cards.
Lovely. Well, take a look. I would want to say, yeah, and our bracket was Insanity.
Okay,
That
we're
did
correct,
take the
both of
win.
us.
Yes, we were correct on both of them, which makes a lot of sense. And, well, that's all the high octane gameplay we get, unfortunately, for the 1v1s, because we'll be moving on back towards the 5v5s. But if you're here, especially for the 1v1s, we will be back and returning here tomorrow.
Yes.
For some more action.
For the 5v5s, we're going to be moving now onwards for the Army Geniuses versus Oud Besuan match. Quite an exciting one because Army Geniuses, honestly, probably one of the better teams, if not the best team in the tournament. Very excited to watch these guys every time play. And Oud Besuan with a massive roster change, even a country change from Thailand to Philippines. Always intriguing to watch these new teams unfold.
Yep, absolutely. That is going to be our next and actually final best of 3 of the day. Of course, we did see Mystery take the reverse sweep, actually, yeah, versus the Team MY to remain in the upper bracket. We need to figure out who their opponent's going to be. It's going to be between Army Geniuses and
Oud Besuan.
Oud Besuan, thank you very much. And, well, we're going to have to wait a little bit of time before we get started with that pick and draft. We will be heading to a break, as this concludes now the portion of the 1v1 solo mids. But I think we're going to be back relatively soon with the 5v5 and, well, the start of, I guess, the end of the day, really.
Yep. Yeah, I can't wait. We'll see you guys soon. 5 minutes, and we'll be right back.
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, Soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. Attaboy! I didn't offer to share.
Goodness! Yoink!
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
备好，凡人们，很快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Don't let this party scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Goodies!
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Hello and welcome back. We're here with the last best of 3 of the day for the first stage of the tournament. We're going to still be in the upper brackets. We're going to still be in the first phase, honestly, the upper brackets. Our matchup for today is going to be announced in a second. My name is Ella Plus, and here joining me is Seek and Strike.
Yes, thank you. Just quick correction, of course, because we got phase 1 still going on tomorrow. This is our last game of the day, however,
Yes.
right? Because there's going to be 8 teams seeded in double elimination style. We saw Team Mystery best Team MY a couple hours ago. Of course, we had a couple of 1v1s in between. But now we're ready to see our next matchup here, of course, which is going to be
Army Geniuses versus Oud Besawan.
Thank you very much. You beat me to it. You beat me to it.
Without rating as well.
Oud Besawan. Correct. And, well, to be a really exciting series. I think Army Geniuses is always a team I've really enjoyed casting as well.
Yeah, they're awesome.
They participate in a variety of... I mean, this is something that's a little bit more unique to SCA compared to any other regions, but like for your IESFs and your WSGs, you know, very much a team that always sticks together. And you know, you get your 496s, TNC as well, you know, back in the day. So yeah, I know it's
those tournaments are good for SA and SCA, where teams are less mixed. For Europe, it's death. But for SCA and SA, where teams are less mixed in terms of countries, nowadays a bit different, but still, I think those tournaments are great. And Army Genius is a team that participates in honestly anything from tier 4 amateur tournaments to like top tier tournaments. So they get a lot of practice. Here's Army Genius's team, Singaporean team, and just so strong. Well, I want to say Singaporean, not Indonesian, right?
I think officially they are registered as a Singaporean team, but let me double check that for you here real quick.
But This team has stayed together for a really long time already, almost like 2 seasons of the DPC. Indonesian. I get confused with the 2 flags. Indonesian team. Already 2 seasons of the DPC. Honestly, Malang Daya really stands out as being a crazy mid laner, but this whole team in general, odd strategies, outside the box thinking, very good performances in general. And the only thing that they're missing is consistency. They can take a game off the better teams, and they will lose against weaker teams. But for the most part, if they just get their consistency in, they're one of the top teams and top up-and-comers in SEA, I would say.
Yeah, especially a full Indonesian squad. Lots of fun to watch. Malang Daya, very strong mid laner. Very strong mid laner. I will not forget the games I casted to them. But now,
Invitational
to their opponents.
So for these guys, certainly lesser known team. I would say that maybe Tihi, probably their current captain, and also the hard support, probably the best known out of the Filipino scene. If you watch some of the other tier 2 squads and stuff like that. But for the most part, Invitational is definitely a new iteration. The previous iteration of Invitational was a Thai team, and now we've gone full Filipino. They're looking a bit stronger. We do have a couple of other players you might have noticed, like JG and Rupido has been in the scene for a while. Again, not mostly minor Filipino teams though, with some minor stints and major performances.
Yeah.
I think JG in the older days had some good performances, right?
Yeah,
it was an exclamation mark. Sterling Global Dragons. It's okay.
Good team name. I remember a lot from the Motivate Trust because he was on there. I want to say he was the carry.
Yes, back before Jackie joined the team.
Yep. And then Jackie came in with all its expensive cosmetics. Yeah.
And then he obviously kicked him out because
he's got the $1,000 Void Hammer.
Yeah. Ken also made a name for himself in a couple of Filipino teams as a stand-in, right? But none of these players, bar Tihi, have had any like super major performances just yet, or any DPC or anything like that. But I think it's a team that's like they're good individually, so I will not be surprised if these guys do well later on.
Yeah, agreed. Very much so agreed here. I'm looking forward to how they can fare versus Army Geniuses here, as we're about to get started with our first draft of that best of 3 here relatively shortly. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Back to best of 3s now.
Yes, and back to competitive Dota as well. Well, I love the best of 1 performances and the 1v1s. That's not the essence of Dota. Most of you guys who love watching competitive Dota probably are here for the tournament itself, and I am here for that too.
Yeah, we'll see how they get going along here. I do. Again, I've got high expectations for Honor Geniuses, but I think I'm ready to be surprised by Invitational. I think maybe they're going to be my dark horse team.
They don't look like a weak team at all to me. The only thing that makes me a bit concerned for them is that even though these guys have played together in some previous iterations, they're relatively new. This current iteration is like 2 months old. Like I said, there used to be a Thai team, so not the best of signs when these things happen. When an org changes completely the roster and everything like that, that also means that, like when these things happen in an org, it also tends to mean that the rosters that play under them afterwards don't have the peace of mind that it would love, right? Because Army Geniuses does feel that way very much so due to their success in Dota, which also allows them to concentrate more on the Dota aspect of things. And I've seen this happen time and time again.
I mean, we've casted a couple of things like that. Maybe a B team I'm trying to think of, but I don't know. 1 through 7, maybe was it C9? Was it? No. A7 was it?
What are you talking about?
I don't remember. Oh, BA, right? When you don't ever know if you're going to be doing your.
I mean, I wouldn't even say BA is one of them. I would say that we've cast a lot of games of like SEA or South America orgs where they just drop like 3 rosters in a row, right? Like in the past 6 months, and then the new roster you can tell is just really afraid of joining. They're joining just. Well, we'll see how this goes. There's zero commitment.
I get what you're saying, but that also is, you still see that for BA C9 as well. Actually, I was just making a joke.
I think for C9, yes, but I don't think for B8. I don't think that was the case for Bait, by the way. Why B8?
Well, because I was making the joke. If they're like A7, B8. You sunk my battleship. I feel like my roster is destroyed.
I feel like Mouse Sports was also one of those where you're like, we're picking you up, but you better do well. You have 2 months to surprise us.
Yeah, I mean it's Well, actually, no, right? Because Quincy Crew, going to TI, they're doing their own thing. They're staying as Quincy Crew.
Yeah.
They're not going to be.
You mean because when they got picked up as newbie?
Well, no, because that was in Quincy Crew, right?
That was Quincy Crew.
Was it? I thought that was
Bar 1 changed. Lelis was in the team.
Okay.
It was Forward Gaming that then lost their sponsor, then became Quincy. Or then became Newbie for that TI, and then eventually that would become Quincy.
Right. I think I'm thinking of a different team. Wasn't that Business Associates though? Wasn't that them? Forward Gaming? That was them. Pretty sure you're mixing them up. I think Quincy.
No,
Crew
yeah, that's true, but Forward Gaming was not Business Associates.
Okay.
You're mixing them up. Forward Gaming had a couple of players from Business Associates.
I must be misremembering them. Sphere was on that one.
Yeah, but not in the TI roster.
No, I know. Yeah. Huh. Wild times. But yeah, but you look at like how that translates over to C, and I mean you're exactly right. Team Detroit, of course, no longer. I think having a Dota 2 org, they did qualify to the major. That was a whole big deal for them.
To be fair, there was a different situation.
Yeah.
There's a reason why they not long have a Dota 2 org.
But I mean, I just to show, it's instability in the region, right? But it's good to see a team like AG continue to stick around because they've been together. Well, a lot of them since 2020. I think they finally launched in 2019 under a slightly different roster. I think Lamang Daya is the newest addition in 2020. But they've been playing together.
And the best addition, in my opinion. Really, really showed in that guy. I would love to see what they're going to draft, though. I'm very, very curious when game number 1 is going to start. I can't wait.
I'm excited as well, but it seems like that is still just around the corner. We will see when that one gets going. Lamang Daya. How'd they do in DPC?
Okay. Like, definitely not the performance that... I guess the performance they were expecting, right? Which is staying in Div 2 and going forward, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if they were expecting to do really well and then like pop Div 1 or something like that. I'm not sure. I feel like RMG is still an up-and-coming team for the most part. I also think that because they're a newer org and not as established, a lot of POs don't give them as much credit as they should. And so I'm glad that Top Clan's invited them, but I feel like they get often shafted from what I would think is an invite for Tier 2 tournaments where, like, okay, we're not going to get Fnatic, we're not going to get TNC, they're not interested in playing. All of a sudden, you're kind of getting the bottom, I don't want to say the bottom of the barrel, but like the bottom Tier 2 teams.
Yeah.
And they go, okay, Galaxy Racer makes sense, certain teams, but they invited Team Mystery over Armor Geniuses a while back in a couple of BTS Pro Series tournaments. It's just a lack of knowledge of the region that makes you think, oh, we're going to pick up something that has more well-known players rather than a team that's up-and-coming, because those you don't take risks on. And so I think they participate also in a lot of trash tier tournaments. Not Top Clans. Like, I'm talking like 2K Cups made in a week, and somehow Armor Geniuses made it through. Why? I don't know. Who knows? And that also puts their level down to a lot of TOs.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Well, I think they're here because they did win the Top Clans Dota 2 Invitational in the Philippines.
Yes.
Right? 2 teams joining us from the Philippines, I believe, as well. Toy Story, which we'll be seeing tomorrow, as well. The first runner-up in that one, or also in a second place.
Excited for that name as well. I wonder if that. Well, I hope it's not Toy Story 2 that they think is the best Toy Story. I don't know.
And Toy Story 2 is pretty good.
I don't know. I guess this,
what was Toy
this
Story
shows
2
a
again?
lot of. This is the one where they have the female Woody.
Jessie?
Yeah.
First of all?
Female Woody, because that's as much character development as she gets. She is awful. She is young female Woody, and there's old boomer Woody, and there's young female Woody.
That's the whole point. They're toys.
Yeah, exactly. They're awful. No.
They learned and developed their personality. I mean, Buzz Lightyear was literally... he thought he was real Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah,
that's the whole point.
But then he has a whole character development arc, but he realizes that's not the case. Whereas she has a character development arc.
She's a horse.
Character. No, that's a different one. There's a horse, there's female Woody, and there's old Woody.
Yeah, but the horse is Jessie's.
Yes. That's her defining trait. She has a horse.
Yes, the only one.
Honestly,
I think you need to rewatch that movie.
It's an awful movie.
I think you need to rewatch that.
Also,
movie.
a really creepy toy collector who's 100% a brony, but is not collecting bronies. And it's just odd.
But that's the whole point.
What?
I think you're just like, it was really weird. They like turned on the camera and they filmed things. It's like, why would you do that?
That movie vilifies toy collectors in an unnecessary light. It has terrible characters. Nobody likes any of the new characters. Why are they not included in Toy Story 3 and 4? Because nobody cares about
Jessie's in Toy Story 3 and 4.
Yeah, like in a very minor side character role. Yeah, same minor. Well, the horse has some good character comic relief lines. I'll give you the horse. The horse is the best character in that movie, and he doesn't speak. The reason, I think.
Yeah, how come the horse can't speak, but the dinosaurs can?
Because the horse is not a well-made character. Like, why is female Woody have to act like Woody but female, but the dinosaur can have a whole plethora?
How are Jesse?
I'm giving her too much credit to the writers.
Unbelievable, this guy.
What's the name of old Woody?
I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
remember.
exactly.
I don't remember the characters.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't remember the characters. I don't know. It's like an old prospector or something, probably.
Gold mine.
Gold miner. I don't know.
Exactly.
Listen, just because you collect lots of stuffed animals doesn't mean that Toy Story 2 is necessarily trying to paint you in a
Look,
bad
they're
light.
action figures.
Action figures.
They're action
Sorry,
figures.
my bad.
And all I'm saying is that when I talk to them, they don't respond back. And if they did, they would probably say, "I love you, Alvaro."
Well, that's the problem is that you have to, you gotta. They obviously play dead when you're around, right? That's the whole point. I think that's why you didn't like Toy Story 2. You saw the toy collector, and he would come into the room and fix them, and then he would leave, and then they would get up and start talking. And that's when you were like, "This movie's terrible. Why can't they actually talk about to the toy collector?"
I felt bad for the toy collector. Like, he's vilified in that movie, okay? Why does he have to be such a slob? Such a sad archetype.
Every movie needs a heel, right? The first one, it was the neighbor.
Yeah.
What do you say? Teenage kids are painted in a bad light? No, it was just that teenage kid.
Well,
Don't be ridiculous.
well,
Don't be ridiculous.
that teenage kid was also a bit of a vilification
Well,
of like,
no, because
grunge culture.
Because if you look at Toy Story 3 and how they develop it, what's his name? The regular real boy who was the original owner of Woody. He becomes a very well-grown and well-adjusted teenage boy.
Yeah.
So clearly, Toy Story is not against teenage boys.
I feel like it attacks the teenage boy with less means and bad parents. And it's like he's clearly a kid with problems with his parents, and of course he's gonna abuse his toys.
I think you're reading into this one.
I think better toys than animals. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, listen, I don't know. I think you're reading into this one a lot.
I think if he knew the toys were alive, it would be so mean to them.
Well, I mean, probably.
I mean, he
right?
finds out at the end, but it's just like also, his name is Sid, right?
His name is Sid.
Awful name for a kid. If you name your name Sid.
Come on, man. Sid Meier's makes great games. He was a kid once. How you gonna say that?
Oh, that's his real name? I thought they just made that up. I thought it just sounds good. Like, Sid Meier sounds good.
Unbelievable.
I don't think Sid was a real name. I can't wait for this game to start.
I also cannot wait for this game to start. But we still have a bit of time as well, seemingly before our first draft gets underway.
Yes.
But yeah. I don't know, man. I think you read into Toy Story 2 a little bit too much. I think you need to...
Look, mate, I have years of fan fiction on Toy Story 2. I don't think that you would get to talk to me about Toy Story 2.
Wow. Toy Story 2.
I fleshed out, in my fan fiction, I fleshed out the Jessie character into a real character, apart from female Woody.
Okay.
Like in a normal way. Not in the usual way fan fiction does this to characters.
All right, and on that note, I do believe our draft is now underway. Perfect transition there, Alvaro, as we could look
Stop
to now
banging, I swear.
flesh out this draft.
Dire team ban.
What do we got here? Lynx ban, Vengeful Spirit ban, Vengeful Spirit ban first phase.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't ban Vengeful Spirit first phase. I think Pango, Night Stalker are both higher value.
That's what I'm saying. What's going to be let through then in exchange then?
Night Stalker or Pango.
Night Stalker, Pango. I mean, I'm
Although Mamangdaya does play
10
the
seconds
Password
team ban.
as Night Stalker. You ban Omni because they have first pick.
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Coddle.
Sam the Coddle.
Oh, Shadow Demon.
Shadow Demon first.
Now you can pick Omni if you want to, but not that great against Shadow Demon. And if they pick Shadow Demon Omni, that's also a bad combo.
Yeah, yeah. Of course, that constant dispelling for Shadow Demon is going to be putting a bit of a thorn in the side. I think that's why they just immediately pick it up. We'll Coddle then. Grimstroke.
No,
I have not seen Grimstroke in a while. The Inkswell changes. I think, what, extra 2 seconds on Inkswell? Right?
No, 1 second.
Oh, it's so long, though. It feels like 2 seconds.
Sure.
Feels like 2.
Okay, whatever.
Because you're used to the normal duration.
Sure, mate. No,
it just keeps going.
let
Just like that Toy Story 2, but it just kept going. You know? Just wouldn't stop. Just like that fan fiction.
He'll never ask me to stop.
I thought Alvaro was reading a dictionary, and no, it's his Toy Story.
Done. I'm not the biggest fan of the Bloodseeker pick versus Lycan. I think the Lycan actually beats Bloodseeker.
Really?
Yeah. I know people think, oh, run fast, therefore rupture, and that's like the logic behind it, but Lycan usually has enough to tank it. and the creeps can still pursue you. So
Do you think though? Because I a lot of the times we're seeing
Radiant
just straight
team
helm
back.
run.
Dire
Like,
team
and it's not
back.
like
exactly.
it's not like not bots, power treads.
no, you don't need anything else. You,
gauntlet.
like Lycan naturally tanks it, and what you do is you essentially when you get ruptured, you run away far enough because you're already fast enough, right? To be out of the fight essentially. And then you get your team to protect you, and the creeps will hunt at the supports. Like it was good before they made the
10
feral shift change.
seconds remaining.
Feral impulse. Sorry. So the feral impulse when it was 900 AOE, the
5
creeps couldn't do
seconds
anything. So
remaining.
if you were taken out of the fight, you were taken out of the fight completely, right? And so when the rupture change happened, there was a 10% max HPS damage, which is a big deal. And then you combine that with the fact that Lycan had the weaker feral impulse, it was pretty good back then. But now a good Lycan player knows how to mitigate Bloodseeker pretty decently, and it's not that much of a counter. Like it's not a bad matchup, mind you, for Bloodseeker. Still slightly favored for Bloodseeker, but it's not the wow that people expect.
I also am wondering what the plan is with this Grimstroke pick. I don't think Grimstroke's strong enough anymore. Where
Yeah,
you-
I don't know
you-
if it's
you
for wolves.
don't necessarily. What do you mean it's for wolves?
Like you ink swell the wolves, and that's like a plan because I mean the wolves are invisible and everything. So
But
it's
not
like
in a lane.
no. I mean, I don't think
I like there must be
team
something
back.
different about Grimstroke now, or we're going to be picking him not with like Doom
Dire
Lina,
team
not
back.
necessarily like one of these, just because he's not really going to be your win your lane kind of guy anymore. Remember when we saw like Grim Jug every lane or like Grim
it's
plus
not.
one spot? Like it's not really the same anymore. It's actually quite easy to avoid it, especially with the first big Shadow Demon.
I'd be like it off, like mind you. I might still want to pick something like that.
That's
10 seconds
true. It
remaining.
could be. It very well could be.
But then you lose the chance of saying like a Doom, for example, with Grimstroke
5
or anything like
seconds
actually
remaining.
useful.
That's what I'd like to see though. I just don't think it's as good in the lane. I think there's a lot more counterplay in that extra second now.
No, I agree. I don't think it's
So-
that great. I would like to see. I really like Grimstroke when you combine it with some other 4. Like Grimstroke has 5, right? And you combine it with a 4 that has like
Rubik.
Rubik, for example. Any rare ray ability.
I like Rubik.
I don't mind Willow, for example, either, especially with the shard. The curse ground becomes pretty good to reflect, for example. It's just something that can take advantage of the ultimate without having to commit this long 2-minute ultimate against it. Very much like the Rubik, I like Luna as well with Grimstroke for that reason, because the Willow Sunbeam is pretty strong with shard, stuff like that. Something very basic that can take advantage of Soulbind, making it a very low commitment spell. Pango's been countered by both teams, by the way, with Grimstroke and the Bloodseeker. So
Yeah, they seem to be kind of dancing around it, don't they?
Radiant
Yeah, I don't think
team
they're
back.
If anything, well, again, Armor Geniuses, they could pick it and run it like a Pango 4, because I think
Yes.
it's doable versus Bloodseeker, especially with how generous the AoE now and Shield Crash is, we talked about before. But I really don't see Udvis
Radiant team
wanting it
pick.
at all. Grimstroke is just too good. So there's the Sven Ben. Omni's, again, still in the pool. It would be a pick here. It'd be a weird
It's very-
one.
it's very weak,
Yeah,
though,
it'd be a
with the
weird one with Shadow Demon and Bloodseeker.
because I'm assuming Bloodseeker is off lane, right?
Yeah.
Because carry Bloodseeker is very weak right now.
Or mid, but likely off.
Yes, like
10
off
seconds
laner,
remaining.
unless you have Blood Kid, in which case he
Nightfall.
5
yes.
seconds remaining.
In which case you run him as carry. But if you run a Bloodseeker that's offlane with no stuns, and Shadow Demon also no stuns, Disruption's not really a stun, and then you also bring an Omnight with no stuns to the
Dire
table,
team
like,
pick.
and then you're up against a Lycan.
Silencer.
This is actually an RBG special. They used to love playing the Silencer a lot. We used to see this team a lot play the Silencer 5. My guy has picked it up once or twice.
I like it. This is the double. This is a really easy double thing that we're talking about.
Yep, last
Double
board.
last word. Last word's so good.
Yep,
last word is so good right now.
10 seconds remaining.
Regardless, I know if you were tuning into the previous cast, we were kind of. I was talking about
5
last word beats,
seconds
pocket doom.
remaining.
Yeah, we're not gonna see that. We're gonna see double last word, which is just so
Yep.
stinking good.
Also, Silencer's pretty good against Bloodseeker because he actually kind of stands his ground and deals with a fair amount of damage. You don't rupture him, and the Global Silence is so annoying because once you rupture, you're committed to that kill. And the Global Silence prevents it from happening as easily. So it's a very big deal. I actually like it a lot.
What's the duration of Blood Rage? Top of your head.
Blood Rage?
Yeah.
Dire team pick.
Max, I think it's 6 seconds.
Okay, so that's something you wouldn't need to be reapplying in fights, for example.
Oh yeah, the Global Silence stops you from reapplying.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking about. So there's some damage mitigation then. Silencer again, not bad during this. He can do a really good job at interrupting Kunkka's combo if he doesn't properly time
10
his
seconds
boats, right? If
remaining.
you're expecting to get a torrent in after you cast boat, but all of a sudden there's
5
a
seconds
a
remaining.
silencer.
8 seconds. So.
If there's all of a sudden a last word applied to you, you might mess up that combo. So
Yeah.
it's not bad. It's a strong mid lane pick for what you don't know you're picking into. Some more wave clear as well. Blood Right,
Radiant
Shadow
team
Poison
pick.
definitely decent. But Tempest Advantage is always nice to have. There's the gyro. It looks like we might be last picking a support then. But AG, I have to show a core here or continue to flex the silencer if they choose.
No, I mean, you can flex him because it's Kunkka, honestly.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm wondering what RGS picks up then.
5
I guess you just pick up an
seconds
offlaner.
remaining.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's more value to flex the Lycan though. Well, Lycan is heavily countered here. I would like him to do an offlaner and then pick up a carry instead.
You would like a Lycan offlaner? Lycan.
I would like him as an offlaner. You don't sound the same.
You said Lycan.
I didn't.
I think you were taking a Lycan to him.
I like the Bane Hallow.
Is that what it's called? Bane Howl?
Bane Hallow.
Is that his like Dono way?
No.
Oh my god.
Yeah, actually, it was very confusing. People used to call him that, actually, not Lycan.
Yeah.
Very often. So
And then you had Bane.
and then Bane. So you would either people started calling him BH because Bane Hallow.
Team
But then there's
back.
Bounty Hunt. So it's a very whole confusing thing. Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
So pick a different carry.
There,
instead.
and then there's the
Grimstroke
Grimstroke combo. I've seen this one a bit. The wolf turns into Juggernaut. I think the last time we casted
Radiant
this,
team
the wolf.
back.
yeah,
The
wolf
Juggernaut
fight.
turns into a wolf.
Yeah.
Okay. Not the
Well,
wolf
technically,
returns.
the wolf turns into Juggernaut as well when the duration runs
Yeah,
out.
right, sure.
Yeah, so you know.
That is good. I mean, even though I do have to say disclaimer, Omni Slash does not get reflected. You don't get double Omni Slash when the Soulbind hits.
Yes.
What Soulbind is really good at
10
is keeping the
seconds
targets
remaining.
together, so they actually don't get out of range of Omni Slash. So you'll always be able to jump between them,
5
which is a big
seconds
deal.
remaining.
So I still think the combo is solid overall. And you can also Inkswell him in the middle of Omni. So you can actually set that up.
Yep, you can target Jug with a couple of spells in the middle of Omni. Yeah, it ain't bad. So then it's gonna be Lycan offlane versus the Gyrocopter.
Just fine, because it's actually pretty good, because the wolves mitigate the rocket barrage damage, so it just ends up being a farm fest for Gyrocopter. Like, Gyrocopter can farm, and you probably go for the
Dire
stats build.
team back.
Because it's just not worth it to go rocket barrage when it's Lycan that can tank it.
Yep,
That easily.
True. Because if you you can force Lycan to at least move and micro the wolves away. It's relatively easy. You just throw them into the bog and they're fine. But at least you can threaten, right? You can buy yourself enough time to farm the creep wave with Black Cannon if you end
10
up maxing
seconds
it.
remaining.
Especially because the downtime we'll be having for that in the laning stage. Couple bans. We see that
5
Ember Spirit get
seconds
banned versus the
remaining.
Silencer. That's an interesting ban for me.
So what do they think is going to support then? Gyrocopter?
Yeah, that's also what I'm thinking. All right, that's kind of what
Because
I
Bloodseeker and Kunkka cannot be support.
Radiant team back.
can do, like a Kunkka 4. Now they're trying to
I
find
feel
so
so
weird.
Yes, so bad. So bad. Especially against the Jug. Silencer. Like, I feel like you're setting yourself up to fail. This Kunkka mid still has the power of the Heaven's Halberd, you know, like, you can still be the tank. But
10
Kunkka support here is
seconds
big.
remaining.
This X is actually pretty hard counting.
Dire team pick.
I really do hope they're just gonna pick up a 5 here.
They've been the Pango as well. They went to
Radiant
it's so long.
team
Might as well ban.
Void incarnate.
Okay. Alright, please tell me it's Gyro 5, Shadow Demon 4.
You may now select your heroes.
Yep, immediate battle
Yeah,
pick.
that was really fast. They are going to be quite happy with that one. Mamandaya Bat Rider.
One of his favorite heroes. Oh, it's Bloodseeker 5.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's worse.
Okay. Did
Alright.
you say it's worse?
That's worse, yeah.
Why?
Bloodseeker is really bad as a support.
What do you think?
There's just no synergy with the hero. Like, actually, I had this discussion. I actually invoked a panel of pros to have this whole discussion with them, and I beat them down.
Was it Quaswex or Quasiku?
What?
Was it a Quaswex panel or was it a Quasiku?
No, it's a panel of pros.
Yeah, but which you invoked them. So which one
Oh
was
my
it?
god. Anyway, it was so I talked about this with the whole people, but the whole point is that what is the point of thirst, right? Which is your main ability. If I mean the main ability Bloodseeker is based around, if you can't really utilize it as support, you're never gonna get the last hit of a kill ever as a support, right? You can't go in and be the cleanup crew either, because then you're taking away your carries from. You have to be the initiator, right? And you also can't heal in the lane. So these great sustainabilities and everything that makes you so good in the early mid game, lost. You have Blood Right. Blood Right is a good ability, but that's the only part of supporting you have. You're like, oh, but wait, Alvaro. Oh, Alvo, sorry. He has Blood Rage. He can buff his carry. Yeah, with 60 attack speed.
Bad with a gyro though.
60 attack speed that you lose HP as well. Why not pick Ogre? Why not? If you really want something, why not pick Ogre? Right, if you want that Bloodlust, which is 10 times better for Ogre than the Blood Rage. Oh, but it also boosts magical damage. It also takes away 2% of your max HP a second, which is not that great in the early game. Actually, pretty brutal against heroes like Gyrocopter, who rely on living on the sliver of HP after throwing all their spells. I am not a fan whatsoever. I do not like the Bloodseeker support. I am very much against this draft. On principle, more than I think they drafted. I think the draft's actually solid.
I think they're going to play around the lane. I think this is weird because I don't think you ever really want to draft a support that conditions your core, because I think the lane. I mean, I think it's a totally different pick if you end up going to full flat hand Gyrocopter. I think you actually want to go
Rocket Barrage.
Rocket Barrage, Missile, block, and
but it's a bad lane against Lycan.
No, I agree, which is why I don't really like it, but I think that's what they're going to end up trying to do, as they're going to bring in the Wolves and Mamang Daya here in mid lane to smoke up. They will be met with a couple of heroes, and that's going to be a most unfortunate ward being scattered immediately by the position 5 Bloodseeker here. Yeah, that's the reason I don't like it. It's because I think it does condition, like for a hero like Sven, like he doesn't care. He's the same build every time. Oh, you want to kill? That's cool. It's the same build I use anyway.
Yeah.
Right. Gyro, it's
no,
like,
that's not true. Sven has
30 seconds
for the most part, right? Like,
not as
dramatic. Yeah, like, 'cause Gyro, ideally, you don't put a single point in Rocket Barrage until like you can't.
Yep.
Right. Whereas for Sven, it's not that dramatic.
Yep. I just feel like for what Bloodseeker does as a 5 or as a 4, you can get many better picks that do the exact same thing. And that's why I'm not a big fan of it.
Well, it's a 5, right?
Yeah, it's a 5. Yeah, but I'm not saying it's a support in general. I feel like there's just better picks. But this also goes to another point where I feel like there's too much flexing.
Never seen anyone do that.
Who?
Oh, sorry, he's got 3 Tingos. I thought that was a 1 for Bloodseeker.
So I think they have too much flex. Like, I question why you picked up a Kunkka in the offlane. You know, you like picked up a variety of heroes that don't really fulfill the role entirely. I don't think Kunkka offlane is bad, particularly. I also don't think he's great in this particular game. I think he actually got kind of heavy countered. I feel like Void Spirit is also going to struggle a bit to a degree because you're up against a Batman. There's a couple of things in this draft that are just a bit iffy, and I think Armored Genius also has a really, really solid draft. Maybe like in the side, it might suffer a bit. We'll see the impact of that. And we'll also see the impact of Rupture in this mid game, as we're going to just check out Mamang Daya at the beginning. This lane against Void Spirit has been pretty good, and he, at least early, should be able to put some pressure up, even if he can't utilize this hero to its maximum potential. Good movement speed, or decent movement speed, you deal damage, and you're also really capable of dealing with the wolves early. The bottom lane, definitely the interesting one. With Disruption, you probably can actually have some offensive potential with a Kunkka, but that's all depending on how aggressive the Juggernaut plays with the Blade Fury. Because if you use the Blade Fury for the Kunkka but the combo comes out, and you might be able to get a kill, but at the same time you might be able to lose the Disruption. Who knows? They have a lot of offensive potential, these 2 picks. And we were talking about the combo with Disruption plus Shadow Demon. Sorry, of the Shadow Demon plus Kunkka combo. As we get back, let's see. Most of the lanes are being farm fest, not really much kill potential on the Armored Genius' side, maybe besides mid. And on the Dire side, we're just looking at really punishing mistakes.
Yeah, top is the name of the game. It's not a very fast reaction thing, right? Only Missile and Blood Right, it takes some time. But yeah, I mean,
even then, I don't think that's enough to get a kill on Lycan. He has a good HP pool. It's tough.
Not Lycan, but definitely Grip.
Yeah, Grimstroke, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this just is right. Okay, stun duration is decent. Wolf as well is going to force him to take the scenic route through the woods. He's already here with Point and Thirst. It's too fast for them.
I think you shouldn't go kill the Bloodseeker. He's not an easy hero to kill. It's like you see an Ogre in the lane. You don't go chase after him. Mamang Daya is just going to kill here. Can simulate. Oh, did he manage to avoid this? There's no lasso. Did
so much damage. He got up a lot of damage. He didn't TP home either. He TP back mid. So that might be a little bit of an issue. He's got a water ring. He'll be fine.
Kunkka's doing a decent job at least in the lane against BB. I was talking about this matchup and just saying that it conditions the Juggernaut a lot because you want to save the Blade Fury for after Disruption, right? So you don't get torrented and killed. So you don't really play as aggressively as you might want to play this lane. Here, for example, he's going to get torrented instead. Okay. Took a fair amount of damage to that.
Yep.
And you're giving the Bloodseeker a lot of help.
Yeah, I'm always a bit surprised to see that Army Genius is playing this the way that they did. But I think they just want to have Silencer, quite frankly, just to make sure that Jug can at least get farm. Sure, it's not going to be the killing lane you thought it was, but I think you'd have problems with regardless, just again because of how much weaker that first lane is.
Yep. I mean, you've been really harping on that, Inkzor. I understand. It's a big nerf.
Big nerf. Big nerf. So I was really happy to see Grim in a place where it was really weird because we saw him a ton at the start of 7.29, and then he fell off completely.
People just think people always overrate Grim all the time.
Well, yeah, I agree, but I kind of was happy people got over him, right? And
Yeah,
he had kind of found a more niche, which is, hey, we don't have to do double doom. Like, it doesn't have to be this crazy, right? It can be something casual, like you were talking about, with the additional benefit of an aggressive lane. Kind of got rid of that, so I thought it was interesting. That's the only reason I harp on it. But I'll move on.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. I also don't like that nerf too much. I thought it was excessive. See. And for now, the top lane is honestly, we haven't really seen the impact of the Bloodseeker whatsoever. Jarkov is farming, but that's what you expect against Lycan, and Lycan's farming very well as well. It's concerning because once you get the Helm, if Lycan can start taking towers early, especially because this mid lane is at one point just going to be Mama.
Yes.
Top lane, Tiki wants to get stunned. And he's going to try to TP you back home, and he will succeed. Stroke of Fate not enough damage. Tiki, really tanky hero, incredible base armor. Actually bottom when they get the first blood against the Kunkka. Sorry, against Silencer. Yep. Mid lane, Mongadaya does get a kill against Ken as well. Much more valuable kill than would happen bottom, but not the first one.
Yeah, he was going to be burned to death. Plenty of damage there for him. Down he will go. So a couple kills. At least this game is starting to develop a little bit. Up this. That is going to now be Flaming Lasso available to be learned. We're holding on to, it looks like 2 skill points here right now for the Bat Rider, unless he's taking points instead. I doubt. Holding on to those 2 skill points. But there might be a lasso, and there is a lasso now ready to use for a Void Spirit when he comes back to the lane. So he's going to be a little bit upset to see that. Come on, Daya. Already starting to do Daya things. He's popping off.
Yep. And it's what you should do. It's probably the easiest lane you have this game. The rest of the lanes are going to have some trouble. Angdaya, though, honestly, for being up against a Void Spirit, I think Ken has done a really good job of maintaining himself up there. There hasn't been any rotations from Angdaya, which means no potential kills. But we haven't really seen him pop off just yet. He's just okay in terms of net worth. No stacks or anything ready for that. Oh, he gets the haste rune, pretty bad. That means that you're going to be able to rotate now with the Void Spirit and make you all like it.
He's hit level 6, but he's probably just 1 camp away from doing so. I can salve him back up as there's going to be the Shadow Demon applying a little bit of poison. A disruption here to the Silence level 2 Shadow Poison as well. As out comes the last word and the Arcane Curse, which will slow him to a crawl and allow UG to
Radiant's
escape.
middle tower is under attack.
This Jug is constantly on low HP though. Looks like this Kunkka's, man, he's the richest hero in the game. Has gotten off to a much better start than I certainly thought he would. What are your reservations about the Kunkka offlane? You didn't seem too excited. I know you weren't excited about it in support, but are you fine with it in the offlane?
Offlane's fine. You just make water. Lasso, Mongadaya will get that kill. Bottle to try to heal back up. Not going to succeed, but since he gets the experience, it's okay. I'm assuming he has his TP off cooldown as well, so he can just come back.
He's got TP off cooldown. Void had to use both Astral Steps there as well, so it's not like he TPs back to a lane and immediately gets a kill. And Bat Rider can't do anything, so, you know, it's fine.
The reservations, I mean, I think we'll go offlane. There's the bolts to I'm talking about. And it's an easy stun, right, to land. I don't think you can really get
bolts
away
are
from
fast, okay.
You don't have shapeshift, though, is an unnecessary play. Very, very bad play. And punish him for it. Blood Right doesn't hit him though, but the damage should be still enough, right? Like he doesn't have boots.
Oh, I thought he was gonna walk.
There's no way he TPs. Rocket Barrage.
Yeah, Rocket Barrage and of course the Vision.
They both raced. Ooh, that was not.
How did a Grimstroke end up only the
Dire's
tier
top
2
tower
tower?
is under attack.
Not a Grimstroke off.
That was not the play. Want to point out that yes, I do think the Kunkka in the offlane is fine for the most part. I think it's actually a role that suits him maybe better nowadays because the shard and the axe make him super stronger. The problem with the Kunkka is that this game is just not very good. You know, it's really just for the Lycan. You have a lot of ways to deal with it.
It's a super early level 6. My goodness. On the Shadow Demon. And it's going to net him a kill. 200 gold.
RPGs are making so many mistakes.
Gaia, speaking of mistakes, caught by the Aether Remnant. And, well, he shouldn't be falling here, too. So he goes in the boat. Yeah, down he goes.
What is happening here? Like, they're just going crazy all over the map. And not in the good way. Just very haphazard. It doesn't seem like we're watching a team. We're just watching 5 people.
Oh, yeah.
I hope Armor Jesus doesn't disappoint us this early. I mean, I had them pinned as at least a team that could like, give a real fight this tournament.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. Yeah, and I don't think Ud Vesuan is doing anything extraordinary here to force these errors. These are kind of unforced errors.
No, exactly. Like I want to give him credit, but it's nothing to do with the draft or anything like that. It's just Armor Genius is overextending like hell.
They're, you know, the Dire's there to punish as required, but that doesn't, again, require anything extraordinary. It's just team play, basic stuff. But here's now, you know, maybe a bit of a calm period. This is going to give Among Dia the BOTs with this small little stack, or at least get him within, you know, a couple creeps away from it. So he'll be able to be a little bit more active around the map. That move speed as well goes a long way towards the Bat Rider, especially in the early game when no one else really has items for circulating or Yule's. That'll be at least good for him. So much farm on the Shadow Demon though.
Hey, doing well for himself. Go for Lotus Sword himself, which is fascinating. He gets to the top, I guess.
This seems like a good item.
I mean, he's doing what he should do, which is deadly. That's one of the best assets of the Bloodseeker. This should be a kill though. With the yeah, very short. There you go. Tiki will fall for this. Finally, an overextension you can call that's justified. As they can now take the tower as well, but because Udvesuwan got given so much space earlier, they can also just go mid and threaten the Silencer, who has to max Arcane Curse just to have some use in the way.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but there's an Axe of Course right back where he came from, even though it's not a leash. He still finds himself, okay, avoiding an Aether Remnant. Second time we've seen that one this year, this game.
We have no
Dia. Yeah, we do, but not enough HP to use it, I would say. He's going to at least activate the Firefly, but down he will go.
Once again, such an odd play, because like we have lassos, I was expecting that you had some sort of counter initiation, that, I'm lassoing someone and kill them, and then move out, or maybe TP with the lasso, but it was just like no plan. It just seemed like once, too many TPs are coming, I guess we lost this. Like,
yeah.
You can't assume that I'm in tier 1, right?
I think maybe I think it's an acceptable play for global to support you, but they just wasn't.
Exactly, right? Like if there was someone else, like a global to support you, or even a Grimstroke that stayed there, but Grimstroke left. Well, so not one of those plays is just a bit odd.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, not really looking too good here for AG, at least for now. We'll see if they can look to turn it around. As well, the Jug is farming. I'd be interested to see what his build is. He's going to go for like Battle Fury, Breed. Maelstrom is also usually what we end up seeing quite a bit. But unsurprisingly, of course, first item after Brown Boots on this offlane, like in Helm of the to be up 18 minutes, 19 minutes. A decent start for Lycan in the lane, which got him a pretty well-timed Helm, but you know, the transition is quite expensive.
Overworld's gonna take a while, and you haven't been able to push as much as you'd like as a Lycan. How that tier 1 is still standing is just a monolith of your own confidence as a Lycan. Not that he's been playing badly, just the nature of the rotations and everything. And it feels really bad as Lycan, because now you're starting to get to the point, this pressing point where like, I need to get this tower, I need to make sure it falls, because otherwise your map is not open enough as a Lycan offlane. And you will lack initiation compared to other traditional offlanes.
Gank active now from Armor Geniuses. As Jug starting to farm a bit aggressively. It is going to be that Maelstrom first item after Casual Javelin.
Yeah, it seems fine. It's a good build that allows you to both fight and farm at the same time without committing too hard on either. I think the mixed damage is nice against these high armor heroes on the enemy side. I still feel like Jarkov is going to outfarm you though.
Yeah, but these are plays that you can make as a Jug, right? Like, the reason we don't see any TPs is because, well, it's a Jug, and we don't have, like, an Abyssal Blade yet. Yeah, we can rupture him through spin, but then he just TPs away, and that's that. There's really nothing they could do. So I think that's where AG need to look to press their advantage here a little bit, because it's a Jug. You can't do anything too crazy other than that, right? Like, you need to get any kind of utility you can here, especially if you're going to try and bring it back from what is not too bad of an early game, but there's just been absolutely no pressure to gyro. That's the problem.
I'd say it's pretty bad for them, considering you have a Lycan off lane. You'd expect a little bit better. I mean, I'm not saying your lane's going to go great, but you're expecting at least the tower to fall by now with the home timing. I also feel like Utbest 1 got away with a lot of the supports. Malang Daya has been completely cancelled this game for being a bad rider that's trying to go for travels.
He's the poorest core of them all.
Yeah.
Right now, not a good sign.
Below a lane that you theoretically win as well.
I mean, he's at least dragged the Void Spirit down with him, right? Void as well is quite poor in this game. But just because of Mamang Dai's misplays, he's at least given him golds, which is not something you're going to be wanting to do with X marks the spot over. So, that was again everyone else. Juggle illusions, of course, can't crits, damage, just make it annoying to fight them. No guaranteed crits like that of the Wraith King. Speaking of the King of Farm right now for Army Geniuses is going to be JCheese. At least got that Maelstrom operational, so he can look to farm a bit faster now. Second item, Blink from Among Daya after the BOTs will be completed.
And those BOTs should be boosting up his farm. We haven't really seen too much of it just yet. Maybe we'll start seeing a bit of a difference. It is also mainly because right now Army Genius is so concerned on getting farm on Lycan to make sure you get a column online as soon as possible, that they can't really give farm priority to Mamang Daya to recover, and they can't really take away also from DB on the Juggernaut to make sure that, because they need him to scale. They need him to deal with the Gyro counter. They don't really have any other tools. Lycan's okay against Gyro, but now that in the offlane, you lack the farm really. Bottom lane, they will lose the Grimstruck though, LYM. Easy kill. Won the way it can.
Yeah, I think this is a good response here.
Can you do it? Yes,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't get it. I think it's a good kill though for Ken, because you don't really want to force things, right? Like, yeah, you can save an Astral Stab and go, oh, what did they TPM? But like, you just know Army Geniuses aren't really going to want to fight you. Like, what's the team fight once the Grimstruck's dead? Where's the stun? Lasso, I guess, right? That's what you're scared of, really. But Lasso or Global Lasso, that's such a huge commitment though. Pure tanking that, Gyro is very thankful because Gyro doesn't have a single defensive item. Straight bags, probably just into more farming items, to be honest. Not really feeling the pressure too early on, as the pressure finally we get a little bit top lane, as down goes to tier 1 tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Alright, well, finally the win for Lycan was looking for a ship, so it looks like a good fight mid, honestly.
Dire's top tower.
A Blink Dagger for Mamang Daya on his Bat Rider, so lots of Blink. I wonder if he's going to go like Aether into like Octarine and Shard and like really look for pressure, or is he just going to go play safe for BKB?
For the Bat Rider?
Yeah.
You need BKB super early. Like either BKB or Yules, because otherwise
Radiant's
takes over you.
Very farmed. Boots, full Aether Lens, 600 gold in the bank. He's in a good spot. That is a rich support. Doesn't really look like it. A rich support. They will be able to traverse around that Aether Remnant. Nice Blink Lasso, Global to prevent any follow-up. Even in fact, the double silence here onto the two backliners as in comes the shapeshifted Lycan. 2 dead already here. It's only the 2 supports though, and that Torrent Boat combo will connect onto 2. The spin though from Juggernaut means he'll be allowed to stay on the ground. In fact, get another kill here onto Ken. Down he will go. Ball back here, actually. Bloodseeker.
They used the Inkshaw on one of the wolves that was invisible, so they couldn't tell that it was well on, right? So very clever. In the middle of the fight, you're not going to notice you're losing like, what, 10 HP a second. So, well done. I will say, though, for the play that RBG's made, and I hate to criticize them because that was a really good play overall, and it was a really good fight, but that was not the best target acquisition. If you're planning on using Global Silence anyway, you don't need to lasso or support. Just take Conquer, or not anyone. That's a core. Because they have no save. You're global silencing anyway, right? So it seemed like a bit of a not the best target acquisition, but it's okay.
Maybe they just I don't even know if they can kill Conquer on the duration of the global. That sucks.
They do if Jug is there. I mean, it's even fine. Like you didn't use Omni Slash. It's fine to use it just for the core.
Oh, hello, Thunder High. In a good spot now as they will go.
Oh, he's not hunting. Buzz Omni, uses it just defensively here, just to get away. I'm not going to deal enough damage to anyone, actually. But Gyro stuck in a pickle here. Gonna die to Mamang Daya. Blood right now doing much there. Ghost Shift trying to mitigate some damage. As now Skunkle is being chased down. As he gets sent back with a Flame Break. X will not help him too much. He is going to burn down and then eaten by the Lycan.
Yeah. stomped up by that Thunderhide as well. 250 damage on that
True.
stomp.
No
It's,
joke.
it's good. It's good early.
And a pretty big skill. I think it's like up to 40% slow.
Yeah, I believe it is for like a second and a half or something. It's pretty ridiculous. Bonus attack speed, of course, and the other active, which gives you the more. No, sorry. The Rumble Hinds have the passive war drums. These just give you the active attack speed. So no, it's real good. Good. Okay, signs of life then from AG as they just needed the items, and that gave them a bit of confidence. Down goes that tier 1 tower in the mid lane, and there's Lasso for supports. Very well worth it though, just for a kill, a little bit more bonus gold into the pocket. Come on, guys.
This one's more justified because I feel like you just got a freebie essentially off the bottom lane, and you punish the dead lane or a guy that's pushing the dangerous lanes. So I don't think that the Lasso for support is a waste. It's just more of the global science on top of that. I feel like the global science definitely needs to be used to try to kill Cold. Regardless, they do. I mean, GSs are recovered. I mean, they played around in the game, but now they finally reached their stride and they feel much more comfortable. And I think we're starting to see what my point about the Bloodseeker, right? That Blood Rage isn't too impactful. He can only really Blood Rage in the team fights. He's just not doing much. Compare his impact to what the Grimstroke is doing this game as opposing 5, and there's no color.
Everybody's building actually on the support Bloodseeker. Like Rod, Yules.
Probably Solo Crest, honestly.
Always seems decent. Yeah.
Because you just become a buffer. You just don't have enough money to go for Rod. I
was kind of just maybe Vlad. Oh, hello.
Vlad's good too. That's good.
You know, if you are going to be blood riding all the time, might as well make sure they can lifesteal off that aura without needing a satanic.
It seems like his medallion with his Age Master or Earnest Function. Yeah. He's losing to the Queen. They're both losing to the Queen.
That thing does what? A lot. Yeah.
I calculated it and it's a lot.
It killed it. Dragon's been slain.
How?
Dragon's blood.
Oh, he just took a new one. I was gonna say, no, there's no way they killed him. No. There's a new one. He took a new one.
That's what happens in the anime.
Nope.
He goes to sleep in the fire and wakes up.
No, he just took a new one.
They're gonna be too late because we're fighting the dragon.
It's like there's no
DD room. They're trying to bait it. Okay, Aether Remnants cover off the treaters, but they're gonna be now going in for a bit of a fight.
That dragon is crazy.
The dragon.
Watch out for the dragon.
Oh, he got his own animation as well. Beautiful animation. Do they have a stun? Anything here to stop Ken? No, he will go up to the high ground with the move speed. Everyone is just so fast. He's up towards the cliffs, and they're even going to commit the Omni Slash there for the kill onto the Void Spirit. Someone's ruptured, but they just keep you away. That's that. Roshan, and then another kill here onto the Void Spirit in favor of AG.
Quite a lot of resources used for that kill. Shapeshift plus the silence, but I think it's okay.
Dominate.
And Omni, yeah. But I think it's okay because you're in the leading spot anyway, so I don't think these resources matter as much anymore. And especially if you get another kill with Lasso. I don't think he can get away.
Nope. Very dead, and there's that.
But you saw as well how much he tanked with the Rupture, right? It's not like it doesn't care as like he ran a fair amount with that Rupture on. Because you're a strength hero, you can actually tank a fair amount of the Rupture before you actually go down. So he had enough time to reorganize his things, tech his TP. Oh yeah, read it, thoroughly, read the instructions. Make sure it's not like the rice cooker instructions or something. Like it's big fans of domestic appliances.
Ah, okay. It's just are werewolves like like vampires? They have to be invited in. Oh, that sucks. The wolves got their smoke, and now in fact they're in a bit of trouble here. Down goes the Shadow Demon. Lycan trying to fight there, but buy back. 4v4 team fight here. Silence has got buyback with no global, so it wouldn't be immediately useful. As Lycan still tanking a bit, but will fall there to the Shadow Poison for the right clicks there. Rather of KG.
Werewolves would not need to be invited in. Just barge.
Yeah.
That's because vampires traditionally are very polite. Werewolves are rude. Oh, Team Edward. Gyrocopter. I heard a ghost ship. I don't know what that ghost ship is for. The Flame Break will send back the Gyro though. Fake grenade to try to keep that fighter as he just TPs after getting ruptured in the middle of danger. Same with the Blade Fury TP. Lack of stuns is hurting them. Rupture is being completely cancelled.
Yeah, not a whole lot of good coming out from Rupture for now. Maybe just keeping it top lane as well, just keeping farming. Yeah, that's right. I believe the only restrictions on werewolves is that they can't swear. They're werewolves, not swearwolves.
Only I were a werewolf.
Actually, a reference to things we do in the shadows. So I thought you
were... Yeah, I know, that was awful. It's funny in the show because they're making fun of the fact that they're sad characters. Don't want to be a sad character.
Oh, Jug. Oh,
I love
Montai
this
is coming.
initiation.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Goodness.
global!
Oh, goodness.
They even Lotus them. Oh, the lasso. They catch the Jug as well. I think it's 2 kills here.
Oh, no. This is so
That's
bad.
Kunkka dead.
Oh, disruption. He's not going to use it.
There's no point.
Oh, no. He needs to try and run. Oh, he has 70% turn rate. Slow, my friend. It's going to be
getting away.
a little bit of gap. Yeah, he'll be fine. Jug wants to push. He will get some pushing and done.
I love that I can imagine the communications going, hey, we kill him, just global signs. I'll kill him, don't worry. By the time the Lotus came out in Kunkka, it was way too
I believe what he probably said was something along the lines of, oh, I have SS.
War?
War? I have my SS.
I mean, they're speaking Bahasa for sure, right?
Probably.
I would be surprised if they spoke English between.
Nah, but SS transcends language.
I actually don't know what the Bahasa alphabet looks.
Yeah, fair enough.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
We'll see though if they can continue this lead, because it's a nice little lead that they've got. Early game it was definitely in a bit of a slump here, and maybe still one of the biggest concerns for them is this gyrocopter. He's been mitigated a bit, but he's got a full S&Y up that Axe and a Crystallis, so he does have a bit of a punch here, especially with that DD rune. So they're probably not going to want to be fighting into the That's no choice though. Smoke decent for now, but again, just a little bit hesitant to really go for things. Hong Dai with that BKB really, like you said, it exacerbates the fact that they don't really have a lot of stuns outside of Kunkka.
And even Kunkka is not really a stun, because Kunkka's on an immediate stun, right? It takes forever. It plays the base,
Dire's
like,
middle
2
tower
minutes,
is under
and
attack.
finally stop playing the baseline, he actually gets you. Base played. They got Rupture there. No ship hits. Aether Remnant, everything to a liking. Did kill him. Still should have the creeps nearby. Okay, DB could also get in trouble himself. Might lose the Aegis here as the Soulbind comes with the double lasso they're hoping for, but Soulbind breaks right before. However, they will take the gyrocopter down, and with the Inkswell, they can reach the Kunkka. He's also in trouble himself. Despite the blood right not really helping him, Tiki actually dies to that TP. Thanks to the Flame Break getting in close to the Stroke of Fate. That's going to be 3 kills going the way of Army Genie.
Yeah, in exchange for Lycan. Lycan, he does shape shift, I think, just so they really commit for that kill.
And even so the creeps can actually hunt down the support as well.
True, yeah, but it does turn into a bit of an overextension there. 3 cores, 2 cores, pardon me, dead, of course, Bloodseeker supports the off lane, and of course, the safe lane Gyro taking a dive. Careful here, though. DB no longer with Aegis. Did actually get a lot of the Aegis regeneration in there, on top of... I wonder where he got all that. I guess it was probably just a healing ward, because it couldn't have been, obviously, the Vlads with the Halmora, because he's dead, but yeah, lots of healing on that Jug. Oh my goodness, the damage on the Void Spirit. So much damage over time.
Middle tower is under
AC
attack.
now on Lycan as well, just to mitigate even more damage. He's going to mitigate the Kunkka's Tiebreaker up on a lot. Void Spirit to a degree as well, because a lot of his damage is physical just to finish off targets. Pretty brutal. And Jug has okay agility gain, not the best in the game, so AC helps him out a lot with that extra armor. A Jug who already got Shadow Blade, because of course that's the build these days. And with on any carry ever.
Yep.
And he was considering the Shard, but he's like, why? I'm just going to go with Silver Edge.
Silver Edge really good.
I don't think Jug is the best builder of this, because you have a crit already. Newsflash, Jug.
That's true. I think it's just the attack speed he wants. More stats.
I'll use Good Butterfly or Bobby.
Is under attack.
Helps with your initiation. I think a lot of the times Jug so well, they really struggle to find use of a good Omni Slash in fights.
I just feel like if you go Shard plus big item is better than going for the Shadow Blade. But I mean, I'm not opposed to this
Did
idea.
Lycan sell his boots? I could have sworn Lycan had a boot.
No, he never had boots.
Dire's
in the laning
bottom
stage.
tower
Never.
is under attack.
I checked his boots. Oh, we checked his boots. I polish my Jacob's boots every moment I like it.
Dire's bottom tower
course.
has fallen.
Of course.
Couldn't say one more time.
Well, it's because he's got to take them off before he can decide.
Yes. I believe he's invited though.
Yeah. Alright, smoke play across the map here for Armor Geniuses. They'll sweep through the jungle where there is a gyrocopter who's not hasted. He just really moves that fast. It looks like he's going to be kind of wrapped around engulfed in flames now of Mangaya, who is going to be KB. They even global for this, and they're going to pull him, or they're going to try and pull him up to a cliff. That's not Mangaya TPing up. Mangaya really enjoyed the view off the cliff, but it didn't matter. They have the kill easily onto the gyrocopter.
Yep. Once again, they just kill Gyro without breaking too much of a sweat. The lasso's too strong, and the combo lasso kill signs is brutal.
Yep.
I don't think they were able to TP, but it's just to be safe. I mean, I think it's Silver Edge finishes on the Jug. Silver Edge useful for anything here? No.
No, I don't think. I mean, you break
Stats
thirst.
aside.
Break Thirst, that's about it. And another crit here. Is,
I thought
not
for a
bad.
second he didn't get the initial crit damage. Did he get a break there?
I don't know. I don't know. I think Silver Edge is maybe on a bit too long of a cooldown for him to have broken him. I think he probably broke him and then he disrupted and then we hand the camera over. Right, because Jug can't silence him, so
Maybe he actually broke one of your levers. That's why we didn't see the break.
oh my goodness.
Lycan. Nope, and Jug.
And Jug up to the high ground.
With
makes
Solar
no-
Crest as well. From Silencer, by the way.
Yep.
That's very impressive. A Silencer and Solar Crest. Not particularly a fast farmer.
True. He's found farm for himself, though. That's a good point.
Yes.
I think, well, the global helps him farm actually when you've got a really good cooldown or a good
Dire's middle
time to use it.
Yep. And Banner always guarantees kills with the global.
Exactly, that's what I meant. Yeah, obviously you don't global when creeps don't die. Heroes usually die, especially when you've got a nice combo. It really sucks because it's like, you know, you've got the Kunkka here to potentially counterplay a Bat Rider, but you can't. He's just always silent.
Alright, now Solar Crest to go. Truly the carry of this game. At least with Lotus Orb, they can someone protect Gyro from being jumped. But without global, they're gonna try anyway. They just got last
It
one.
was almost the biggest caster's curse of your entire life because Lotus was about to end. And then
Yeah, but
Mong
it
died
was still
just
on cooldown. It just got him afterwards.
putting the fear of the bat in him. You know. This Bat, he's so mobile as well. Blink Dagger, bots, casual Windlace, BKB, so he doesn't really have to be scared of really anything. I'm surprised that we're not seeing too many demonic purges onto him. And instead, we're seeing him a lot more on Lycan. DB, by the way, recovered Silver Edge, trying to find a good jump. Mongdaya pointing behind him, but everyone else here currently cover of a smoke. Tiki, the low ground, and with Vision, looking back with Flame Break, and almost one-shot in there off the Juggernaut. Leaving a Jug, he finds one of trouble as well. Demonic Purge, and the lasso, which is reflected this time by the Lotus Orb. Everyone just held down. Out comes the Omni Clash. Everything is flying slowly. But not long enough here. Sunlight will come through from Ken. He's going to find himself in a safer spot. 5v4 becomes a 5v3. Ken goes down, make that JG rather, and they will just call it. GG well played, as AG will take game for one.
So, looking back at that game, I would say that RMG has definitely just played around really in the early game. They made a lot of like egregious mistakes and unnecessary plays, but their draft was so much better, and they've also played this much better that it felt like their opponents didn't really have any chances, really. There was just one point where it just seemed like a point of no return, that it was just Army Geniuses through and through. They had so much better initiation. Just the Bloodseeker 5 now, right? I think that was not a very good experiment.
Yeah, no, it didn't really look that good for them there, as AG will take game number one.
I also feel like I will say one thing, that I'm opposed to the idea, because theoretically the Bloodseeker 5 just doesn't work, because half his skills seem bad. But I will say that I don't think there's much of a point in you picking up Bloodseeker as, say, your 3 or 3 or 1, right? You're flexing it. And all of a sudden you flex it to 5, which probably means, oh, I don't think Bloodseeker 3 is looking that good. And the hero you pick is Kunkka. Like, if you pick a hero that's an offlaner, I don't know, say Beastmaster, for example, with a BKB piercing stun, or Legion Commander, similar vein, or Centaur with an area stun. I get it. Okay, you want insta stun, you want an initiator that can go in, great. You pick an initiator that does the exact same thing Bloodseeker struggles against, which is once they have magic immunity and stuff, right? TPs, I'm just done. Like, once they get 1 or 2 items to counter me, whether it be Yule Scepter or Blight Mail or a bunch of other items, I'm done. And Kunkka suffered from the same thing.
Yeah.
So I just feel like you mitigated one problem to just exacerbate it instead.
Yeah, that was kind of the thing. And then, I mean, like, you know, we get bored with Jug picks, but it was just a damn good Jug game, honestly.
That was a good Jug game.
Yeah, it was a good Jug game, and yeah, sometimes you just need a claw hammer. Sometimes you don't need, you know, like a smart hammer that'll do everything for you. Just Jug will do.
Yeah, honestly.
And this is definitely one of those games. Yeah, look.
Jug is like putting ketchup on your food, you know? It's just like, it's almost always okay.
Even in fried rice, or maybe
yeah, honestly, yeah, it's very tasty, very tasty. I'm not even a fan of ketchup myself. See, much like I don't like Jug, I agree with you that here this is the fried rice of Jugs.
Fried rice of Jugs. Fried rice of Jugs.
They also played really well, mind you. Among Daya particularly. His early game was just him joking around, and his mid game was like, let's get serious, and all of a sudden he was bobbing.
Yeah, they kind of hit like a switch, didn't they?
Yeah, they really did. Also, was Rupture green this whole game, or am I actually colorblind?
I think you're actually colorblind.
Was Lycan not green there a second ago?
No idea what you're referring to. I'm sure we'll see more ruptures on the Lycan especially. I would have no idea what you're referring to here. There's no green heroes on the side of.
There was a green glow around me. Seeing this.
Usually, I don't know about you. I know, like, you know, there's the popular myth that, you know, human blood, it's actually blue in your veins, but when it's exposed to oxygen, it turns red. It's actually just.
I know it's just red.
Yeah. So.
Well, it actually turns redder when it was. It's true, actually. It's a brighter red and it turns more of like a.
Oh, this was so bad. This was so bad. The wolf stuns 3 of them as they smoke onto the cover of the wolf, but they don't know that they've been scouted until the wolf stuns them.
I think the initiation wasn't even that bad. They killed the Lycan here, if I recall correctly. Right?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, they just thwarted the smoke, but they lose Lycan. It's the continuation of this fight that was pretty bad. When they get that soul bind, and then the lasso, that could have been a great double lasso. That was so unfortunate. Long Dai just kind of balling this whole game, really.
Yeah, that BKKB came through, and yeah, night and day for him. Good caught by the Aether minute, but again, by this time it was already a bit too far. JG as well, he was just getting ran at, right? If not by a Lycan shapeshifted, if not by an Ancient Creep dominated, it was by Mamang Daya, or it was just, you know, Juggernaut destroying the rest of the team, basically.
Yep. This is the final fight before the GG got called.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, my MVP, I don't know. I think, I want to say it was probably Mamang Daya.
Yeah, me too. I think the whole team of Armor Jesus played well, though. I mean, the Grimstroke was also pretty stellar.
It's true. There it is. Yeah,
I mean, fair enough. You know, if you go by stats alone, I think it's definitely Mamang Daya. I might give it to the Grimstroke as well. I think he played a really solid game. I mean, those Ink Swords, the Soul Binds, the Timely Silences, he was pretty good. He knew. Yeah. I'm assuming he's also the one making the calls for the teams.
For AG?
For AG, yes. Yes, it is, because Yoke.
Yep.
So, Yoke. Yeah, I'm assuming he was making the call for the team as well, so I think that was pretty impressive. I mean, I think in general, Armorgees played a really solid game. It was different to the first games we saw today, where I feel like, while innovative or some interesting strategies, there was a lot of mistakes that kind of made the drafts work. I think Armorgees here didn't really like. It wasn't their opponents making mistakes. It was just them absolutely capitalizing the strengths of their draft.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, maybe like, you know, not ideal positioning. Maybe we should have, you know, played more around terrain and had a couple. Yeah, sure, right. But I agree with you. It was the fact that AG played so hard into those that really kind of made this a bit more one-sided out of the laning stage.
Yep. AG just looks like a better team as well. Overall, execution, draft, everything just kind of. And there's a reason why we're talking so well about them. They're a very good team.
Good team. They're a good team. Some good names, some star players, and yeah, maybe the Bat Rider, Gaia. Especially if you pick up Void Spirit.
That's also and Kunkka. Like you had a whole team, but it's like, please don't pick Bat Rider.
Yeah. Oh no, Bat Rider's never picked Bat Rider. What are we gonna do?
Yeah, that's true. Although Mika has a pretty solid set of heroes.
He does, but wasn't he Master Tier on the Bat Rider?
He is Master Tier.
Yeah, so you know. I agree. He's versatile.
I think he's also really good Void Spirit. He's also really good Storm. Anything that he can ball with, right? I think that's his name of the game. Before we go and get ready to the break, I should just want to remind the viewers one last time of the giveaway that we have going on, the quiz that we have going on. So you guys have stay tuned to the stream, or in general are staying tuned to the stream. Today, over the next couple of days, we'll be giving some giveaway quizzes. We're going to show a question on the screen, and if you guys answer it correctly, we'll pick a random comment to get one of the many prizes that we're giving away.
What are the prizes?
The prizes include a $2 Dota 2 cosmetic. For the best of ones, or rather for the 1v1s, we're giving a $10 gift card as well with the Steam gift card. And we also have the UU Booster code, which is going to be active for 7 days or 30 days for one of our sponsors. That is going to improve your gaming performance. Not boosting in the sense that Dota players think. Boosting in the sense of your network being boosted.
Absolutely. This tournament overall has just been boosted, hasn't it? Very exciting second series that we're maybe halfway toward, maybe a third of the way through.
We'll see.
We'll have to see, but for now, I believe we are going to be heading to about a 5-minute break. And when we come back, we're going to have game number 2 between Team Army Geniuses and Team, Alvaro, help me out here.
Usawan.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry. I'm so afraid of mispronouncing it.
Ud Besuwan.
Ud Vesuwan versus Army Geniuses. Army Geniuses lead 1-0 as we head into a 5-minute break. Catch you in just a little bit.
Don't let this pretty scene fool you. This world is a dangerous place. When you get to be my age, you'll see friends come and go. It's important to take care of the ones still kicking. In the heat of battle, you'd be surprised how far a little kindness might go. But not everyone deserves kindness.
Hello, Auntie.
This all you brought?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't offer to share.
Long have my celestial brothers beckoned, but I abhor the blindness of the mortal plane. From the void, nothing escapes my notice. No secret lies beyond my grasp. Yet, soon I must finally step from my hidden bastion to wage battle alongside my brothers and save them for a greater cause to come.
快将会惊天动地，而我的时代也终将来临。
Do you want to know what I really love? It's that first little moment when they realize this isn't a game. Are you ready for your moment? Oh, did that hurt?
Hello and welcome back once again. Who needs a host when you have casters? We're here ready to cast the second game of the series between Army Geniuses and Old Mesawan.
Yeah. Welcome. I'm Secret Striker. Joining me, of course, is going to be Avo Blaus as we now get underway with what could be our last game of the day. What do you think? I didn't actually get your opinion on this before because we got gripped in a conversation about Toy Story 2.
Don't mention that.
And I don't want to get back into it. But I will say that ended up becoming a little bit more of an engaging conversation than I thought it would be. And we didn't really get to talk about what our predictions would be. I did have 2-0 AG.
I think it's 2-0 AG. Yeah. Last game they gave me a bit of doubt in the beginning, but I'm pretty confident in the prediction.
Yeah, I think that's wise. I think that's fair as well. We'll see here as our second draft bands and picks just about to get underway. Thank you guys so much for tuning in for the Top Clans 2021 Summer Invitational. First round here on the upper bracket, best of 3. Loser is going to go down and have to play a best of 1, not tomorrow, and maybe not even the day after that, but definitely within the next 3 days.
That's how schedules work.
Yeah,
people are scheduled for matches and they sometimes appear for them.
Sometimes they do.
Depends on what region you're talking about. They mostly don't.
Mostly.
Or NA and then SA, you'd be surprised.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah. We'll see, though. I mean, I'm expecting, yeah, I'm expecting HG. I think you said top 4, right?
Top 3 at least. I mean, if they played their level, like I said, I've seen AG lose against the worst teams. Just teams that disband the day afterwards, and somehow AG lost against them. And they're like oh yeah, during that match, we were all insulting each other. We don't know how he won. I mean, Mawang Daya just stole our tier 4s, what tier 1 was still up. Yeah. And that was probably the sign.
It's the pub experience, right? Of when you can gather around, everyone's flaming each other, but you go, you know what if we just flame the enemies instead?
I feel like if Army Genius just got someone to set them straight, I feel like this team is super, super strong. They really do line up consistency. That's the only reason why I think they might lose. But besides that, I do find that they're so strong. It's a very, very powerful team.
Strong, guys. I'm so strong.
I'm so strong.
We'll see here. I hope goes
the best one. What are they gonna pick up this time?
Again, the Omni Knight's still available. With this time, we will ban Lycan. Best one.
I don't really see the point. I mean, I guess you deny the potential Omni Knight pick, but
yeah.
I still like the Pango. I know that Army Genius didn't decide to run it last time. I mean, the start for Army Genius was weird by meta standards, right? Grimstroke is not a value pick.
10 seconds remaining.
No, they made it work. I gotta be honest. I didn't really
5
see a whole lot
remaining.
of value to the pick. Even when you said, "Oh, Invisible Wolves and Inksong," yeah, so what? And then we saw it work out actually really nicely. So yeah, that ended up being a much bigger deal, honestly, than I initially had kind of expected it to be. That was fairly clever, even with the delay. I mean, I guess it's nice because you get more move speed out of it, right? Sure, the stun comes later, and the damage is the same, but
Radiant team pick. Dire team.
Silencer.
Immediate silencer pick.
Not expecting that this early. Love the Night Stalker though. That's very much an Army Genius hero as well. They used to love this. He used to run it as 4 as well, but mostly 3s. I think Night Stalker is so powerful against Shadow Demon for obvious reasons. He's powerful against any range support.
10 seconds
And
remaining.
he goes well with Silencer. You can have so much silence in this game.
Yeah,
5
I'm hoping they play
seconds
3. I think naturally the game kind of falls apart for a Night Stalker when BKBs get online for the enemies. And if your first 2 items are Blink BKB and the enemy carry needs to go Maelstrom SNY BKB, for example.
Yeah, sure, I see your point.
You're strong, right? Well, you're so strong. You're so strong. And then they get BKBs and you're not strong.
Like, I like the Night Stalker 5 as well. That Fata was running for Tundra. I think that is an alternative option. For
Dire
like
team
back. It's just the idea that the 2 roles of fill is different. Night Stalker 3 or 2 to a degree, especially because he's gonna go Echo Saber, is never gonna rush BKB Blink. Echo Saber is a must.
Radiant
But
team back.
if you go
Dire
Echo Saber
team
Blink,
back.
and you Blink, you control tempo the game. Your team just now has that tool forever. And if you are 5, you now have a threat that you have to deal with that is a very low priority target. So it's 2 very different things. If you're building a BKE for a 5, it also feels pretty bad. That sucks. You should never have to do it, right? And especially if you have Silencer, Night Stalker forces for BKB, Silencer silences you anyone, you go, what I even do, right? Their solution, of course, is probably one of the best ones, which is heroes that don't require using their spells. Yes, Luna Lucent Beam Spam is important, but the hero can just hit and be happy. And so this is a good solution to Silence or Night Stalker. The previous hero that used to do this a lot was Wraith King. Wraith King is crap now.
Yeah.
So.
DB used to be in a similar pool. He would kind of get
Yeah.
strong enough. Of course, he
Seconds
does sometimes require Unsunder, more so in early fights than later fights,
5
where it's
seconds
like, well, the
remaining.
fight lasted a second. How was I supposed to
Dire
Sunder?
team
You know,
ban.
he died too quick. I breathed on him and he died. It's kind of what late game Night Stalker fights look like. Whereas for Luna, they're a lot longer, and with glaives bouncing around. Yeah, you don't care. You know, as long as you're not broken, you're totally fine. Especially because Night Stalker, of course, very in-your-face kind of guy. And there are not
10
many
seconds
other
remaining.
carries that you'd want to pick versus a Luna that are not really too in your face. Like
5
Spectre, you know,
seconds
is always
remaining.
one that we see too. And you know, if you got a Night Stalker or a Spectre, two very tanky heroes right next to each other, that's a lot of damage out from Glaives that Luna doesn't have to do a lot for. So she doesn't care if she's silenced, just stand right there. Use Glaives.
How about Spectre? Spectre's actually
Radiant team
Armor
ban.
Jesus. Could even go for the Axe Bolt that we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
Very good against Shadow Demon, very good against Luna.
You always have support if you have Global Silence.
Yep. So you're always guaranteed to actually go and get a quick kill. You have a lot of global presence,
Radiant
Night Stalker
team
included, because he's a relatively fast hero. Very good Spectre demon.
But
I
again,
know DB also plays Spectre.
the only concern is of course
Shadow Demon break.
break. That's it.
But you're gonna kill him so quickly. We saw it last match. Like
Yeah.
the idea in theory works, but in practice it's just.
Well, he never got the egg up, right? But
Well, that's
yeah,
why, because you have to
remaining.
get so many items to just survive that you can't really ever afford the
it
items.
makes it really hard
5
for Shadow Demon
seconds
because you do want to go
remaining.
for these your round boots ags. It's like it doesn't feel good. And of course, against a silencer, on top of that, right? You need to make sure you get the perfect initiation. Because if you don't immediately, basically open the fight from Fog of War with the Demonic Purge, you only have hags. That's it. That's 4,200 gold down the drain, right? Literally could have spent it on smokes and dust, and it would have been better spent. So, yeah, no, it's something to consider here,
Dire team
which is why it's so tricky. playing this hero in a game. Oh,
Dire team
wow.
pick.
Oh, this is an
10
Army
seconds
Genius
left.
old staple. Remember that back in the day they used to play a bunch of this guy.
Admiral
Just play super
Conka.
aggressively. I swear if it's an offlane. The Skyrath Mage pick. I mean, now you're team silence. Your team shut up, right? Like you have 3 silences on the team already.
What else is DP and
10 seconds remaining.
Well, that's your lineup. Watch him. It's not actually bad picks.
It doesn't
5
sound that bad. I
seconds
mean, it's not a
remaining.
lot of stuns, but
This is the ultimate like Anti-Mage and Spirit lineup, right? Skyrath Mage is really solid against Luna and against Shadow Demon. He's actually not that bad against Clockwork, even though Clockwork does annoy him a bit. There's comes a point
Dire
where,
team
especially in this
back.
Clockwork 5, just Mystic Flare. Oof, Monkey King. That's the where are you putting your Kunkka now? Well, where's Kunkka going? Offlane? Oh, I'll carry Monkey King. Mid Monkey King.
yeah, he's gonna follow him. And Armor Geniuses with the last pick, they ultimately get to decide,
Exactly.
right?
10
Or they'll get the last
seconds
say on it,
remaining.
right? If there's a really good last pick from Buddha
5
Veswan,
seconds remaining.
maybe they still get to react to it. And right now it's falls in their court. And that's just it's always really amazing when you have last pick going into the last phase like this.
Mid Kunkka is easier to play than against Monkey King than offlane. Because offlane the lane is so much longer that if you get over Venom, he's gonna chase you. Mid lane you can actually go. He can dive you, but it's kind of just you can always do. it.
We've got good supports as well. We've got really good reactionary supports to dives, right?
Yeah, so
Shadow,
I
Shadow Demon Clock, I think, are among the better ones.
that's why I think this would be a mid Kunkka, and then you put an offlaner that can.
Radiant team ban.
I was gonna say Timber Saw, but actually against Night Stalker and Skyrath Mage and Silence or not.
Yeah, no.
Team Shut Up is really strong against the Timber Saw.
We need someone. Rather difficult here.
10 seconds remaining.
Magic damage is kind of what scares me.
5 seconds
Because
remaining.
I was thinking something like maybe like an Omni Knight position 3. But
Dire
you
team
just
back.
can't because global is such a big threat to you. You're so reliant on your spells.
Yeah, I don't know what this one runs through 3, honestly. It's like Beastmaster's kind of decent, right? Oh, he's bad.
Out of the pool. Or not tanky enough. Like,
10
you, we
It
need,
doesn't feel good
remaining.
against Suns.
I think we need like raw HP here. If it's not like something with a
5
dispel built in or
seconds
someone that
remaining.
wants to buy a loaded.
Yeah, like Underlord is okay because you can go for a bunch of loaders relatively easily.
Yeah, it's good for finding monkey in the
Radiant
trees, right? For the
team
malice.
battle.
You know, you cast it
Or
wherever you
aura
want.
doesn't get silenced, so that's important.
You're a Yule's builder in case you want that for yourself or for your team. Yeah.
Interesting that Army Geniuses are banning on mid laners. I guess that's the best case.
Yeah.
They banned the Embers.
I did it this last game, even though they
Dire
got the
team
silencer
pick.
game and the Void Spirit this time around. Because Batrider is
Radiant
banned, so
team
they
pick.
don't do that.
Venomancer.
Okay.
So Kunkka mid, Veno. I mean, I guess you can flex both.
So what? They want to try and force Veno versus Monkey King.
You want to try Monkey King versus. Is there anything you can flex?
10
to carry
seconds
mid, bro?
remaining.
You know, it genuinely is not a bad Drow game.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. No, you're right. No.
Lena's fine too. Oh no.
No,
Clock.
not against Clock. I was thinking Lash, but then Clock just builds Blade Mail. But then there's just too much damage. Like, yeah, Blade Mail's a good item this game.
No,
especially-
you're gonna burst. You clock 5. There's no
That's
way.
what I mean, though. It just gives you what, like.
That's why I think with Lena too, like you have no follow up when Shaq takes BKB, so I don't think Clock is that strong against Lena.
Hogs are problematic though against the Luna, against the Dano. Like I'm not scared of the Clockwork. I'm scared about Clockwork holding me down for the rest of the team to finish up. I mean, I guess that's just generally describing what support Clockwork does. Yeah,
exactly.
very good job, caster. But like,
Yeah, but once you activate BKB, they have no follow up at that point. So it's so difficult for them to catch up with you. That's why I do think that it's fine. A Storm is not bad either.
Queen. Choose your hero.
I'm actually thinking Queen of Pain, but she is a hero that can play carry though, so that's makes sense.
wow, beautiful.
Okay, so I'm assuming
no.
I'm assuming they're gonna put Mongdai against the Venomancer. It'd be a waste now that they know Venomancer's offering. Monkey can go mid and then go Queen of Pain carry, which is fine as well. She's really good against Venom too.
Yep. Would make the most sense to me. Okay. Yeah. I think that works. I will say this Uda vs. One Drop has got a lot more team fight. I'm like liking this one a lot more. Kunkka, he's not your only source of catch, thank goodness, right? We've got a Clockwork, Shadow Demon again, not catch on his own right, but he does set up very nicely for a Venomancer. You know, give him a nice welcome surprise. It's like, you know, when it's like hot in summer, and then like you're in your nice cool room, and then you open the door because you're like going outside, and then you just get hit with like that fresh hot air, you know, and it's just awful, and you start sweating immediately. It's like that. That's what it's going to be like for a Disruptor. You get disrupted aggressively, then you wake up with a venomous gale in your face. It's just the worst. You know what I mean?
No, I've never experienced that.
What are you talking about? You live in Malaysia.
Yeah, exactly. That's why. There's no temperature change.
It's hot every day.
Yeah.
You never use the
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let me tell you what hot is. Southeast Asians, they think they know what hot is. Hot is 40 degrees. What is this 28-degree equator? Nice temperature. It's nice. It's 30. It's a nice, cozy temperature. I've been living at 35 to 37 for the past few months. I got messages every day when we cast ESL. And they're like, oh, this Spaniard doesn't know what hot is. Come at me!
Prepare
Home to
for
Andalusia,
battle.
where the children are melting into the concrete.
Blessings upon a
Come
loyal
to Andalusia
warrior.
where the children are melted into the concrete.
Like it starts with something along the lines of a flamenco dancer, once lively, now crying because both the skins of her soles of the feet no longer attached to her feet.
And that's what it is, actually. It's that the concrete is actually soul-sucking. S-O-U-L, sucking, you know? Oh, no! And that's the reveal, you know? Eventually there's like a big sinkhole and there's all the souls of everyone inside.
And they're represented by literally the souls.
Yeah, I agree. And then you know, and then it's
This went from a
wow.
Stephen King book to like an Eddie Murphy comedy bit.
And then and then you have him go, you know, an over the shoulder shot where he's talking to the guy that they won with. They do a fist bump. It's like, wow, wouldn't want to walk a mile in those shoes. And there it is. And you get guitar solo.
Not what you expected.
Anyway, I still like Armor Genius draft more. I would say. I feel a Venom pick is quite weak. Like I see the point against the Monkey King, right? But I'll reserve my judgment. If they run Monkey King off or carry against the Venomancer, maybe
The
me out
battle
wrong.
begins.
Monkey King trying to be one with the Couriers, as he is.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Oh my God! No!
As I say, there's no way he gets more than one. That's a big one though, because that's the Kunkka score here.
Oh, so they're running him against one. Okay, I disagree with this idea. I think this now give a strong chance to in this game. Because like, if you make the Veno have a bad lane against Queen of Pain, he's denied. Especially with a Night Stalker and a Scarlet Mage, he has nothing to do in this game.
I apologize. I actually thought there were 2 Queen of Pain's top lane, and then I remembered Quap has red wings. Those purple ones.
What else? Oh, you mean the Scarlet Mage?
Yeah, Scarlet Mage.
It's smaller.
That's what you would observe in all Dota model sizes, huh?
Oh, it's just, I like to know what. No, I like to know what diet I should follow. I'm not gonna follow Pudge's diet, right? I'm gonna follow Scarlet Mage.
Is that why you like the Shard so much? Because you want to eat creeps on Night Stalker?
Yeah, exactly. He's one of my favorite. He's my favorite beefy hero. He makes me think that I can sometimes be muscly like him.
Someday.
When this game is Scarlet Mage, he taught me that if I just love someone enough, I'll be slim. So, there you go.
I guess so. I guess so.
Like, this lane is not even that good for the Queen of Pain. I don't know why they messed up the lanes like this, honestly.
I'll say this, actually, I would say objectively not good. I wouldn't call it bad, but Kunkka does always have kills on both. Well, at level 3.
Yeah, and on top of that, you tank the Shadow Strike sleep for the most part.
Like, if I recall, like, the Kunkka, the Queen of Pain patch we had a while ago, 727, 726 maybe even, when Shadow Strike was, oh no, I got Shadow Strike once and there goes half my HP pool, people would actually start making Kunkka again and just building bracers. Just
yeah, exactly.
Like, that was the solution.
But that was back then when bracers gave you magic boost.
Ah, true.
But no, it still is pretty strong. And now that Shadow Strike actually got nerfed in terms of damage, like it now heals you, deals less damage. So it's not as great against Quink anymore. Like, you really cannot brute force him. I don't understand what. I think this is a big mistake by them.
Yeah.
I still think the draft is slightly better, but I would say that this kind of nullifies a lot of the effects. Especially, and I think the most important part is Ben has a good early game. You don't deny him whatsoever. All of a sudden, I feel like you're gonna have a very, very strong mid-game power spike.
There's a small victory here, right? Monkey King, at least killing the courier, does delay the bottle, which is the only reason we see Kunkka have this little HP.
And that's impressive. That's the play that he went for.
Unfortunately, it's just not that big of a deal. Like, he's still top of the CS board, and now with the bottle, because it's such a regen-rich meta, it's fine. Like, it sucks. Congrats. You played yourself is more of what this feels like. Damage coming through from Queen of Pain, though. Getting back down to half HP. A couple of stats. It'll probably be dual talisman. One actually.
At least my man is trying to keep the pressure. He knows he can't beat the Kunkka if he gets close to the breach in terms of velocity. Nature of it. No, to be fair, Queen of Pain's projectile is actually kind of fast. Her animation is garbage, but her projectile speed is pretty fast.
Yeah, it's pretty good. One of the faster ones in the game, I want to say, actually.
Yes. I mean, not Sniper or Gyrocopter level, but...
No, yeah, those guys are almost instant.
It's quite good. I think it might actually be as fast as Razor.
Ranged?
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Technically, it doesn't protect the speed. Just combined to activation.
Kill bottom. They are turn and at least spit on the silencer before he goes down. That turn should at least pick the kill. No, denied.
Well done.
Through. He's done.
He thought of that very rapidly. Man, he thought of that very rapidly. Looks like a better exit.
That sucks for Veno. I mean, this lane is actually going a lot better for AG than I think it has anything.
Well, I don't think the Venomancer is actually an auto counter for Monkey King, especially with the current build what he's going for, which is very smart, by the way. Remember, the cast point got reduced to 0.1 now for this ability, which makes it crazy. It's just so strong ability. So it's not that bad a lane for the Monkey King wasn't to begin with. It's not like an Ursa lane where actually it's a hard counter. It's just not the best lane for a Monkey King.
It is very mana intensive though. I think it's 100 mana for Primal Spring.
Only if you use the jump run.
Right. I know just jumping around is free, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Monkey, you can't stop him, right? Won't return from home. He's going to do that for free. But my concern is, I mean, he's basically got mana now, and Veno is that mana. Did not deny the bottle refill there on the Queen of Pain, but we did end up using the Link. He's going to be a little bit sore to see that. No, she did actually pick up that rune, so not a lot of regen left for Kunkka. Queen of Pain at least, but worse for wear there off that exchange. Max, or like stonks. This one line. That goes wild. I'm here all week. for the top
I'm
clans.
specifically not talking to you.
Summer Invitational.
Don't acknowledge your own jokes if your co-caster's not doing it. Cast one. Come on.
Your admiral is on board.
Please.
Did it say how many denied
Radiant's
kills? Was that a
bottom
7
tower
above
is
that?
under attack.
Wait, oh, it's a question mark. It's a question mark. I'm giving it survival.
Can you imagine? That would be great. I would actually love that Arcana. It reminded me my opponent. Reminded my opponent every time I would get a
Oh, that's a mistake.
Normally.
Yep. Hitting that combo is not that easy.
It's a big mistake. Rotations are coming in. Level 6 as well for Queen of Pain. Holding on to that point, but could have Sonic Wave level.
I'm genuinely not even trolling. Hitting that combo is not that easy because when you try to hit the torrent into the ghost ship, if that's not what you usually do, because oftentimes these Kunkas these days, they try to go for the ghost ship combo and stuff. Like just straight ghost ship as we hit the torrent here, by the way.
Yeah, these Zoomer Kunkas, you know, they always need their supports. But then...
Set up kills here for them. As the Shadow Poison will actually get the kill for them. No Sonic Wave, so we can't get that. Oh, sorry. She was actually saving the point. Yep, never mind.
Yeah, she was saving the point.
So, yeah, the Kunkas these days, they actually try to hit the... Like, two different stuns, right? Independently of each other to actually maximize stun duration. As opposed to the max damage combo, which is poured into Ghost Ship. And because of that, a lot of people have actually lost the mechanical ability of, oh, okay, this is my exact timing kind of stuff. That's why it's harder these days. It's just not the most efficient combo anymore. That's why I actually don't think it's that egregious and as appropriate. It's hard to get those mechanical skills down if you don't use it as much.
Oh, I see where you're coming from. This is a big miss, unfortunately. What could have been a kill on Queen Pain. Instead turns into your ulti. Pulls down. Joe for it.
Very long
now. Your admiral is on board.
He's best off just going farming the jungle, which is doing a good job of stacking and everything.
And X Mark now, of course, have since the height of the Kunka days. You don't always get to catch a Queen of Pain with X. You're not always in that kind of position. This is going to be a kill, or maybe not actually.
In fact, the rotation here, it's the clockwork. They really want that intelligence. They'll get it. Honestly, he'll happily die for this. UK, no problem.
One more, an Arcane Curse here. Of course, not triggering auto attack modifiers. Going on here, though. Clockwork has found one in the cogs. 4 stacks, 3 stacks make it to the Shadow Poison, but brought back do feel 4th as Primal Spring is going to be used aggressively to secure the kill underneath the tier 1 tower there. Monkey King continuing to jump around. Clarity active. Will jump back into the trees now. There's a Dark Ascension top lane of the jungle. Looks like they're also making a play quite aggressively onto the Luna. Left the lane and might be going back to the fountain. Yes, they should have the kill. Deny her. No, they wanted to.
He got.
Oh, did nice.
Yeah, over the camp, the Night Stalker. He doesn't have mana either, but he can swap the treads. He should be fine.
That was really
swaps the treads.
That was huge.
That was huge. That was very good stuff. And even the torrent can come up. Just keep beating.
Top tower is under attack.
Let's keep pushing top lane for now. Hopefully it doesn't die to Rocket Flare. It'll be fun too. It'll be fine. Double bracer, return treads. He's tanky. Got no HP, but that's more than
no mana.
Skyrim.
Takes speed of pain. Oh. One lane, they will get
Normally.
Sometimes you gotta let him go, just so he knows. Yeah, it's the inform the rest of the team.
He's like, this is what it's like to get ultied by you after a team fight.
Yeah, exactly.
No HP, anyone breathes on me and I die. How do you like it? How do you like it? Did you just buy a ring of health, by the way? I didn't.
Go ahead. I think Echo Saber on any heroes. I feel like the Mondo region is absurd.
Yeah, I feel like this item got shunned by Monkey Kings because they were like, oh, Ice Frog, it's not going to let me proc Echo Saber on each of my Wukong's command, ultimates.
He's just so good on everybody. When Echo Saber first came out, people were like, no, people were like, think it's too good. It can't be overused. Nowadays, like Mondo region, yes, please.
I mean, it was so busted on him though, right?
No, not him. I agree. Yeah. But I still think the item is broken.
That's good. Yeah, the item is really good. No disruption here. Focus users are some mana here to at least set up a 3-man torn into the boat. Will come crashing down here onto the Skywrath Mage. They can set up there and lock him down with that venomous gale. I think he's gonna die. There's the Clockwork. One mighty punch and down he goes. Top of the Queen of Pain. Rolls the Bat Rider. Sorry, make up the Night Stalker. That man. Both able to easily escape.
But for that, that was a very RBP's play where you go in and go for the most valuable objectives, kill, and don't die in the process. But
wow, we still have that ward up. Sorry, go ahead.
For that kind of play, it's very much worth it. very, very much. Like Luna is never expecting to be ganked there. All of a sudden,
Dire's
Luna, who is
bottom
out farming your
tower
Monkey
is
King by a
under
fair
attack.
amount, is actually below him, even though her farming speed is 10 times the amount.
Yeah, and the issue is that might happen again. We've set up a sentry ward, but again, we missed that observer. So now they probably just think, oh, that was weird. It's the second time Night Stalker did that. Yeah, but it was the second Darkest Dungeon. I'm sure it was just his vision, right? And they hand wave it away, only for it to happen agagen in the next.
They should have seen the Monkey.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Beyond the wood chip.
Oh, no from Luna. They were not expecting Monkey to just be the Vanguard.
There he is.
And that Luna is standing still. I thought she was TPing there for a second, but she's giving up on life. Global side just in case.
Third gank straight on her in the jungle.
Dire's
Clock is
courier
dead.
has been killed.
He can't leave. Oh, he can leave. He ran into the lane. I mean, it's not escaping. Wrath of Bat Rider. Bat Rider, he's a Batman. And, well, that's a monkey man who just goes metal man.
So Bat Rider is a guy who rides like that. He's actually a troll, right? And then Night
Radiant
Stalker is
structures are fortified.
that.
Is he a troll? I thought he was the same kind of, because
Radiant's bottom
Snapfire
tower
is like
under
calls him.
attack.
No, Sapphire calls him. Oh, she's the same race as the Timberstone.
Is that what your family usually calls each other?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, he speaks Spanish. Oh,
Radiant's
good shot.
bottom
Great
tower
shot.
is under attack.
oh, but he's been silenced and killed. Not much chance for the Clockwork, however. Counter initiation with a Torn Ghost Ship. At least the damage to the Ghost Ship gets evaded. Bonus command used here, but not to great success. At least they managed to deny the Night Stalker. So not
Dire's
too bad.
They denied the Monkey King, actually.
Radiant's
No, nice
bottom
one.
tower has fallen.
Monkey
Oh,
King
thank
denied
you.
Night Stalker.
Thank you. Sorry, I saw so many.
That's right. I said it initially.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
At least Queen of Pain got to have a bit of a free farm and push the tower mid, but once again, it's Kunkka getting a really good bullshit Lord combo that he has no right getting, because Armor Genius is once again just diving a bit too hard.
Yeah, Quap going as well for Kaya and Sanj. What going to be the Orchid Rush that of the olden days for Queen of Pains. Yule Scepter, it's a good item here. Quaps don't really like building Yule Scepter though, it doesn't really help them out offensively whatsoever, unlike something, I don't know. Storm as well actually has the same problem. Like a Void Spirit. Void Spirit loves Yule Scepter because it sets him up for his combo, and it's useful for him to maybe buy himself that extra 2.5 seconds to get another Ashes Up away. For Quap, not really an item she likes to buy. So instead Kaya and Sanj be a little bit tankier, but no Orchid. Much Orchid. Will be a kill bottom. Especially if we use the mana first.
The Armlet's gonna help lay that kill. Focus realized he can't use too many spells, so he's just about to damage. They will get it. And on top lane, it's under being countered as well. Venomancer will fall. It's off laner for off laner. However, the TPs are coming in. I think Kunkka can. I think he's leading with just Torrent. That's enough. With the Vessel, Monkey King can't really heal as easily. Expert Respawn will bring it back. But they've decided to go for the Kunkka instead, who has been slowed. Armlet's not saving him from too much. They use the Sonic Wave just to finish him off. They want more. They have no more jumps to the Monkey King. Instead, the Balance Strike has to be used as the Disruption comes out. Shadow Demon will gain a couple precious seconds of life before he falls to the onslaught of stuns from Armor.
Yeah, Danny will go. And yeah, as you mentioned, there's a full Vessel ready for Veno, and he did at least apply it to JG before he died. The issue is, of course, or DB, sorry. The issue is yeah, that'll stop the Wukong's command lifesteal. Sorry, the Jingo Mastery lifesteal, but it doesn't do anything about the bonus damage he receives. As he just still fights his way easily through that Clockwork.
Radiant's middle tower
So
is under
good fights
attack.
there. No boots on Silencer as well. This is so interesting. Just Vanilla, Discord, and the Wand before the boots were considered. I mean, just support things, of course. Working out decently for him so far. Plenty of damage. Able to assist the team quite a bit. I'm surprised that wasn't a bigger issue though versus like a Clockwork or a Venomancer, especially. Didn't really pan out that way for them.
What's
The lack of boots on someone like a Silencer, who's already kind of a slow hero.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Silencer just needs to stay out of the fight regardless, right? So that's flat. Like, if you get hit, you die regardless. Yeah, that's why the thought process.
Another kill, I think.
I don't think you should use wrong.
Yeah, he goes. Stevie just running, honestly, really aggressively. They don't have that ward up anymore. You can't be affording to make those plays.
There's no need to make that play. But when I see these plays that look risky, and people always like to call, oh, that was a heavy risk, whatever, nice blocking. I always think, what's the reward? If that works out, what's the best case scenario? You get
Medium
one more
camp.
camp. Yeah, right. Like it's. That's what I mean, right? That's when you start to say, right, it goes from being risky or aggressive to just mistake.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, really bad risk management. I think like that's the kind of mistake you make and you go, oh yeah, this obviously wasn't worth it. Yeah. And I think he probably knew he was dead as soon as he got rocket flared, so close by, and so he just immediately boundless strikes the camp. He's like, ah, that is a good spot.
This can't go for it. S and Y?
Probably, right? So, I don't know if I've seen this one before.
I have never seen
usually you see Sanj and then Halberd, right? It's pretty normal.
I remember the post was why
Step
what he's going for with
Your
his
admiral
damage.
is on board.
Mind you, silence does stop the Tidebringer from coming out. Can't Tidebringer it.
Oh, really? Even if it's an auto cap? I know that. I know there's like some strange interactions. Like now that Geminate attack is toggleable as well. I don't know if it will stop that.
No, it does. It does not stop. It's I think it's Tidebringer and some of the older spells that have always worked that way do get stopped by silence, but the newer spells, like for example, Janata or Geminate attack, has to what?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Liquid Fire and Tidebringer are the two that come to mind. Auto
right.
cast spells that get stopped by silence.
What about poison attack or glaive of wisdom?
Poison attack does, Glaives of Wisdom does as well.
This?
But this does. And these are the older ones that have always been toggleable. But I'm talking about, but these all cost mana, so that makes sense. That's the consistency. Like, what's another one that's like Slaughter Bash, for example. Obviously works differently, but that doesn't get stopped.
Oh yeah, that would make sense. I mean, that's a passive though.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but Janata technically isn't.
Yeah, it's shot from playing. The DB this time, no, this team's back him up, and he finds himself in the rave zone, as I like to call it, when you're surrounded by the metal, and you got all those letting you down. Everyone's just in a bad spot here as well. Sonic Wave catching two, but used for the kill there on the Venomancer. Will chase now after Ken, who is slowed to a crawl. They're bringing in everyone here. They got the stuns, they got the slows, and they even have the damage here for Captain Gunka. He will drop, despite having imbibed quite a bit of that.
Can't get home.
No.
Can they get home?
Cannot. He is going to go down, and that is 3 heroes dead, right? Because one was pushing bottom. 4 heroes dead.
4-4-4. Luna's being here. I might just be super.
They don't have any ultis, so
Yeah, maybe it's not the same.
a little confident on that regard.
I mean, if Army Genius choose not to make this play, then by all means, it's definitely not a good play.
Yeah, they don't have spells.
They are the kings of diving and taking risks and just juicing out the game.
Geniuses. They're strategic.
People don't know, but Army Genius actually had a lemon stand. 5 rows selling lemonade. It really juiced life to its maximum.
And then evil geniuses came out like the lemonade stand for the evil. They really had a lemonade
It's just because
stand.
of how much efficiency they have
Radiant
as a
structures
team.
are
They
fortified.
juice out light.
Of course, because when life gives you lemons,
You make a lemonade stand.
you make lemonade.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Funny that the Indonesian team is called Army Geniuses, not the American.
Radiant's middle tower has
I'm
fallen.
gonna.
I didn't think you would.
America is the only country with an army.
Well, to a degree, yes.
Ooh, bounty.
Tell you. You mean that you guys don't have your armed forces play each other in football games, and there's some of the most televised events?
I know those. No, my armed forces, they go around with a goat. I'm not even kidding.
Like the greatest of all time, Drake.
Like, I mean, like genuine, like literal.
Yeah, the goat.
Oh. Like a real, it's a mascot.
Oh, is it?
We have armed forces mascot.
People.
No, because we're not Mexican.
What?
It's cabra in Spanish.
Oh.
Chivo is just Mexican. Oh my god.
What?
Someone teach you there's more than one.
Hey, listen, it's not wrong.
You're
okay?
the biggest Mexican national from an American standpoint I've ever seen. Can they push this tower?
Yeah.
Dire's
Yeah, they've got the
They
old.
have Sonic Wave, yeah. Let's go, do not complete the TP. They did complete the TP. So that's Luna dead. That's easy. Sonic Wave also might catch us like support. He doesn't have Yosender this time, which might just save him, but Night Stalker doesn't want to let him go. That's gonna be 2 kills. With Xbox Squad bringing back Night Stalker to nothing. And they let the Kunkka leave. Guys, at the tower behind you, please take that.
Tower is under attack.
That was a bold play because they did see. I don't know if they saw Batrider. Again, Night Stalker running around there with his ultimate
You gotta
active.
stop.
Too.
Not a troll, dude. You're being.
I am but he is the Batrider, the Night Stalker, and it's. I mean, he's going real excellently here. It was a good capture. It looked really good. I think that's why Luna decides to just complete that TP right into the middle of a Wukong's command. And go to silence.
Night Stalker with crippling fear hovering right over you.
Yeah. Not the best TP I've seen.
It's
from
like
JG.
that is quite literally like the Batman sign gets shined upon like the Joker's lair, and Joker's like, ah, I'll take his time. I'll keep going.
The Batman shine?
Batman sign.
Batman sign.
It's shine. It's like the little bat symbol, right? It's like the thing that shine in the sky. But is that not how Batman works? Because he can't like see because he's a bat, so he has to shine like a really bright light.
That's just whenever Commissioner Gordon wants to talk to him.
No, they shine like a GPS signal over something. Anyway, BKB is up for the Night Stalker. Ghost Ship is not going to hurt him. I love the silence attempt. Maybe if I silence him twice, he might not TP.
You double silence and mutes. That was the thing.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Like double invisibility stops dust, but that's only a secret technique. Only known to the best Dota.
Step
Yeah,
lively
it's,
now.
it only
Your
works if you
Admiral
put
is
your
on board.
phone, your keyboard, right?
I don't know what else to call it, okay? Like this.
Phone, a rotary phone, landline.
This is a phone. Phone is square, I can touch it. It has my Instagrams on it.
Of course. Of course. Of course. Maybe for Luna, at least TP into Ranger Night Stalker.
This time she can TP. Maybe she'll decide the physical damage as opposed to being silenced and killed.
Well, the global's still a problem, right? Because you can just wait for her to pop BKB and then silence her again.
And Monkey King is still a problem because his specs just don't care about you.
Yeah, especially if he's going to be fighting inside of Wukong's command, all that bonus armor making quite the difference against a physical damage carry like the Luna, especially, well, without a shard, you know, she's not going to be able to spam quickly one of those beams that she might need to actually have the edge in that lineup. There's a lot of carries that it can actually go toe-to-toe with the Monkey King inside of his ulti, but right now, especially with his build, especially with the BKB, good luck.
Radiant are scanning.
Once he gets to Scotty as well, that's going to be... I think it's a turning point. Luna might not be able to match it. Unless she starts to outfarm. The fact that Monkey King has caught up to her at this point in the game is super scary. 23 minutes in, and Luna should be skyrocketing over the Monkey King.
AG are now recognizing, oh, what the heck, guys? We never got this mid-tower? How are we supposed to do anything when we're smoked? They got stuck in the triangle and quickly realized that the entire enemy team was in their jungle. Hit themselves on over. There's going to be another lane shove. Guys, just take the tower.
Dire's middle tower
It's pretty realistic. There we go.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Venom is also pretty realistic.
Yeah, he
No,
is.
he's not.
We got BKB.
Yeah, BKB. He's committing to this. Torrent missed because of the BKB. of
So now there's nothing to stop that rider.
course. The Night Stalker. Mystic Flare.
is under
Disruption.
Okay, this is good. Good
Yeah,
start.
they're holding the high ground well. They want to take the ward out. Global Silence to protect him. Ghost Ship is still going to come by. They've timed it perfectly, but the teamfight continues. There's the Wukong's command. Hopefully to catch up the Luna. Well, the damage is lacking. They don't have the stuns to actually bring her down, so instead they're going to set up for the Venom, who's fighting against DV to the death. He will DV back home and survive.
Oh,
Thanks to
nice.
great blocking with a hook shot there, but who was used to die in his stead. They did lose Clockwork and Venom and exchange Silencer and Skywrath Mage, so it ends up being a win actually for Armored Geniuses, all things considered.
The King's Guard. Who would have thought the King's Guard is instead of a Wizard Sky Mage, man?
I mean, he is the Royal Protector as well.
Is he?
Yeah, because Vengeful Spirit's also a princess.
Is she?
Yeah, that's why he's in love with her.
Are we going to be in love with princesses?
Well, because Skywrath Mage is most definitely a gold digger. Have you heard him speak? He's one of those arrogant dudes that like shined his card in his girlfriend's card. It's like that's what he does. It's Skywrath.
Oh, okay. Think so, but a big selfless move for him in there as he does eat that hook shot to make sure the monkey king.
Look, he knows how to be a good stalker. He's somewhere in between.
He's not quite as good as the Night Stalker at that, is he? Even with the BKB.
Are you sure it's not
mages.
bat, right? Are you sure it's not?
I think.
Yeah?
He is a bat.
He is a bat. He's a right.
There it goes.
I have no idea what that bat symbol is called. There's a name for it. It's not the bat symbol.
Scanning.
No, there's like a name for it.
Symbol of a bat.
I mean, it is a symbol of a bat, but like they call it something.
Bat signal.
That might be it.
That's what I said. The signal. I said signal.
Check the bot. Pull up the replays. Section. Oh, they said they can't confirm to me that you will.
Really sad. Has talked to us. Looking up, it's the bad signal. I know for a fact that don't even be bothered.
Okay, BKB forced out there by the Luna. They will give chase, however. Kunkka actually pardoned me. There goes Night Stalker, BKB inactive. They get rid of at least now the Clockwork. Big wave. It connects onto 4 here, and that's going to force the BKB out, but guess what? Physical damage. We've got plenty of that right through the BKB TP attempt. That's going to allow Benno to leave, but it looks like Ken may not be as lucky. Will they go diving? Do you know, AG? Yes, absolutely. In they go, past the tier 3 tower. Found the strike stun to set up at least 4 of the missing players. Not going to last long enough. We're going to out, and actually in a bit of trouble here is a good Night Stalker. Looks like he might end up dropping there to stand over the time of the vessel. Indeed, he will. But with that Aghanim Shard here on Queen of Pain, she does pick up the kill finally onto the Banana Mancer, and it's only going to be the Void, make up the Shadow Demon who lives. 4-for-1 trade, and AG are going to be, well, they actually, that's the problem with them diving this far, is that they don't actually get any objectives up from this fight.
That's true. I mean, that's armor genius, but they have also got like 2 super valuable kills. Well, I guess the Kunkka kill would be the valuable. So, like, I think it's justified. They just dominated the game so much at this point. They just need more space. They need more. It's okay. I agree. No objectives is bad, but I think you're dominating so much this game.
Only a 4K night worth lead here. Oh, here we can hear it. If you listen to the replay, there it is. You said that symbol.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The Venom TP at least was like, kind of useful at the beginning, but then I thought that he went back in there to die unnecessarily. Because it didn't seem like Vessel 1 has any chance.
You got the Night Stalker out of that. It's not great. It's not worth it, but
I don't think it's worth it at all because Venom died as well.
One at least.
No, Venom died before the Night Stalker. So it's either Venom not dying and you not getting Night Stalker, or Venom dying and you getting.
Yeah.
But it ends up being an equal trade because they're both your offlane.
Oh yeah, but when you're playing from behind.
Sure.
Yeah, but that one's not free. I get what you're saying, but
well,
I mean,
was 100%.
The Kunkka was free, but Venom was not.
Sure. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not like it's in for a penny, in for a pound, sure, but you've already lost so much in that team. It's not looking very good for you. You can't really play around the Luna this game, not with the Monkey King. The Luna will eventually, or already is getting outclassed.
Yeah, which is a bit scary because they're not too far off in terms of their farm. What's it, 7K net worth lead, but that mostly is just playing out between the Night Stalker and the Benno, and then the supports, especially this Clockwork. He's having a rough time here. Of course.
There's a poison over on these two. TP, they cancel over the void, if they can see him. Oh, Balance Strike instead. He's done. He's got Balance Strike. That's Rupia died in the backside. Lucifer trying to TP, Sonic Wave to make sure that doesn't happen.
Double ulti. They wanted him dead.
Yeah, I think it's worth it.
Now, will AG go back and do Roche? Maybe. Hopefully.
Have any sort of minus on?
No, just let the damage. I mean, Io Scotty here. As long as you don't get bashed, I think is going to be good enough. Silencer may have a medallion at this stage. Looks like it. Full press medallion. They just got enough damage to do it here, eventually. Whoops. The bounce strike.
Not that damage, like he actually misgot it as well.
It was just in case there was like a clockwork thing.
It's also your mid laner full scale apparently. Even with the build that you went for, which is more of a mid game oriented Conquer, Queen of Pain just it actually.
Yeah, right clicker. I've seen Armlet on Queen of Pain before.
Upon a loyal warrior.
I mean, it's not the greatest thing. Armor is more of a tanky.
Sure. But I mean, yeah, you're right. It doesn't turn into damage, but armor, HP.
Why? The tanky. That's not the Queen of Pain right clicking build. You're talking about the Queen of Pain tanky build, which is fine. But right now, when you're in the late game, you start to deviate into items like AC, Mjolnir. Sometimes you see Bloodthorn as well, very popular. It used to be back when York was a pickup. Scythe of Ice is also fine. So somewhere between utility and damage. And Kunkka just can't damage. Benno in a similar vein is just such crap in general. As the game goes on.
Yeah, they give him percentage-based damage on the ultimate now, but like it's just it doesn't feel enough. Like he's kind of a hero. I think you just kind of need to snowball and use his ulti to take these team fights, like and try and make them long. But we've got plenty of nukes. AG, they want to finish up the fight. Probably been the first and a half. Great play. Global Silence. BKB is going to come through. Sonic Wave to push him back. He's going to try to TP away. Do we have damage in time? Rump buff as well applied. He will make it out. 2 ultis out from that here from AG. Almost feel like it's an even trade.
She gets correct. Immediately going to cancel. TP dies. At least to get Clockwork for your troubles. That was Sonic Wave and Dark Ascension.
Yep, yes it was. We did hold on to at least the Aegis, of course. Couldn't go with Kunkka. Kunkka was running, but not too great. And we're going to try and defend this place with these out. It does actually find a little bit of damage on the game. How much damage on Benno though, my goodness.
Radiant's top tower.
Get Monkey getting up a bit lower. Venomous Scout continues to take him down. Careful here. BKB for you, but 4 staff at least from Benno.
Try to punish him by putting as much damage as possible when they see that. We almost got Ags.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Very big deal.
Double the abilities, double the fun, double the damage.
And triple in the so.
Global concussive shots. It's not concussive shot, not on table. The +1. It's on concussive shot, isn't it?
It's on the game.
Ah.
First.
Okay.
The global concussive shot is a thing, yeah. But the arcane bolt allows you to cast 3. Never played Scarlet Mage?
No, I have. I just. Interesting. Okay.
Why, like you're like an actually skilled decently.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Your damage output now just goes out bonkers. I mean, assuming you went for the level 15 talent with the extra.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't recall. KB ready to go. Oh, they found the clockwork. Dead. Yeah, he does. Oh, actually, no. It doesn't look like he. No, it doesn't look like he does because they had vision there because of the ward. So I think he's only got the ward. And the +1 from the eggs.
So they must have gone for the other two.
Got plenty of mana to sustain here as well as all across the map goes the monkey. That's without shard as well. It's even faster.
Well, the shard.
Oh right, it gives you more resist, or it gives you increases the window to like half a second on initiative.
Just better. It also makes it so you always have extra. It's not a bad item. You get like a late game luxury, but it's definitely not good for you. It's no longer an item to use. The thing is, the last shard got buffed. Like they just buffed his 3 damage to the point of shard, and the shard almost made him actually come back. So, bonkers. I'm very surprised. I think it's one of the strongest buffs this pack. Not the strongest.
You got huge buffs as well, just generally on Junior Mastery. Primal, sorry, with Hunter in the Night. Got damage. She's gonna have issues here though. As they continue to run her down. Got BKB TP. Was maybe just trying to run as hard as she could. I'm like that DD run.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah. Scary.
I hate Basher on Night Stalker. I don't mind him going for Nullifier, but I think Basher's
agreed. We need more just casual lockdown.
Radiant's top
we struggle with
tower
anyway,
is under
especially
attack.
with BKB. now in line here for the Luna.
I like Nullifier because now you can actually Void to slow them down, then Nullify on top of that against TP. It's actually pretty good. But the BKB TP is still a problem. It doesn't fashion. Rid of the illusions. Shadow Demon, and for some reason decided to copy Veno.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Fire's almost done.
The old nighttime now. The artificial one.
Dire's
It's a really good, it's a really good name for like a late night radio show. If you host it during the day. That's what I mean. Subvert the expectation.
Maybe it's because of the kind of media I consume, but it sounds to me like the kind of radio show, post-apocalyptic anime, like is the only radio station that's out.
How do you even? How?
Real nighttime.
Oh.
It's like a specific English name. Talk about Javi.
I don't understand how you immediately went to anime.
I just thought it's just very,
Just
very
doesn't make any
unique.
sense.
Look, you know, The Simpsons done it, and something's happened. Anime's done it. I really like hearing innocuous and nonsensical English names in like media that's not sexy.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I just think it sounds. They think it sounds so cool, and I think it sounds ridiculous. I love it.
And style there to spell global. There goes Queen of Pain on the back lines. Lovely silence there for Kunkka. Sonic Wave is not going to be used for the kill. There's already 2 dead here. BKB Kunkka stays for a while. He's going to head first into the Night Stalker, who will get that kill relatively easily. Among Daya as well finds the Shadow Demon, so it's 2-2 trade with both sides. Well, that's a mid laner for a support instead, and there goes the secondary support now. For more here is Among Daya. Nice Venomous Gale, but there's still a BKB ready to go for the Night Stalker. Among Daya, though. Ooh, did not have a BKB here. Didn't have the Blink ready. Will go down, but without Blink as well. Sorry, BKB is going to be now Luna. Oh, she does have BKB. Part of it, not like it matters, though. And she falls almost instantly there to the Monkey King.
Very surprised she did not use the BKB earlier. A Satanic Cure as well. She was like relatively low on HP. Got hit by the Mandala Strike out of nowhere. But that said, that ends up being a huge win for Armor Geniuses again. It ended up being a pretty good start for Tires, but Foodbest Sawan just couldn't really cut it halfway through the fight because the core is just a bit too strong. And it's too late for you to be able to take these engagements. I wish they would put a bit more pressure from this, to be honest, but I understand their reticence to push it. That said, I just feel like Armor Geniuses are at a point of no return, and you're struggling so much to just keep up with them, let alone actually beat them.
Yep. That's a fight where Army Geniuses go. That fight was great. Next time we just need Aegis to block.
Or we just need to actually fight all at once. Because like what happened there was 3 of them fought, and then Night Stalker and Monkey King.
Yeah, that's why Luna just never needed a BKB before. Like the fight started and she was just she killed who'd she kill? She killed Sky. She killed a poor Silencer during the duration of his global. So it was just not needed really. Yep. Replay here with Sonic Wave in. Satanic for Monkey King, doing a lot of work as well. You also just use for further dispel. Get rid of that. What's it called? The poison, not Nova. It is no. Venomous Gale is what you get rid of there. That one's the dispellable one. That always feels really nice just to be able to move regularly again. We're still dead from before, as we are kind of posturing to fight over this next Roche. Got whips. That's gonna a bit difficult to find the right engagements. This one, Kaya.
Oh, Global Silence.
BKB on Benno.
Yeah. That's still in a chase, right? Now a couple of BKBs. Let the BKB for Night Stalker use. They just want to go for Benno. That's a second silence. Really want to kill Benno. That's going to be Benno dead with the 2 supports to prove it. Because why not? And maybe now they get the push.
Maybe. I think they do.
I think they do. They have Wukong's command still. Yeah. If anything, you at least force them. Oh, Nullifier, Kunkka. Has BKB though.
Yep.
Has BKB, but no desire to use it.
Nope.
There we go. There's the desire.
X. Now he's going to use it on Gaia. That's his fresh BKB as well, actually. Hopefully he had one before.
Omi is pushing harder.
Good in the night, man. Oh, he's a big push underneath that boat, though. Down he goes, 100 seconds. And with that Eclipse active, goes Silencer.
No way you fight.
Oh, okay. Well, you say that. There's going to be the silence. The strike. Hook shot this time. It's on the money, and it finds 2. They push back come on die, but out comes the Wukong's command now. As they go able to blink the Quap away in time. The rest here are going to just be zoned out. Wukong's command.
Yeah, they were going to go at least to the back line, so they're going to go back in, but the DKB activated, going for the Kunkka instead. Double silence, they do hit the Boundless Strike, but the Force Stab gets him away. And instead it's going to be the Scarith Mage who falls. They did kill the Clockwork in the back line there, but who cares, because you didn't get that anything close to the cores, and you lost your Night Stalker. That was a bit of an overextension by Army Geniuses, who managed to retreat. They know the Monkey King is, he just revealed himself for no reason, but he's too fast to be caught.
Is HG doing like a challenge run? Why don't they Roche?
I don't know.
Oh my goodness, this is yeah, I mean, hey, they're up 20. Yeah, there's Roche. You got Shard, in fact, which doesn't strike me as too insane of an item for anyone here. What's the Shard do for Skywrath Mage? Do you remember off the top of your head?
What? Wait.
The Shard for Skywrath Mage? We might not even get to see it here because it looks like they're gonna lose. I don't remember what Skywrath Mage's Shard is.
I think she's
sure either as Arcane Curse and a lot of work, but they have actually caught him on guy here. Fortunately, BKB broken has he. I do believe that is indicative of an Ag Scepter now for our Shadow Demon. So he still has 2 charges of those ultis left as the Bodyguard once again standing away. This time it's going to be the Scion Turk. Big old Boundless Strike finds 2 in the Wukong's command, but they both have themselves a Force Staff to get out of dodge. However, Clockwork not as lucky, will be killed off. Nullifier used there for the kill. Gonna buy back though. I feel like this second Roche is a little bit too important to give up.
It makes Ancient Seal reduce that resistance, which is what I think. I just don't recall. I don't see it very well. I don't think it's very good. Oh, Night Stalker walking in. With the Global Silence on top of that. Venno once again is the main target. They just need one more hit. They both find it. That's Venno dead. In addition to the Luna being found as well with the Boundless Strike. She has no way to retreat. That beacon is not good enough. She can't even use the Eclipse there as they decimate the Clockwork, take down the Shadow Demon in a running Kunkka who wants to make sure to get out. Might just be lucky enough. Now the Blink with a reduced cooldown. Shadow Strike will hit. They have another Shadow Strike just in case. There's a Nullifier on top of this. The buybacks. Monkey King committed to this fight. Not committed enough to actually stay to the end. They forced the buybacks, retreat, going for Roshan next. Army Genius is playing.
That's what I would like to assume as well here. And, you know, there's nothing else on the map for them to push. Oh my goodness, no way. Guys, stop jungling. Let's push. There we go. Okay. Get it way on over. That's Roshan. BB now. He just really wants to make sure he gets off Jingu in these fights. He's got the Penta Edge Sword and just a full Moon Shard operational as well for him, filling in the inventory.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Buy back out from Luna though, didn't get anything for it.
Nope. That's a huge win for you, honestly. I mean, Luna that's already struggling to keep herself alive in these fights, let alone actually use a life effectively.
Yep, do anything really in the fights.
So once we get that Arcane Blink with the Night Stalker's gold, even harder as well to deal with him because he's just gonna immediately crippling fear. You can Dark Ascension on the fly. It's actually really good, and also of course reducing the cooldown of Dark Ascension and crippling fear. It's more of them per player.
There's a what's it called as well? I saw that full Mjolnir. So there's 3 Hyperstones right now on.
He actually did go for the shot just for utility. Why not?
Yeah, it ain't bad. I mean, I feel like this is a very realistic game. You know,
avoid a bunch of damage.
Half a second of immunity versus Boat, especially, right? Half a second of immunity versus Eclipse is like 2 beams.
Yeah, no. And also the extra movement gives you when you're mischief walking pace. Needs Echo Saber now when you have this much attack speed?
Yeah, pretty much. It's a little bit ridiculous.
Not like you need the slow for Echo Saber. Which does affect your monkey statues.
And for monkeys, find one. Gotta make sure that she's not found by one, especially because she has just used that Manta Style. Goodness.
I guess it's just about Liberty now. Waiting for the rest of his team. I feel like they're constantly gonna repeat it because he's just the easiest kill in the beginning.
And he's so annoying.
He is
I mean, his Venomancer.
The hatred for him. Conditioning Army Genius.
A little bit here. Refresher, of course, for Silencer. I thought we heard double global. We did. So he's going to next go into that Acceptor, make that last word in AoE ability. Big, huge AoE as well on that, which is fair for being on. You've got to be upgrade that.
No, I think your goal is to force them to be variable. I mean, you have Arcane Blink, right? So now the cooldowns reduced so much. pretty much a perpetual Dark Ascension.
If he did talent, it might just be up permanently.
I think he definitely went for the talent of the Dark Ascension duration.
For sure.
The left talent. One shot. Got the Queen of Pain. Almost silence though, and that gives enough time for the BKB. They go for Shadow Demon first, and he'll be the first victim here for Geniuses. As the Kunga is fighting the Monkey King, but he's gonna beat this mana mana, but he just heals back up completely. The Kunga in trouble, Ken.
Wow.
Not surviving this whatsoever.
Cannot.
That is going to be a win, I believe, for Armored Geniuses. I don't think Luke Veswar can defend this any longer.
No, doesn't look like it. Short BKB duration there for the Monkey King, but it got what it needed, and it was the Aegis, yeah. Gonna be up for Luna and Veno to defend, but without an ultimate here, and Mong Dai immediately back in onto Luna. Nobody's kind of high hopes. Spell block. 5 talent, 18 seconds spell block, very balanced one. Very annoying to catch.
He went for the blink here on top of the Blizzard just to get a bit more space, but she might just die because of the Nullifier.
There they go.
Even chase out the Venomancer and force the GG. Army Geniuses will take game number 2 and therefore win the series 2-0 against Veswar, their Filipino opponents.
Of course, the Bloodhogs, greediness, of course, the Mansion explodes. AG, 2-0 win for them. The thing about AG is it seems like they like to have fun in their games, don't they?
Yes. I think this might be a virus when you're competitive, but
yeah, that's fair, right? That is fair, but it does make the game a little bit more fun to watch. It's AG. Will they dive? Oh, of course they dive.
Of course they dive. I think it's something that like I always say that it's harder to teach a team to play more aggressively than it is to take less risks. So I think over time this is going to be a skill that they hone, right? Which, as we can get into the highlights, guys, whenever possible, we'll see the skill that I'm talking about, because I think they take a lot of risks. I think some of them are not calculated, but most of them are somewhat sensical. They're just enjoying themselves.
Yeah, no, I'd agree that they're not, diving fountain without a tier 3 down.
Yeah.
It's nothing like that. They're diving fountain when the game is well and truly won, because that's like a mistake you don't want to be making. I think there's like a black and yellow Bumblebees game where Envy,
Yeah, but in the case of Envy, right, you sometimes can't really acknowledge his risks because you go, I can't like Envy will think that extra 10%, that you can get off that risk is worth it in some situations. That's just the whole philosophy of life at Envy at this point has developed, which is still hard to debunk. Whereas for these teams, it's not that they've developed this philosophy, this morality. They just kind of play this way. Because to be honest, in pubs, you kind of have to play this way. Like if you're a pub player, assuming you're the best player on the team, and which you are most likely if you're a pro player, you have to play so much better than the rest of your team to be able to carry them. This means taking a lot of risks, getting away with a lot of things, and playing the enemy team is stupid. Otherwise, you don't win ranked games. And when you do that transition, which is inevitable from ranked or from pub games to competitive, you have to start to acknowledge that, first of all, you don't have to carry your team because your teammates are equal to you, and second of all, you can't assume the enemy team is stupid. This is why a lot of pro players talk about how ranked is not really good or conducive towards good play style.
Nope. No, it is not.
It's not the kind of... and I think RBG is just in that kind of maturing process that most teams go, where it's not a team with an older player that can guide them, so instead they have to learn this by themselves.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think that's fairly accurate as well. Like, I think that's something we talked about earlier. Like, we touched on things that are going to work a little bit better in pubs, things that are going to work a little bit better against teams that haven't been together as long. For example, that the Spectre... not rush, but basically rush of Ag's Orchid, right? The active favor. So, yeah, like stuff like that. Just gonna work better against some teams, and it's not gonna work at all versus others. And AG, I think for now, especially with the amount of tournaments they participate in, I think they've learned to at least for this caliber kind of learn to differentiate between the two. They get the pretty easy 2-0 win here, and well, that's gonna do well for them as they'll move on to the next round of the upper bracket. We won't be seeing them tomorrow, so for a while actually, because I think they're straight into the upper bracket semis, really.
Yep.
Oh, they deserve it.
Yep, I agree.
We'll see though. We haven't seen an MVP or anything for this match though, so
nope, no highlights, no MVP.
No highlights, no MVP. So I'm curious as to who the MVP actually for that particular match was, based on the stats. Didn't quite get to see them, whether it was going to be Long Dia. I think Night Stalker as well. I would put his hat in the ring there. As here we go. Into the highlights then. Oh, was this the Luna TPing into?
This was the Luna, I believe.
TPing into the. Yeah, you can see.
Yeah, where they start taking over the. I mean, their control of the space is really good. Yeah, and this is where one of them cancels the TP, and the other one's like, I'll complete it. It's funny because who was it? It was Luna and Venno. And Venno's like, nah, this is the wrong play. But somehow forgets to inform his teammate about it.
Yep. And then, of course, everyone pushed back by the tier 3 tower, which is invulnerable. It's going to meet Murph at you if you try to attack it, because you need that tier 2 tower, and then they go back and find it. Yeah, I mean, but really, I mean, I think it was just the active. I think it was just AG. And having a bit of fun with it. I think they could have cleaned it up a bit faster if they really, really wanted to.
Yeah, I think this game should have lasted 10 minutes less, honestly. I don't think 10 minutes is too much. Maybe 7 minutes less. But at the same time, I also don't mind them, like you said, having fun and playing. It's like, okay. It's not like they were making blunders or anything.
Yeah.
Or like we're playing too patient. They just put the pressure in a different way that most teams do. Like, their way of putting pressure is just a bit different, in the sense that they don't take objectives like we mentioned. They just go for more kills and choke you to death. That's a valid strategy. And since your drafts also kind of reflect that strategy, I'm not entirely opposed to it, even if I think that you are going to give chances to better teams to come back into the game.
Sonic Wave was so good as well. 4-man Sonic Wave, not only, of course, hits 4 people, but it pushes Luna so far away from your super team. She gets clipped by the side of the cone, and everyone else gets kind of pushed back even further, closer to the tier 2 tower, so just no support for her whatsoever. Highlight there was particularly strong out from AG and the Gaia. Another impressive performance from him. He might just end up being the MVP again, I think, by the stats.
Gaia? Yeah, though to be honest, I think I would give it to Aussie Night Stalker. I think he was the long shot. I don't think Mamandaya. I mean, I think both Mamandaya and DB played well. I think the supports played well too. I just think that it was Night Stalker's game entirely. Like, he was the one that was pretty much that was pretty much canceling the Venomancer every single fight, making him much more useless than he should had any right to be. He actually multiple times also canceled the Konka. He was more of a carry at times than DB was, honestly.
Yeah.
And this is a good example of it. Like, look at this. He just literally fights the Luna head on. Gives enough space for the Monkey King to come in. Like, it was impressive. That was so good. Wami played such an incredible game. His blinks, his optimization in general was also really solid. I would have liked the Basher over the Nullifier, but I think the Nullifier ended up working for what they were doing as well.
Definitely, yeah. Nullifier's kind of a keep winning item, and I would say Basher Abyssal.
It's a win more, as we would say.
A win more item, and Basher Abyssal is win the game item. Like, that's an item you usually get, and ideally that's the last item you buy.
Yeah, within like 5 minutes the game's over because you've killed the core. Yeah, because the Basher is like an anti-core item, right? Whereas the Nullifier will kill the supports.
Yep. Sure. It worked out really nicely here for AG.
So, some really mistaken plays though as well by UTV. I was very surprised with their that play over there, a TP from the Luna. Like, we saw a couple of blunders that I don't think you can give a team like Army. MVP there's Mamandaya. Once again, I really do not think it deserved MVP. Not that Mamandaya played badly, but I do feel like it really was Night Stalker's game.
Well, Abo lies, Seeker Strike lies, but stats don't lie here.
Stats decide the MVP. That's how it works every time.
I mean, yeah.
Basketball, they just pick the guy who scored the most points and go MVP.
They pick the guy with the most triple doubles.
Triple doubles. Yes. If you score enough touchdowns, you get the MVP.
Triple double is a basketball term. Gotta give me that one. Yeah. It is.
Doubles?
Yeah, triple double.
What do you call triple doubles?
When you, I think it's something to do with baskets, points scored, something to do with rebounds, something to do with blocks.
I think it's such odd terms.
Wow. Yes, they're in English. The rest of AG as well with a phenomenal game. But again, it was just 2-0. I mean, Venno 1-11 and 11 is just indicative of not a very good time for the team.
They just don't pick Venno, dude. Like, unless you have a lane match that is so good for Venno that it's like Void, right? The enemy team has a Void. The enemy team has a Void. The enemy team has like an Ursa. Enemy team has a Troll Warlord. Enemy team has a Troll Warlord as an Ursa, as a Void. Sure, pick a Venno, right? Any other situation, do not pick a Venno. Unless he's like a 5 or a 4, maybe. Sure, 5-4 maybe. But as a 3, you have to have a very clear game. And I've seen too many Vennos lose for this hero to ever be picked again justifiably competitive.
Yeah,
with this ease.
That was the first time I saw like the Primal Spring build as well in the lane. for
Oh,
Monkey King.
Monkey King, yes.
I've mostly been casting a lot of Creep Wave, Crystalist Monkey King, who will
Goes
always
for the
take
Whoop-
3 points in
Jingle Master.
Jingu. Yeah. So yeah, no, I'm a believer now. I thought this lane was gonna be honestly really bad, and then when we panned on over and we saw him booting the Veno out of the lane, I went, wow, that's not exactly how I thought this matchup would go.
It's also a better recovery build as well if your leg goes badly because you farm creeps faster than your Jingle. So it's a really good build as well.
Yeah.
Crystal doesn't play that way because Crystal doesn't play as recovery Monkey King, right?
No, he
never
doesn't.
tries to farm.
He
just
plays.
aggressively.
He plays a win more Monkey King.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that this one was a much greedier Monkey King, which I think was fine as well with Mails from there. That said, I don't think we can speak much more about stats, but what we can speak about though is the giveaway that we're running, a little quiz show that we're running. So, if you guys have been watching the broadcast for today, occasionally after the games, we will get a question appearing on the screen, and if you answer that question correctly, we will maybe select your comment to gain some prizes. These prizes will include the Dota 2 cosmetics worth $2 and also a UU booster code for 7 days or up to 30 days. In addition to, if you watch the 1v1s that we have during the middle of the day, you might be able to get a $10 Steam gift card. So just answer the questions. It's quite simple. So it's very simple Dota 2 quiz just to show that you've actually been watching the stream. Very similar to the quizzes you got as a kid when you read a book. All right, with that, thank you guys for watching. It's been a pleasure being your casters for today. We're going to send it back to the host and see you guys tomorrow.
Wow, what an exciting day. I'm so excited right now. Congratulations to all the MVPs whose performance is fabulous. Congratulations to all the winning teams. Thank you for them to provide us a remarkable and wonderful show to us today. And before leaving, we would like to say special thanks to our audience because our matches lasted for a long time, so thank you for your attention. And we would like to say special thanks to our partners, but before that, let's take a look back to today's team's performance. Well, the score in the first round was 1-2, and the winner is Team Mystery. And the score in the second round was 2-0, and the winner is Team AG. Tomorrow we will have Team Meow Meow versus Team Carol Pro at 12 p.m. and Team Crocodile vs Team Toy Story at 17, 5 p.m. Well, at the end, we should say special thanks to our partners and supporters again. Thank you for your support. We should say thank you to UU Game Booster, NetEase Fever, Moon Studio, ePods, String Gaming, TNC, Facebook, Twitch, TikTok, Likey, Video, and our TV partner Egg Network and YouTube and InfoFed. Thank you for all the support and love. Okay guys, matches of today are done. Tomorrow we still got a lot of wonderful matches. Before that, take good care. We'll see you next time.
Oh.